Hello and welcome, dear friends. Thank you for choosing to spend these precious moments with us tonight. As the day gently fades away, we invite you to relax and unwind, for relaxation is the key to sweet dreams. Cozy up and let the gentle narration carry you away, as you bask in the warmth of a beautiful spring day gone by. Together, let's let our imaginations drift into whimsical worlds where anything is possible. Sweet dreams await. Story 1. The scent of pine needles warmed by the afternoon sun hung thick in the air as Milo tucked his sketchbook under his arm. Shyness clung to him like a second skin, making the boisterous laughter of children playing tag near the old stone bridge feel like a world away. He much preferred the quiet company of the ancient whispering woods bordering his grandfather's cottage. Today, drawn by the peculiar, almost melodic hum that seemed to emanate from a particularly dense thicket of silver birch, he ventured deeper than usual. Sunlight dappled through the canopy, painting shifting patterns on the mossy floor. The hum grew clearer, a soft, resonant vibration that felt less like sound and more like a gentle pressure against his skin. Pushing aside a curtain of trailing ivy, Milo gasped. Nestled amongst gnarled roots, half buried in rich, dark earth, was an object unlike anything he'd ever seen. It wasn't grand or glittering, but crafted from wood so dark it seemed to drink the light, inlaid with swirling patterns of pale, almost luminous moonstone. It resembled a small, intricate music box, but without a visible keyhole or winding mechanism. The source of the hum was unmistakable. It pulsed faintly from within the wood itself. Hesitantly, Milo brushed away the clinging soil. The moment his fingers touched the cool, smooth surface, the hum intensified, thrumming warmly up his arm. A sense of profound calm washed over him, quieting the usual flutter of anxiety in his chest. He carefully lifted it. It felt surprisingly light, yet solid, thrumming with a quiet, ancient energy. Turning it over, he noticed a tiny, almost invisible seam running around its middle. Intrigued, he gently pressed it. With a soft click, the top sprang open, not to reveal gears or a dancer, but a miniature, impossibly detailed landscape carved from the same dark wood and moonstone. Tiny trees, rivers, and even miniature mountains glowed with an inner light. And emanating from its center was the purest, most beautiful note Milo had ever heard, a single, sustained tone that resonated deep within his bones. He instantly named it the Heartwood Box. As the note shimmered in the quiet glade, something astonishing happened. The air directly in front of Milo, where the note seemed to hover most intensely, began to ripple. Like heat haze over stone, but cooler, greener. The ripple solidified into a shimmering oval, revealing not the forest beyond, but a doorway. Through it, Milo glimpsed a path winding through towering ferns larger than houses, lit by giant, softly glowing mushrooms, their caps pulsing with gentle bioluminescence. The air that drifted out smelled impossibly fresh, like rain on new leaves and damp earth, carrying the faintest hint of wild honey. It was the entrance to another world. Holding the Heartwood Box tightly, its note still singing softly, Milo took a deep breath and stepped through the shimmering portal. The transition was seamless. One moment the familiar woods, the next he stood on a path of velvety, deep green moss. Giant fronds arched overhead like cathedral vaults. The glowing mushrooms cast soft, shifting pools of blue, violet, and soft gold light. Strange, iridescent insects hummed peacefully. It was breathtakingly beautiful, profoundly silent except for the box's note and the gentle susurration of unseen life. This was the verdant vale, a hidden world woven into the fabric of his own forest. He hadn't walked far when a flash of russet fur darted across the path ahead, vanishing into a cluster of giant, luminous puffballs. Curiosity overcoming caution, Milo followed. Peering around the soft, glowing sphere, he found himself eye to eye with a creature perched on a gnarled root. It had the sleek body and pointed face of a pine marten, but its fur shimmered with subtle streaks of emerald and sapphire, and its large, intelligent eyes were the deep, fathomless green of ancient moss. It regarded him not with fear, but with a tilted head and keen interest. "Hello," Milo whispered, his voice sounding loud in the quiet. The creature tilted its head further, then made a series of soft chittering sounds, surprisingly melodic. It pointed a delicate paw towards the Heartwood Box. The note seemed to brighten slightly in response. You like the sound?" Milo asked, holding the box out a little. The creature he decided to call it Fern chittered again, a softer, more approving sound. It hopped down from the root and cautiously approached, sniffing the air near the box. Then it nudged Milo's leg gently with its head before trotting down the path, looking back as if to say, "Follow." Their journey through the verdant vale was a wonder. Fern led Milo past waterfalls cascading liquid moonlight, through groves of trees whose leaves chimed like tiny silver bells in a non-existent breeze, and across bridges woven from living vines that hummed beneath their feet. Fern communicated through expressive chirps, gestures, and those intelligent eyes, sharing simple joys, a cluster of glowing berries that tasted like starlight and honey, a hidden pool reflecting constellations unknown to Milo's world, the soft, velvety fur of a sleeping moss bear curled in a giant fern. Milo, usually so hesitant, found himself pointing out details in his sketchbook, whispering descriptions of the wonders to his silent, attentive companion. The Heartwood Box's note was a constant, comforting presence, a thread connecting him to this place and his unusual friend. He felt a quiet courage blooming within him, nurtured by the beauty and Fern's easy companionship. They arrived at the heart of the vale, the glimmering glade. It was a vast, circular clearing carpeted in moss that shifted colors like a living opal. At its center stood the source tree, an immense oak whose bark was etched with swirling patterns of glowing silver, mirroring the designs on the Heartwood Box. Its branches stretched wide, heavy not with leaves, but with clusters of softly pulsing light, like captured fireflies. The air thrummed with a deep, resonant harmony, a chorus of natural energy that the Heartwood Box seemed to echo and amplify. It was breathtaking, a place of pure, serene power. But as Milo gazed in awe, Fern nudged him urgently, chittering with clear distress. Following Fern's pointed paw, Milo saw patches where the moss looked dull and brittle. Sections of the source tree's bark were cracked and gray, the pulsing lights within dimmed. The deep harmony felt strained, discordant notes subtly weaving through it. The vale was fading. An overwhelming sense of sadness washed over Milo, echoed by a mournful dip in the box's note. He understood instinctively. The Heartwood Box wasn't just a key, it was connected to the source tree, a piece of its essence. The vale's fading magic was weakening the box, and vice versa. The mystery wasn't just about this hidden world, it was about its slow decline and the box's role within it. He needed to understand why. Fern led Milo to the base of the source tree. There, nestled amongst the massive roots, was a hollow space. Inside, carved into the living wood, was an indentation shaped exactly like the Heartwood Box. Symbols glowed faintly around it, symbols Milo recognized from the box's inlay. Placing the box into the hollow seemed the obvious solution, but as Milo lifted it, he hesitated. The box felt warm, alive. Taking it away from the source felt like taking a heart from its body. Yet, leaving it here might doom the vale further. Confusion warred with his burgeoning courage. Fern chittered softly, nudging his hand holding the box. Then, the creature did something remarkable. It sat back on its haunches, closed its large green eyes, and began to sing. Not a bird's song, but a pure, wordless melody woven from chirps, hums, and soft whistles. It was simple, yet carried a profound feeling of connection, of love for the glade, the tree, the vale. As Fern sang, the dull moss directly beneath it seemed to regain a tiny fraction of its lost shimmer. The Heartwood Box pulsed warmly in Milo's hand, its single note harmonizing beautifully with Fern's song. The life lesson struck Milo like a sunbeam piercing the canopy. It wasn't about putting the box back, it was about reconnecting. The veil wasn't fading because the box was gone, it was fading because the song was fading. The harmony Fern produced, a harmony of pure connection and love for this place, was the true magic. The Heartwood Box was a conduit, an amplifier, but it needed the song to work. Perhaps others in the Vale had forgotten how to sing it, or why it mattered. Fern remembered. Hope, fragile but bright, ignited in Milo. He looked at Fern. "We need to sing," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "We need to remind the Vale." Fern opened his eyes, understanding shining within them. Milo didn't have Fern's natural melody, but he had the Heartwood Box. He held it close. He thought of the wonder he'd felt stepping into the Vale, the peace of the glimmering glade, the beauty of the singing trees, the kindness in Fern's eyes. He poured all that feeling, that deep appreciation and connection, into the box. He focused not on making music, but on feeling the music of the Vale, the harmony that still pulsed faintly beneath the discord. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and hummed. Just a single steady note, matching the box's tone, pouring his newfound courage, his gratitude, his silent friendship with Fern into it. The box responded instantly. Its note grew warmer, richer, swelling with the depth of Milo's emotion. It resonated through the clearing, a pure, clear sound that cut through the strained harmony of the source tree. Fern, beside him, lifted his voice again. His melody wove around Milo's sustained note, intertwining with it, amplifying it. Their combined sound the pure resonance of the box, amplified by Milo's heartfelt connection, and Fern's innate song washed over the glimmering glade like a wave of gentle light. Where their combined song touched, the brittle moss softened, regaining its emerald sheen. A crack on the source tree's trunk shimmered with silver light and began, slowly, to knit closed. The dimmed lights within its branches flickered, then pulsed brighter, steadier. The discordant notes in the Vale's deep harmony softened, then faded, replaced by a stronger, purer resonance that vibrated through the ground and air. It wasn't an instant fix. The Vale was vast and had been fading slowly. But it was a beginning. The source tree itself seemed to sigh, a rustle through its immense branches that sounded like contentment. Milo opened his eyes, tears pricking at the corners. He saw the small patch of renewed vitality around them, felt the stronger, sweeter harmony in the air. Fern chittered joyfully, dancing a little circle on the moss. They had done it. Not through force, but through connection, through sharing the song that was the Vale's true heart. They spent time simply being in the glade, Milo humming softly, Fern adding his melodies, the Heartwood Box glowing warmly between them. The Vale responded, small signs of healing spreading slowly outward from the source. Milo knew the Vale needed more than just him and Fern. It needed all its inhabitants to remember the song. Fern seemed to understand this too, his gaze thoughtful as he looked towards the deeper woods. As the light in the Vale began to subtly shift, mimicking the approach of dusk in Milo's world, Fern gently nudged him towards the path they'd arrived on. It was time to return. The shimmering portal reappeared as Milo neared the thicket of birches, the Heartwood Box humming softly in his hands. Stepping back into the familiar whispering woods felt like returning from a dream, yet profoundly real. The woods seemed different, richer. He could hear the rustle of leaves with new clarity, smell the pine resin with deeper appreciation, feel the texture of the bark beneath his fingers with heightened awareness. He carried the verdant Vale within him now, its peace, its wonder, and the memory of its song. Fern paused at the portal's edge. He looked at Milo, then at the Heartwood Box, and gave a final, soft chitter, a sound full of understanding and a quiet farewell. He belonged to the Vale. His work to remind others of the song was just beginning. Milo nodded, a lump in his throat. "Thank you, Fern," he whispered. With a flick of his shimmering tail, Fern turned and vanished back into the glowing embrace of the hidden world. The portal shimmered and closed, leaving only the forest and the gently humming box. Walking back towards his grandfather's cottage, the Heartwood Box cradled in his arms, Milo felt transformed. The shyness hadn't vanished, but it no longer felt like a cage. He carried a secret strength, a quiet courage forged in a hidden glade. He carried the memory of an unexpected friendship that crossed the boundaries of worlds. He carried a song inside him. Later that evening, instead of retreating to his room, Milo sat on the window seat overlooking the darkening garden. Fireflies blinked like tiny echoes of the Vale's mushrooms. He opened the Heartwood Box. The single, pure note filled the cozy room, weaving a thread of peace through the familiar sounds of the settling house. This time, Milo didn't just listen. He closed his eyes, thought of the verdant veil of fern of the source tree and the deep, healing harmony. He poured his gratitude, his wonder, his newfound quiet bravery into the note. And softly, gently, he began to hum. The box's note swelled warmer, richer, filling the room not just with sound, but with a profound sense of calm and connection. Downstairs, his grandfather paused in his reading, a slow smile spreading across his face at the unfamiliar, beautiful sound drifting down. He didn't interrupt, simply listened, feeling an unexpected warmth settle in his heart. Milo hummed, the Heartwood Box glowing softly on his lap. He wasn't just playing music, he was sharing the song of the verdant vale, a song of hidden wonders, unexpected friendships, and the quiet, enduring magic found in connection and courage. The journey had changed him, not by making him loud, but by helping him find his own true voice, a voice that resonated with kindness, wonder, and the enduring harmony of a world within a world. The shy boy who had entered the woods was gone. In his place sat someone who understood that the greatest adventures often begin with a single, quiet step, and the most powerful magic often lies in a simple, heartfelt song. And as the last note faded into the peaceful night, a sense of perfect contentment settled over him, warm as a blanket by the fire, promising sweet dreams woven with moss and moonlight. Story 2. The village of Hearthglen nestled in the valley like a drowsy cat curled beside the embers of the setting sun. Smoke curled lazily from stone chimneys, carrying the comforting scent of wood smoke and baking bread. In a cottage tucked beneath a weeping willow, a young man named Bramble sat staring into the low flames of his own hearth. His fingers traced the worn grooves of a smooth river stone he always carried, a habit when the world outside felt too loud, too fast, too changed. Bramble loved Hearthglen. He loved the predictable rhythm of the seasons, the familiar creak of the mill wheel, the comforting sameness of Mrs. Gable's spiced apple cakes every harvest moon. But lately change seemed to whisper through the valley like an insistent wind. New families arrived, bringing unfamiliar songs. The old bridge was being replaced with sturdy timber. Even the ancient oak by the stream seemed to be stretching its branches higher, reaching for something Bramble couldn't see. He felt unmoored. Like the river stone he clutched, he wanted to remain smooth, constant, unchanged. The thought of becoming something else, something different, filled him with a quiet dread. One crisp autumn morning, as golden light dappled the forest floor, Bramble's best friend Fern found him sitting glumly on a mossy log. Fern, whose laugh was like tumbling water and whose eyes held the deep green of the forest itself, carried a woven basket brimming with late berries. Still wrestling with the world's turning, Bramble, she asked gently, settling beside him. The air smelled of damp earth, decaying leaves, and the sweet tang of the berries. Bramble sighed, rubbing the smooth stone. It feels like everything's shifting, Fern. The village sounds different, the paths look different, even the air tastes restless. I liked it how it was. Fern popped a berry into her mouth. The forest changes every day, Bramble. Leaves fall, mushrooms sprout, streams carve new paths. But the heart of it, the deep, quiet hum beneath the soil, that remains. She nudged him playfully. Perhaps your stone needs reminding. Bramble frowned. His river stone was more than just a worry stone. It was a fragment of the Whispering Falls, a place where water sang secrets over ancient rocks. It held a faint, sleeping magic, a connection to the valley's subtle pulse. Bramble had always used it to find stillness, not to embrace change. Later that week, a peculiar chill descended upon Hearthglen. Not the crisp cold of approaching winter, but a damp, clinging frost that wilted late-blooming flowers and silenced the crickets overnight. It settled in bones and spirits alike. The villagers huddled closer, their faces drawn with worry. The elders murmured of an old tale, the grip of stillness, a magical frost born not of winter, but of resistance, of a heart refusing to flow with life's current. Bramble felt the chill seep into him most acutely. His river stone, usually warm to the touch, felt like ice in his palm. The dread he felt about change solidified into a cold weight in his chest. He retreated further into his cottage, stoking the fire high, trying to recapture the warmth of the familiar. Fern arrived with Moss, the quiet, observant keeper of the village's small library. Moss's spectacles glinted in the firelight as he placed a heavy, leather-bound book on Bramble's worn table. The grip feeds on fear of change, Bramble, Moss said, his voice soft but sure. It thrives where things try too hard to stay exactly as they are, like water freezing when it stops moving. But I don't want this. Bramble protested, his breath misting in the unnaturally cold air inside his own home. He held up the icy river stone. This was my anchor, now it's just cold. Perhaps, Fern said, kneeling beside him, her breath also forming little clouds, an anchor is only useful if the boat is meant to sail sometimes. Maybe your stone isn't meant to hold you still forever, but to remind you where you come from while you move. She placed her warm hand over his clenched fist, holding the stone. The magic of the Whispering Falls isn't about stillness, Bramble. It's about the song created by water flowing over stone, changing it slowly, shaping it into something beautiful. Her words, simple and warm amidst the chill, struck a chord deep within him. He thought of the river stone's journey, tumbled from a mountain peak, smoothed by relentless currents, changed endlessly before finding its way to him. Had it resisted? Or had it allowed itself to be shaped? A desperate idea sparked. The Whispering Falls, he whispered, his voice hoarse. The frost started there, I feel it. Maybe the magic there needs to remember how to flow. Fern and Moss exchanged a look, then nodded. We'll come with you, Moss said firmly. The journey to the falls was through a world gripped by unnatural stillness. Frost-coated vibrant autumn leaves, turning them into brittle, gray lace. The air was silent, devoid of bird call or insect hum. Each step crunched loudly in the eerie quiet. Bramble clutched the frozen river stone, its coldness mirroring the fear solidifying within him. Could he really do this? Face the source of the chill, the embodiment of the change he feared. They reached the clearing where the Whispering Falls usually danced down a mossy rock face in a sparkling curtain, its gentle song a constant melody in the valley. Now it was a horrifying spectacle. The water was frozen mid-cascade, sculpted into jagged, silent spikes of ice. The rocks beneath were sheathed in thick, gray frost. The air here was coldest of all, biting deep. The lack of sound was deafening. Bramble stared, his heart pounding against the icy dread. This was change made terrifyingly visible, life arrested, movement halted. He wanted to run back to his hearth. But he felt Fern's steadying hand on his shoulder and saw Moss's calm, encouraging gaze. They were here with him in the cold. Taking a shuddering breath, Bramble stepped forward onto the frosted stones near the base of the frozen falls. He held up his frozen river stone. It felt like holding a piece of his own frozen fear. He tried to recall the feeling of its usual warmth, the comfort of sameness, but it felt distant, unreachable. It's about the song Fern's words echoed in his mind. Shaped by change. He closed his eyes, ignoring the biting cold. Instead of seeking stillness within himself, he tried something new. He thought of the Riverstone's journey, the tumultuous tumbling, the relentless scraping against other rocks, the constant movement. He thought of the falls not as frozen terror, but as water that had danced and sung for centuries, shaped by its own journey down the rocks. He thought of Fern's laughter, Moss's quiet wisdom, the new songs in the village, the sturdy new bridge not as threats, but as parts of the valley's ongoing song. He didn't try to force warmth into the stone. Instead, he whispered to it, to the frozen falls, to the fear inside himself, "It's okay to move, it's okay to change." He opened his eyes. At first, nothing happened. Then a faint, almost imperceptible vibration hummed through the frozen stone in his hand. A tiny crack appeared in the ice coating its surface. From within the crack, a single warm amber light pulsed weak, but defiant against the gray frost. He focused on that light, on the feeling of allowing the fear to be present, but not letting it freeze him. He thought of the water's potential for movement, not its frozen state. He imagined the song it wanted to sing. The amber light within the stone pulsed brighter. Then a resonant chime sounded, pure and clear, shattering the oppressive silence. It wasn't loud, but it vibrated through the frozen air. High up on the frozen cascade, a single droplet of water squeezed free from the ice. It fell, glinting like a tiny diamond in the weak sunlight, and landed with a soft plink on a frosted rock below. Where it landed, the gray frost receded, revealing the dark, wet stone beneath. Bramble gasped. He focused harder, pouring his newfound acceptance, his willingness to allow the change, into the river stone. The amber light flared, bathing his hand and face in its gentle warmth. The chime sounded again, stronger this time. Plink, 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 plink. More droplets broke free. Tiny cracks spiderwebbed across the frozen waterfall. The gray frost began to retreat from the rocks like a living thing recoiling from warmth. A faint trickle of water started to flow where the ice was melting fastest. "It's working, Bramble." Fern cried, her voice thick with emotion. Moss simply nodded, a tear tracing a warm path down his cold cheek. Bramble wasn't forcing the thaw. He was allowing it. He was acknowledging the fear of change, but choosing to trust the flow anyway. He felt the rigid coldness in his own chest begin to soften, not disappearing, but becoming something he could move with, like water around a stone. His river stone was now warm in his hand, radiating a soothing, amber glow that pulsed in time with the increasing plink-plink-plink of melting ice. With a sound like a sigh of relief, a larger section of ice broke free and crashed down, shattering into 1,000 glittering pieces on the unfrosted rocks below. The dam was broken. Water, tentative at first, then with growing confidence, began to flow down the rock face once more. It wasn't the full cascade yet, but a stream, singing a soft, joyous song as it rediscovered its path. The gray frost vanished completely, replaced by the vibrant greens of moss and the dark, wet sheen of stone. The oppressive chill lifted, replaced by the cool, fresh breath of flowing water and damp earth. Sunlight, stronger now, broke through the thinning clouds, striking the flowing water and creating tiny, dancing rainbows in the mist. The song of the Whispering Falls returned, hesitant at first, then swelling into its familiar, comforting melody, a song of movement, of change, of constant, gentle becoming. Bramble looked at the river stone in his hand. It was still smooth, still a connection to the deep heart of the valley. But now, deep within its core, a tiny, captured amber light pulsed steadily, warm and alive. It wasn't the same stone anymore. It had changed. And so had he. He felt different. Lighter. The dread was gone, replaced by a quiet thrum of energy, a sense of openness. He hadn't lost himself. He had discovered a new layer, a new capacity. He looked at Fern and Moss, their faces radiant with relief and pride. It wasn't about stopping the change, Bramble said, his voice filled with wonder as he watched the water dance. It was about joining the song. Fern hugged him tightly. Your song just got a new verse, Bramble, a beautiful one. Moss smiled. The most powerful magic often blooms when we stop clinging to the riverbank and trust the current. As they walked back to Hearthglen, the valley was already awakening. Birds tentatively resumed their songs. Insects buzzed in the late autumn sun. The unnatural frost was gone, leaving behind the healthy, seasonal chill. The villagers emerged, their faces lifting as they felt the return of the natural world's rhythm. Bramble didn't suddenly crave wild upheaval. He still loved Mrs. Gable's apple cakes and the mill wheel's familiar creak. But now, when he heard a new song drift from an open window, he smiled. When he crossed the sturdy new bridge, he appreciated its strength. He carried his river stone, warm and pulsing with its amber heart, a reminder that constancy wasn't about rigid stillness, but about the enduring essence that flows through change. He was still Bramble of Hearthglen, rooted in the valley he loved. But he was also Bramble who had learned to flow, whose inner magic had awakened not by resisting the world's turning, but by turning with it. That night back in his cottage, the hearth crackling with welcoming warmth, Bramble sat by the fire. He held the river stone, watching the captured amber light dance in sync with the flames. The familiar scent of wood smoke and the soft sigh of the wind outside were deeply comforting. He thought of the frozen falls, the fear, the thaw, and the returning song. A profound sense of peace settled over him, deeper than any stillness he had ever sought before. It was the peace of understanding, the comfort of knowing he was part of something vast and ever-changing, yet eternally rooted. He was like the stone in the stream, shaped, smoothed, and warmed by the journey, forever holding the quiet, magical light of his own hard-won growth. And as the fire crackled its lullaby and the amber light pulsed softly in his hand, Bramble drifted into a sleep filled with dreams of flowing water and gentle, golden light, knowing that change embraced could feel like coming home. Story 3. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where seasons danced with particular magic. Crisp air carried the scent of wood smoke and ripening apples as autumn approached, painting the hillsides in fiery hues. Yet in one small cottage garden, summer stubbornly clung. Aris, the gentle gardener who tended it, watched the changing world beyond his fence with a tightness in his chest. He loved the vibrant blooms of summer, the plump roses, the cheerful sunflowers, the buzzing bees, and the thought of their fading filled him with a quiet dread. Change felt like a loss, a surrender to cold and silence. His garden, however, was no ordinary patch of earth. Willowbrook's soil hummed with an old, subtle magic, responding to the hearts of those who nurtured it. As Aris's resistance grew, his beloved blooms began to wilt prematurely, their colors leaching away even before the first true frost. The roses shed petals like tears, and the sunflowers bowed their heavy heads, their golden faces turning a sickly gray. A peculiar stillness settled over the space, as if the very air held its breath. Aris fretted, watering more, whispering encouragement, but the magic within the land mirrored his inner turmoil, confused, stagnant, fighting the natural rhythm. One misty morning, as Eris mournfully brushed a crumbling petal from a rose bush, a soft rustle came from the ancient oak tree at the garden's edge. Its bark was deeply grooved, like wise old hands, and nestled within a hollow sat thistle, a small, luminous creature woven from dandelion fluff and starlight. Thistle was a wind sprite, usually flitting merrily on the breeze, but today she hovered anxiously near the oak's lowest branch. Eris, her voice chimed like tiny bells, the garden feels heavy. It's holding on to summer like a child clutching a broken toy. Why does it grieve? Eris sighed, the sound lost in the oppressive quiet. It's not the garden grieving, Thistle, it's me. I see the maple leaves turning crimson on the hill and the geese flying south, and it feels like an ending. I don't want my summer friends to sleep. I don't want the emptiness. A low, resonant hum vibrated through the ground. It came from the oak itself. Ah, young Eris, rumbled a voice as deep and comforting as roots delving into rich soil. You mistake sleep for death and change for ending. The voice belonged to the spirit of the oak, an ancient presence Eris knew as Old Barkheart. The garden listens to your heart, Eris. Your fear of the turning season makes it cling, draining its own life force. It cannot bloom anew while holding the old so desperately tight. Look. Old Barkheart directed Eris's gaze not to his wilting flowers, but to the base of his mighty trunk. There, nestled in a bed of fallen leaves already turning gold, were clusters of tiny, perfect mushrooms, earth stars gleaming in pearly white and soft brown. Nearby, late-blooming asters pushed through the mulch, their purple petals like miniature constellations. Does my strength diminish because I shed a leaf? Old Barkheart asked gently. Or does it gather within, preparing for a different kind of beauty? Autumn is not the enemy of summer. It is its wise sister, preparing the way. Thistle fluttered down, landing lightly on Eris's shoulder. Her touch was cool, like a breath of mountain air. Come, Eris, she chimed. Let me show you what you fear. Before he could protest, she blew a gentle stream of sparkling air. It swirled around him, not lifting him, but shifting his perception. Suddenly he saw the garden not just with his eyes, but with the land's own quiet magic. He saw the vibrant green life force pulsing beneath the soil, strong and patient, waiting for the signal to rest. He saw the wilting summer flowers not as dying, but as releasing their energy back into the earth, a sacred offering. He saw the potential sleeping in bulbs and seeds, dreaming of spring under the coming frost. And he saw his own fear, a tangled, gray vine wrapped around the garden's heart, stifling it. The vision faded, leaving Eris breathless. The gray vine, it was his own resistance. I didn't know, he whispered, tears welling. I didn't realize I was hurting it by loving it too tightly. Love is not possession, Eris, Old Barkheart rumbled kindly. True love trusts. It trusts the cycle, the wisdom of rest, the promise of renewal. Thistle nudged his cheek. Let go, Eris, trust the garden, trust autumn. It has its own magic if you let yourself see it. Taking a deep, shuddering breath that smelled of damp earth and decaying leaves, a scent he'd always associated with loss, but now recognized as rich and fertile, Eris knelt in the soil. He touched a drooping sunflower. It's all right, he murmured, his voice thick but resolute. You've been so bright, so warm, thank you, now rest. As he spoke the words, releasing his grip not just on the flower, but on his own fear, something magical happened. The gray vine in his vision dissolved like mist. The sunflower, instead of crumbling further, seemed to sigh. Its heavy head dipped gracefully, seeds spilling onto the earth like tiny promises. Where the seeds fell, the soil glowed faintly gold. Eris moved through his garden, speaking softly to each plant, thanking the roses for their perfume, the lavender for its calm, the buzzing bees, now seeking their hive, for their tireless work. With each word of gratitude and release, the oppressive stillness lifted. The magic of the land, no longer fighting itself, began to flow freely again. the wilting slowed, replaced by a dignified surrender. Leaves turned gentle shades of amber and russet before drifting down. The rosehips blushed a deep, vibrant red, jewels against the thorny stems. Where the sunflower seeds had fallen, tiny green shoots, resilient and hopeful, pushed through the mulch overnight, touched by the first frost that sparkled like diamonds in the dawn light. The transformation wasn't just in the garden, it was within Aris. The tightness in his chest eased, replaced by a profound sense of peace. He saw the beauty he'd been blind to, the intricate lacework of frost on a spiderweb, the stark elegance of bare branches against a pale blue sky, the deep, nourishing scent of the earth preparing for winter's sleep. He discovered late treasures, hardy chrysanthemums blooming in defiant purple and gold, ornamental grasses waving feathery plumes, and the quiet beauty of moss and lichen painting emerald patterns on stones. Old Barkheart hummed approvingly, his remaining leaves rustling a lullaby. Thistle danced on the crisp autumn breeze, her laughter like wind chimes, scattering seeds for next year's wildflowers. They didn't fix things for Aris, they simply held up a mirror to the garden's magic, reflecting his own heart back at him, and offered the wisdom of acceptance. One evening, as the first stars pricked the violet sky, and Aris sat on his porch wrapped in a thick woolen blanket, sipping cider warmed with spices, he looked out over his transformed garden. It wasn't the riotous celebration of summer, but a quieter, deeper beauty. It spoke of resilience, rest, and the quiet strength found in letting go. The pumpkins he'd harvested glowed warmly on the steps, and dried herbs hung in fragrant bunches from the eaves. The magic hummed contentedly beneath the frosted soil, a slow, steady pulse waiting for spring. Aris smiled, a genuine, peaceful smile that reached his eyes. He realized he hadn't lost his summer friends. Their essence was in the seeds, in the nourished soil, in the memories held warm within him. And in embracing autumn's gifts, the crisp air, the golden light, the profound peace of the earth's deep breath, he had discovered a new kind of wonder within himself. Change wasn't an ending, but a turning of the page. It required trust, and in that trust he found not emptiness, but a deeper connection to the enduring, cyclical magic of life. The garden slept, blanketed in frost and starlight, and Aris sat in perfect harmony with the quiet night, his heart full and at peace, knowing that growth, like the seasons, was a beautiful, never-ending journey. Story 4. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley, where morning mist clung like silver cobwebs and twilight painted the sky in lavender and peach. Its cobblestone streets wound past cottages with mossy roofs, gardens overflowing with luminescent moonflowers, and a bakery whose chimney always puffed sweet-smelling cinnamon steam. Life hummed with gentle magic, lanterns lit by fireflies, brooms that swept porches of their own accord, and little cloud rabbits that hopped along the rooftops at dawn. But lately a quiet unease had settled over Willowbrook, as soft and persistent as the autumn drizzle. It started with small things vanishing. Old Man Hemlock's favorite whittling knife, carved from hawthorn wood, disappeared from his workbench. Mistress Gable's prize-winning jar of starberry jam, kept high on her pantry shelf, simply wasn't there one morning. Then young Finn's collection of iridescent river stones, carefully arranged on his windowsill, went missing overnight. No broken locks, no muddy footprints, just absence. A whisper of confusion rustled through the village, turning friendly greetings into puzzled frowns. In the heart of the village, beneath a sign painted with a steaming loaf of bread, lived Anya, the baker. Her days were filled with kneading dough that seemed to sigh contentedly, watching loaves rise like plump clouds, and filling the air with the warm, golden scent of comfort. She noticed the worry in her neighbors' eyes as they bought their morning rolls. "Lost my best polishing cloth, Anya," grumbled Hemlock, rubbing his spectacles. "Vanished like smoke." "My grandmother's thimble," sighed Mistress Gable, her usual cheer dimmed. "Gone without a trace." Finn just scuffed his boot on the bakery step, his eyes downcast. My stones. Anya's heart ached. Willowbrook thrived on harmony, and this unseen disturbance felt like a cold draft beneath a warm blanket. Determined to help, she decided to observe. She baked late into the velvet night, her ovens glowing like friendly dragons, and kept watch from her flower-dusted window. One misty evening, as the last embers faded in the hearths, Anya saw it. A tiny, shimmering light, no bigger than a firefly, darted down the street. It paused near Mistress Gable's cottage, hovering near a high window ledge. Then, impossibly, the light seemed to tug at the air, and a small, round object, the missing thimble, wobbled, lifted an inch off the ledge, and vanished into the shimmer. The light zipped away, swift and silent as a falling star. Anya gasped. It wasn't a thief in the night, but something tiny and luminous. The mystery deepened, but fear gave way to fascination. Who or what was taking these things, and why? She needed wiser eyes than hers. The next morning, Anya packed a basket with still warm honey oatcakes and a flask of spiced lavender tea. She walked to the edge of the village, where the cottages gave way to whispering willow trees and fields of luminous bluebells. Here, in a cottage built around the roots of an ancient, gnarled oak tree, lived old Fern. Fern wasn't strictly a witch nor a wizard, but a keeper of small things. She understood the language of roots, the secrets of moss, and the hidden lives of the tiniest magical beings. Her hair was silver as moonbeams, her eyes the deep green of forest pools, and her smile held the quiet wisdom of centuries. Trouble in Willowbrook, Baker child? Fern asked, her voice like dry leaves rustling, before Anya even knocked. She opened her door, revealing a cozy room filled with dried herbs, glimmering jars of preserved light, and a snoozing, moss-covered hedgehog. Anya poured out the tale of the vanishing items and the strange shimmering light. She described the thimble disappearing into its glow. Fern listened intently, sipping the lavender tea, her eyes thoughtful. She crumbled an oatcake, letting the crumbs fall onto a smooth, flat stone on her table. "Ah," Fern murmured. "Not malice, Baker child, not greed. Think smaller, think tidier." "Tidier." Anya frowned. "But they're stealing." "Are they?" Fern asked gently. "Or are they relocating? The light you saw, was it like captured starlight? Did it hum ever so softly?" Anya thought hard. "Yes, like a tiny high-pitched chime, very faint." Fern nodded, a knowing smile touching her lips. "Dust sprites, rare little creatures, shy as moonbeams. They live in forgotten corners under floorboards in the dusty hollows of attics. They love order, neatness, but they are easily overwhelmed." "But why take our things?" Anya pressed. "Because," Fern explained, stirring the crumbs on the stone, "to a dust sprite, a misplaced thimble on a high ledge is clutter. A whittling knife left on a workbench is disorder. A jar of jam on a shelf, untidy. They see these things as abandoned, out of place. Their instinct is to gather such objects and tuck them away somewhere they deem properly contained, somewhere hidden and neat." "So they're not stealing," Anya breathed, understanding dawning. "They are cleaning." "In their own way," Fern chuckled. "They sense the village's recent mild unrest, perhaps the damp autumn. The shorter days and their own need for tidiness has grown stronger, more compulsive. They mean no harm, only to impose their idea of perfect order." The mystery was solved, but the problem remained. How could they convince the shy dust sprites to return the misplaced treasures without frightening them away or causing more disruption? Fern tapped the stone. "They respond to calm, to quiet purpose." And she added, her eyes twinkling, "They adore sweetness, not to eat but to polish, the gleam of sugar, the shine of honey." An idea sparked in Anya's mind, warm and bright as her oven. "What if," she said slowly, "we showed them where things belong, made it tidier?" Fern beamed. Exactly, baker child. Show them the proper place, offer a little shine, and do it with kindness. Back in Willowbrook, Anya gathered Hemlock, Mistress Gable, Finn, and a few other villagers who had lost small items. She explained about the dust sprites, their shy nature, and their peculiar sense of tidiness. There were murmurs of surprise, then understanding smiles replaced the frowns. No one was angry at tiny, well-meaning cleaners. That evening, as twilight deepened, a quiet plan unfolded. Outside each cottage where something had vanished, the owners placed a small, clean saucer. On each saucer, Anya placed a dollop of her clearest, golden honey, smoothed until it shone like liquid amber. Beside the honey, they carefully positioned a replica or a clear picture of the missing item. Hemlock put a drawing of his hawthorn knife, Mistress Gable placed her spare thimble, Finn set down his most ordinary but still pretty river stone. They left their porch lanterns glowing softly, casting gentle pools of amber light, and retreated inside to watch from windows, hearts full of hope and gentle curiosity. The village held its breath. Crickets chirped. Moonflowers unfurled, casting soft, silver light. Then, Anya saw it again from her bakery window. One shimmering light, then another, and another, like a constellation descending. They zipped silently through the velvety night, pausing at each saucer. They hovered over the honey, their light pulsing gently, reflecting in the golden surface. Then they would dart to the picture or the replica, humming their tiny chime bell song. Anya watched, enchanted, as a sprite hovered near Mistress Gable's saucer. It shimmered intensely. Then, with a soft pop of displaced air, the missing starberry jam jar appeared precisely where the spare thimble had been placed. It looked polished. At Hemlock's porch, the hawthorn knife materialized beside the drawing, its wood gleaming as if newly oiled. Finn gasped softly as his precious iridescent stones reappeared one by one beside the ordinary one, each sparkling as if washed in moonlight. The dust sprites, their task seemingly complete, zipped away into the night sky, their lights winking out like distant stars. The next morning, Willowbrook awoke to joyful discoveries. Every missing item was returned, not just brought back, but meticulously cleaned, polished, and placed exactly where the replicas or pictures had been. The honey on the saucers was gone, leaving only a faint, sweet scent and an incredible shine on the porcelain. Peace settled back over Willowbrook, deeper and warmer than before. The mystery hadn't been solved with force or fear, but with understanding, observation, and a dollop of kindness. The villagers learned to be a little more mindful of where they left their small treasures, appreciating the unseen helpers in their midst. Sometimes on very still, clear evenings, if you looked carefully towards the ancient oak tree near Old Fern's cottage, you might see clusters of tiny, shimmering lights dancing peacefully amongst the roots the dust sprites, content in their own tidy corner, a gentle reminder that sometimes the most surprising solutions come from seeing the world through smaller, kinder eyes. And Anya, the baker, always kept a tiny saucer of the clearest honey by her window, just in case the little cleaners needed a shine for their important work, a silent thank you in the cozy heart of their magical home. The scent of cinnamon and contentment filled the air once more, wrapping Willowbrook in its warm, familiar embrace as the fireflies lit their lamps and the velvet night drew close. Story 5. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where morning mist clung like spun sugar, and the river chuckled over smooth, sun-warmed stones. In this peaceful place, where windowsills boasted pots of whispering moonflowers and chimneys puffed contented smoke, lived a gentle baker named Rowan. His days were filled with the warm, yeasty scent of rising dough, the cheerful jingle of the shop bell, and the satisfied smiles of his neighbors. Yet for the past week a quiet unease had settled over Willowbrook, as soft and persistent as the first autumn chill. Things were disappearing. Not grand things, mind you. Not jewels or gold. But small, precious, everyday items. Old Man Hemlock's favorite whittling knife, carved from oak. Young Macy's prized blue skipping rope. Mistress Gable's silver thimble, a gift from her grandmother. Even Rowan's own special honey spoon, worn smooth by years of stirring sweetness into his morning porridge. They vanished without a trace, leaving only bewilderment and a faint sense of something amiss. Rowan, kneading dough one crisp morning, noticed the pattern. It started near the old oak on the green, he murmured to his plump tabby cat, Marmalade, who watched with golden eyes. Then moved towards the river path, then up towards Hemlock's cottage, like a trail. The disappearances weren't random. They followed a winding path through the heart of the village, always at night. Determined to soothe the village's ruffled feathers, Rowan decided to investigate. He wasn't a warrior or a wizard, but he was patient, observant, and possessed a heart as warm as his ovens. That evening, instead of retiring early, he packed a small basket with a still-warm cinnamon bun and a flask of chamomile tea. He wrapped himself in his thickest woolen cloak and settled on a mossy log near the edge of the Whispering Woods, close to where the latest disappearance widow, Malo's tiny jingle bell charm, had occurred. He watched and listened. The woods sighed. Moonlight painted silver patterns on the forest floor. Fireflies blinked like scattered stars. Hours passed, filled only with the peaceful sounds of the night. Rowan was beginning to nod off, lulled by the gentle rhythm, when he heard it. A soft, distinct tink-tink-tink, like tiny bells or metal tapping lightly against stone. It wasn't Widow Mallow's jingle bell, but something similar. It came from deeper within the woods, along the mysterious path. He followed the sound cautiously, his boots silent on the thick moss. The tink-tink-tink grew clearer, accompanied now by a faint, rhythmic scraping. The woods grew denser, the moonlight filtering through the canopy in dappled patches. Just as Rowan was about to turn back, feeling a prickle of uncertainty, a soft glow appeared ahead. It wasn't firelight, but a cool, gentle radiance like captured moonlight. Moving towards the glow, Rowan pushed aside a curtain of hanging vines and gasped softly. He found himself in a small, hidden clearing. In the center stood an ancient, gnarled hawthorn tree, its bark silvered in the moonlight. And perched on a low branch, radiating the soft glow, was a creature Rowan had only ever heard of in whispered tales, a moon moth. Its wings were vast and translucent, shimmering with patterns like frost on a windowpane, and it pulsed with that serene, cool light. Beneath the tree, bathed in the moth's glow, sat a large, dignified badger. His fur was thick and striped silver and black, and his dark eyes held a deep, calm intelligence. He was carefully arranging a collection of small objects, the missing whittling knife, the skipping rope, the thimble, the honey spoon, and the jingle bell charm. Along with a few other trinkets, Rowan recognized a polished button, a shiny pebble, a lost hairpin. The tink-tink-tink came from the jingle bell as the badger gently nudged it into place. The scraping sound was his claws smoothing the earth beneath the treasures. "Good evening, Baker Rowan," the badger rumbled in a voice like stones tumbling in a deep stream, surprisingly gentle. "We wondered when curiosity might bring you along the gleaming path." Rowan blinked, momentarily speechless. He bowed slightly. "Good evening, Sir Badger, an honored moon moth." The moth fluttered its wings once, sending ripples of soft light through the clearing. I mean no intrusion, but these items, the village is worried. They belong to my friends." The badger nodded slowly. "They do, and they are safe here. We are merely safekeeping them, for a little while." He gestured with his snout towards a hollow near the base of the hawthorn tree, carefully lined with moss and feathers. Inside, nestled deep, was a smaller creature, a young magpie nestling. Its feathers were still fluffy, mostly gray, but with patches of iridescent black and white beginning to show. It looked thin and weak, its eyes half closed. "This is Pip," the badger explained, his voice softening further. She fell from her nest during the last storm, high up in the old pine near the village green. Her wing was bruised. I found her and brought her here, to this sheltered place beneath the hawthorn, sacred to the moon moth. The moth's light helps healing, you see. The moon moth pulsed brighter for a moment, as if agreeing. But the missing things? Rowan asked, understanding dawning but still confused. Ah, sighed the badger. Young Pip, you see, is at that age where magpies feel the irresistible urge to collect. Shiny things, bright things, interesting things, it's in their nature. She couldn't fly, but she could hop. And at night, when the village slept, she followed the gleam of the moon moth's light, what we call the gleaming path out of the woods. She found your village fascinating. She saw the glint of the knife on Hemlock's porch, the bright blue rope near Macy's door. Silver thimble catching the moonlight on Mistress Gable's windowsill, the warm gleam of your honey spoon. She brought them back here not to steal Baker, but because they were beautiful to her. She wanted to make her healing place brighter, to feel less frightened. Rowan looked at the pile of treasures, then at the small, vulnerable magpie in the nest. His heart melted. She was building a nest of comfort, he murmured, with things that sparkled and shone. Precisely, the badger said. She meant no harm, but I knew her nightly excursions would cause confusion. I was planning to return everything once her wing was stronger and she could be guided back to her family. The moon moth's light hastens healing, but it takes time. The mystery was solved. Not a thief, but a lost, frightened chick drawn to shiny comfort. Rowan felt a wave of compassion wash over him. Can I help? He asked softly. The badger's eyes crinkled. Wisdom often follows curiosity, Baker. Pip needs strength. The moon moth's light heals, but good food builds feathers and bone. Could you spare some of your softest bread, perhaps soaked in warm milk, and maybe, the badger hesitated, maybe something small and bright but meant for her, to satisfy her collecting urge without her needing to hop into the village. Rowan smiled. Of course. He opened his basket. He broke off a piece of the soft cinnamon bun and carefully soaked it in his still-warm chamomile tea. He also took out a small, polished copper button he kept in his pocket for luck. It gleamed warmly in the moon moth's light. He placed the soaked bread near Pip's nest. The little magpie stirred, opening her eyes fully. They were bright and curious. She pecked tentatively at the bread, then hungrily. Rowan gently placed the copper button beside her. Pip let out a soft, delighted chirr and nudged it towards her collection pile with her beak, adding it to the treasures. Over the next few days, Rowan became a quiet conspirator in the clearing. He brought soft bread soaked in honeyed milk, tiny pieces of fruit, and little trinkets, a smooth blue glass bead, a piece of ribbon, a particularly shiny acorn cap. Pip grew stronger, her wing mending under the moon moth's watchful glow. The badger, whose name was Thorn, shared stories of the deep woods and the gentle magic that flowed through Willowbrook Valley. One morning Pip stretched her wings, now strong and gleaming. She hopped to the edge of the nest, flapped vigorously, and soared in a wobbly circle around the hawthorn tree before landing neatly beside Thorn. She gave a triumphant, slightly raspy call. "It is time," Thorn rumbled. Time to return Pip to her family and the village treasures to their owners. Rowan carefully gathered the collection. That afternoon, he visited Old Man Hemlock. "Found your whittling knife, Hemlock," he said casually, placing it on the porch table. "Must have fallen near the woods." He returned Macy's skipping rope, found it tangled in some brambles, Mistress Gable's thimble lodged behind a flower pot, Widow Mallow's jingle bell charm caught on a low branch, and his own honey spoon right where I left it, silly me. He explained each return with a simple, plausible story, seeing the relief and delight on his neighbors' faces. The small unease lifted from Willowbrook like morning mist under the sun. As for Pip, Rowan, Thorn, and the moon moth escorted her to the edge of the woods near the old pine. High above, her magpie family called out in a chorus of excited clicks and chatters. Pip looked at her collection of treasures Thorn had carefully bundled in a large leaf, the button, the bead, the ribbon, the acorn cap. She looked at Rowan, then gently nudged the shiny copper button towards him with her beak. A gift, Thorn translated softly, for the baker who brought soft bread and understanding. Rowan's eyes stung. He picked up the button. Thank you, Pip, fly well. With a powerful flap, Pip soared upwards, joining her jubilant family in the high branches. The moon moth, its soft light dimming slightly now its task was done, fluttered silently back into the depths of the whispering woods. Thorn gave Rowan a slow, respectful nod. Curiosity solved the mystery, Baker, but kindness healed it. Remember the gleaming path. Sometimes the sparkle we see isn't greed, but a need for comfort, seen through different eyes. With that, the wise badger melted back into the shadows of the trees. Rowan walked back to his warm, fragrant bakery, the copper button warm in his palm. That night, as Willowbrook slept peacefully once more, Rowan sat by his own small hearth. He told Marmalade the whole tale of the lost chick, the wise badger, the glowing moth, and the treasures taken not from malice, but from a longing for beauty and safety. Outside his window, he sometimes fancied he saw a faint, silvery gleam winding through the moonlit village green, the gleaming path, a reminder that mysteries, when approached with patience and a kind heart, often lead not to fear, but to understanding, friendship, and the quiet magic hidden in the ordinary corners of the world. And as the fire crackled and Marmalade purred, the scent of cinnamon and contentment filled the cozy room, weaving a blanket of peace as soft as moonlight and as enduring as kindness. Story 6. The rain pattered against the window pane of Silas's little attic room, a steady gray rhythm that muffled the usual sounds of the bustling town below. Silas, a quiet boy with eyes the color of storm clouds and hair like tousled straw, traced the droplets with his finger. He felt a familiar pang, a longing for something more than the damp cobblestones and the smell of damp wool that clung to everything. His gaze drifted to the dusty corner where his grandfather's old trunk sat, a relic from a life Silas only knew through faded photographs and whispered stories. Grandfather had been an explorer, they said, who saw magic in the most ordinary things. Driven by the rain's melancholy and that persistent yearning, Silas knelt before the trunk. The brass latch was stiff, protesting with a groan. Inside, nestled amongst moth-eaten sweaters and bundles of letters tied with faded ribbon, lay something unexpected, a teapot. Not grand porcelain or gleaming silver, but simple, unglazed earthenware, the color of sun-baked clay. It felt surprisingly warm to the touch, even in the cool attic air. Its surface was smooth, unadorned, save for a single, tiny chip near the spout. It looked utterly ordinary, yet holding it, Silas felt a faint hum, like a sleeping bee nestled deep within the clay. Curiosity, bright and insistent, pushed aside the gray afternoon gloom. Silas carried the teapot downstairs to the small, warm kitchen. He filled it with water from the copper kettle always singing on the hob, then placed it carefully on the stove. As the water heated, a faint, sweet scent began to rise, not of tea leaves, but of sun-warmed earth after rain, of crushed wild mint, and something else, something ancient and green. When steam finally curled from the spout, Silas poured the hot water not into a cup, but back into the kettle, just to see. As the steam billowed upwards, something astonishing happened. The swirling vapor didn't just dissipate. It coalesced. It shimmered. Right there, hovering above the humble teapot, a miniature scene formed, as clear and bright as a stained glass window illuminated from within. Silas gasped. He saw rolling hills carpeted in emerald grass, dotted with flowers like scattered jewels, sapphire bluebells, ruby poppies, golden buttercups. Sunlight, impossibly golden and warm, bathed the landscape. It wasn't just an image. He could feel the gentle breeze ruffling imaginary hair, smell the sweet perfume of the flowers, hear the distant, joyful chirping of unseen birds. It was a world condensed into steam, radiating pure, unadulterated aliveness. The vision lasted only moments before the steam thinned and the scene dissolved. Silas's heart hammered against his ribs. This was it. This was the more he'd longed for. The ordinary teapot held an extraordinary secret. It showed glimpses of hidden, vibrant worlds. He knew with a certainty that settled deep in his bones that he had to see that place for real. The next morning dawned painting the sky in streaks of peach and lavender. Silas packed a small knapsack, bread, cheese, and apple, his water flask, and carefully wrapped in his softest scarf, the earthenware teapot. He left a note for his mother, gone exploring like grandfather, back soon, and slipped out into the waking town. Following a feeling more than a map, a pull emanating from the warm clay nestled against his chest, he headed away from the familiar streets, towards the wild, rumored-to-be ancient forest that hugged the edge of the valley. The deeper Silas ventured into the whisper wood, the taller and older the trees became. Moss hung like thick, green velvet, and sunlight filtered down in dusty golden shafts. The air hummed with unseen life. It was here, perched precariously on a gnarled root that looked suspiciously like a grumpy face, that Silas met his first helper. "HMPH, watch where you're putting those great clodhoppers, young sprout," a sharp voice piped up. Silas jumped back, nearly dropping his knapsack. On the root sat a squirrel, but unlike any he'd seen. This one wore a tiny waistcoat fashioned from a scrap of patterned velvet, and spectacles balanced precariously on his nose. His fur was a rich chestnut, and his tail twitched with indignation. I'm sorry," Silas stammered. "I didn't see you." "Obviously," sniffed the squirrel, adjusting his spectacles. "Bramble's the name, keeper of accounts and chief inspector of root systems, and you are trampling my latest audit site." He pointed a tiny claw at the root Silas had stepped on. "See, potential subsidence, needs monitoring." Silas apologized again, intrigued. "I'm Silas, I'm looking for something, a place I saw, green hills, bright flowers." Bramble's beady eyes narrowed behind his spectacles. "Hills, flowers sounds terribly inefficient, too much open space, not enough nuts. Why would you seek such a thing?" Because it felt alive," Silas said simply. "More alive than anywhere I've ever been." Bramble tilted his head, considering. "Alive, inefficient or not, alive is a quantifiable state, requires resources, energy flow, He tapped a claw thoughtfully. "The sun-dappled glade, perhaps, though access is currently problematic. The bridge of understanding has become rather temperamental." "Temperamental," Silas echoed. "Broken," Bramble clarified bluntly. "Shattered, actually, fell out with itself, you might say. Now the brook of murmurs is uncrossable, divides the glade from the rest of us. Caused quite the logistical nightmare for the nut distribution network, I can tell you." He puffed out his chest. "My figures are in utter disarray." Silas felt a flicker of hope. The glade sounded right. "Where is this bridge? Maybe I can help." Bramble looked skeptical. "Help with engineering, young sprout. This requires precision, calculations, strategic nut allocation for worker motivation." But seeing Silas's earnest expression, he sighed. "Very well, follow me, but mind the roots and the loose pebbles, and that suspiciously soft patch of moss." Bramble proved to be a surprisingly agile, if constantly complaining, guide. He chattered about soil composition, the migratory patterns of beetles, a constant drain on resources, and the woeful lack of standardized nut storage. Silas listened, fascinated by the squirrel's unique, detail-obsessed view of the world. As they navigated a path carpeted with velvety moss and dappled sunlight, a flash of brilliant blue shot passed Silas's ear. A small bird, feathers like captured sky, landed lightly on a low-hanging branch. She cocked her head, her eyes bright and curious. "New song," she chirped, her voice like tinkling bells. or just lost rhythm? Neither, Pip, Bramble huffed. This is Sela's. He seeks the sun-dappled glade. Foolish endeavor, given the bridge situation. Ooh, the glade. Pip fluttered her wings excitedly. The light there sings, it dances on the petals, it makes the air taste like honey sunshine. She did a little pirouette on the branch. But the bridge, yes, sad song now, cracked, grumpy. We were just discussing the structural deficiencies, Bramble said importantly. Perhaps it just needs a new melody. Pip suggested, tilting her head. Something to mend its cracks. Melodies don't mend stone, Pip, Bramble retorted. They require mortar and proper load-bearing calculations. Silas watched the two helpers. Bramble grounded in facts and figures, seeing problems to be solved. Pip floating on air and imagination, seeing possibilities in songs. They were opposites, yet both seemed drawn to the broken bridge and the sundered glade. He felt the warm weight of the teapot in his knapsack. Maybe the magic wasn't just for showing places, but for understanding them and the beings within them. Soon the sound of rushing water filled the air, the brook of murmurs. It chattered and giggled over smooth stones, wide and swift. And spanning it, or rather failing to span it, was the bridge of understanding. It hadn't just broken, it looked like it had shattered from the middle. Two jagged stumps of pale, luminous stone jutted out from either bank, separated by a churning gap of water. The stones themselves seemed dull, lifeless, and faintly sad. See. Bramble gestured dramatically. Catastrophic structural failure. The central keystone must have fractured under stress, probably uneven settlement. My reports warned them. It used to hum, Pip whispered mournfully, landing on Silas's shoulder. Her tiny weight was surprisingly comforting. A low, warm hum when you crossed, now silence and cold. Silas approached the nearest stump. He placed his hand on the cool stone. It felt inert, heavy with disappointment. He thought of the teapot's magic showing the hidden life, the vibrant core beneath the surface. Could it show him the bridge's secret too? He carefully unwrapped the teapot. There was no stove here, but the brook water looked clear and cold. What are you doing? Bramble asked, peering closely. That's an unorthodox vessel for hydration. Porosity is questionable. It's special, Silas said, filling the teapot from the brook. The water inside felt instantly warmer. He placed the teapot on the mossy bank near the broken stone. Almost immediately, steam began to rise gently from the spout in the cool forest air. It swirled, not forming a landscape this time, but shimmering shapes, two halves of a glowing, intricate keystone, pulsing with light. They yearned towards each other across the swirling steam, but couldn't connect. The steam also showed faint, tangled lines of shadow wrapped around each broken piece, like thorny vines of resentment. The keystone. Bramble gasped, pushing his spectacles up. Fascinating, see the fracture pattern, clearly a cleavage flaw exacerbated by lateral pressure. It's lonely, Pip breathed, her voice thick with emotion. The pieces miss each other, but those dark thorns, they whisper mean things, make them pull apart. Silas understood. The bridge of understanding hadn't broken from weight or weather. It had broken from a quarrel, a misunderstanding that had festered like those shadowy vines, pushing its two halves apart. Wisdom, not force, was needed. Not mortar, but understanding. He looked at Bramble and Pip. Opposites. One saw the physical fracture, the other felt the emotional rift. The bridge needed both perspectives healed. Bramble, Silas said, his voice steady. You understand how things fit together, the structure. Can you see how the keystone pieces should join the exact way? Bramble puffed up, his earlier skepticism replaced by professional pride. Of course, elementary geometry. The interlocking facets are clearly visible in the steam diagram. Precision is key. A micron out of alignment and the whole thing collapses. Pip, Sela's turned to the little bird. You hear the songs and things, the feelings. Can you sing to the shadows? Sing the loneliness away. Replace the thorny whispers with something kinder. Pip's eyes shone. A mending song, a duet for the lonely stones. She fluttered up, hovering near the shimmering steam image of the separated keystone pieces. She closed her eyes, took a tiny breath, and began to sing. Her song was unlike anything Sela's had ever heard. It wasn't loud, it was soft, woven from the sound of rustling leaves, the gurgle of the brook, the sigh of the wind. It spoke of roots intertwined deep underground, of sunlight shared on warm rock, of the strength found in standing together. It was a song of belonging, of connection. As Pip sang, the shadowy vines in the steam image seemed to writhe. Bramble, meanwhile, was intensely focused on the steam diagram. Slight clockwise rotation on the left fragment, no, 3 degrees anti-clockwise. Pip, hold the D-flat. It resonates with the quartzite matrix. Now, gentle pressure upwards on the lower facet. Sela's acted as the conduit. He watched the steam, translating Bramble's precise instructions into gentle touches on the cold, inert stone stump. He didn't push, he guided, following the geometry Bramble described, feeling for the resonance Pip's song created. He poured the warm water from the teapot over the stone, where Bramble indicated, the liquid seeming to carry Pip's melody deep into the fractured rock. Almost. Bramble muttered, spectacles gleaming. Pip, the harmony, the bridge note. Pip's song swelled, pure and clear. Sela's placed his hands firmly on the stone stump. He didn't force it. He simply held the vision Bramble provided, bathed in the kindness of Pip's song, and wished for understanding, for wholeness. A low, deep hum vibrated through the stone beneath Sela's hands. It started faintly, then grew stronger, warmer. The dull stone began to glow with a soft, internal light. Across the brook, the other stump answered with its own resonant hum. The shimmering keystone pieces in the steam swirled faster, drawn together by the music and the precise alignment. There was no loud crack or dramatic shift. Light, pure and white, flared briefly from the center of the brook. When it faded, the bridge of understanding stood whole. The pale, luminous stones gleamed, seamlessly joined. The intricate keystone pulsed gently at its center, free of shadows. The low, warm hum Pip had described now filled the air, a constant, comforting vibration. Bramble adjusted his spectacles, utterly stunned. Remarkable molecular realignment facilitated by resonant frequency and emotional recalibration. Must update my structural integrity models. Extraordinary. Pip landed on the newly whole bridge, her song softening to a contented hum that harmonized with the bridge's own. It remembers, she chirped happily. It remembers how to hold hands. Sela's felt a profound warmth spread through him, deeper than the teapot's heat. He hadn't forced the bridge together. He'd helped it remember its own wholeness by bringing together wisdom and kindness, precision and song. He picked up the teapot. It felt warm, content. Crossing the bridge of understanding was like walking on solidified sunlight. The hum vibrated up through Sela's boots, filling him with peace. And on the other side, the sun-dappled glade opened before him, more breathtaking than the steam vision. Emerald grass rolled towards distant, gentle hills. Flowers bloomed in impossible profusion, not just blues and reds and yellows, but shimmering hues Sela's had no name for. The air shimmered with golden light and tasted, just as Pip had said, like honey and sunshine. Butterflies the size of his hand drifted lazily on the warm breeze. It wasn't just beautiful, it radiated a profound sense of rightness, of harmony, Silas spent hours exploring the gentle slopes, marveling at jewel-colored beetles, listening to the wind sigh through whispering stalks of giant, luminous grass. Bramble, temporarily forgetting his audits, meticulously catalogued unique flower species, noting their lamentable lack of nut production. Pip danced on sunbeams, composing spontaneous songs about dewdrops and dragonfly wings. As the sun began to dip, painting the sky in fiery oranges and purples, Silas knew it was time to return. He felt different. The gray longing was gone, replaced by a quiet, deep-seated joy and a profound understanding. The world wasn't just the town or the forest. It was layers deep, humming with hidden life and connections, seen and unseen. True magic wasn't just in extraordinary objects, but in the ordinary act of seeing deeply, listening carefully, and bringing different pieces together with kindness. He crossed back over the humming bridge, Bramble chattering about needing to recalculate nut storage based on the glade's potential pollen yield, a highly volatile commodity, and Pip singing a lullaby to the setting sun. Back in the familiar forest, Silas paused. He took out the earthenware teapot. It felt warm, but the intense hum had quieted to a gentle, sleeping thrum. He understood now. Its magic wasn't just showing hidden worlds. It was a reminder to look for the hidden life, the hidden connections, the hidden songs in everything. Days later, back in his little attic room, Silas sat by his window. Rain streaked the glass again, but the gray felt different now. It held the promise of hidden greens, of sun-dappled glades waiting to be remembered. He held the simple teapot, its familiar warmth against his palms. He didn't need to brew visions to see the magic. He saw it in the intricate pattern of raindrops, heard it in the distant chime of the town clock, felt it in the quiet companionship of the teapot itself, an ordinary vessel holding the extraordinary secret of a world brimming with wonder, kindness, and the quiet hum of understanding, waiting only for a heart willing to see, to listen, and to gently bring the pieces together. And with that comforting warmth cradled in his hands, Silas drifted into a sleep filled with the gentle glow of sun-dappled hills and the soft, resonant hum of a bridge made whole, knowing the greatest magic was always, always close to home. Story 7. The first frost hadn't yet touched the whisperwood, but a sense of change hung heavy in the crisp autumn air. It settled most noticeably on the shoulders of a young woman named Luna, who lived in a snug cottage woven from willow branches and moss, nestled beside a brook that sang softly day and night. Luna loved the familiar rhythm of her life, the predictable gurgle of the brook, the comforting creak of her willow door, the way the sunlight painted specific golden patterns on her floorboards each afternoon. Change, however, made her feel like a sapling caught in a sudden gale, roots straining, branches trembling. Luna possessed a quiet magic. It was a gift tied to growth and nurturing, manifesting most visibly in her garden. With a gentle hum and a touch, she could coax shy seedlings into strong sprouts, encourage buds to unfurl into vibrant blooms, and persuade stubborn vines to climb gracefully. Yet lately her magic felt sticky, brittle. When she tried to encourage the late-blooming moonflowers to open, they remained tightly furled, their silver edges seeming almost petrified. When she urged the climbing roses to embrace a new trellis, their thorns snagged painfully on her sleeves, resisting her gentle guidance. Frustration, a cold, hard pebble, lodged itself in her chest. Why couldn't things just stay as they were? Why did everything insist on shifting? One misty morning, as Luna sat glumly on her mossy doorstep, tracing the stubbornly closed petals of a moonflower, a visitor arrived. Thistle, an ancient badger whose fur was more silver than black and whose eyes held the deep, patient wisdom of the forest floor, ambled slowly towards her. He settled his sturdy body beside her with a soft grunt, the scent of damp earth and wild herbs clinging to him. "Trouble unfurling, little sapling," he rumbled, his voice like stones gently tumbling in a stream. Luna sighed, the sound lost in the brook's murmur. It's all changing, Thistle. The light is different, the air bites sharper, and even my own magic, it feels stiff, unwilling, like it's forgotten how to flow. She gestured helplessly at the closed moonflower. Thistle nodded slowly, his gaze drifting towards the towering sentinels, ancient oaks, whose leaves were just beginning to blush with fiery hues. The forest breathes in cycles, Luna. Growth isn't always outward and bright. Sometimes it's the quiet turning within, the gathering of strength beneath the surface. He nudged a fallen acorn with his nose. Even the mighty oak began as a nut clinging to the earth, afraid to let go of what it knew. But letting go, he paused, his eyes meeting hers, is how it learned to reach the sun. His words were gentle, but they pricked at Luna's fear. But what if I reach and find nothing? What if the change breaks me? Ah, Thistle rumbled softly. That's where the roots matter, and the friends who tend them. He nudged her hand with his cool, damp nose. Remember the Heartstone glade. Its magic mirrors the heart, they say. Perhaps it has something to show you about your own turning season. He didn't push, simply offered the suggestion like a fallen leaf landing softly at her feet, before turning and ambling back into the dappled shadows. The Heartstone glade. Luna hadn't visited since spring. It was a sacred place deep within the Whisperwood, centered around a smooth, pale stone that pulsed with a faint, warm light, surrounded by trees whose leaves shimmered with an internal, silvery luminescence. It was said the glade reflected one's inner state. The thought of seeing her own fear and stiffness mirrored in that magical place filled her with a fresh wave of dread. Yet, Thistle's words about roots and friends echoed. Perhaps she needed to see it. Gathering her courage like scattered acorns, Luna packed a small satchel with honey cakes and a flask of mint tea. As she stepped onto the winding forest path, the familiar scent of pine needles and damp earth usually brought comfort. Today, it felt charged with the unknown. The rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth sounded louder, more significant. The shifting patterns of light and shadow beneath the canopy seemed like portents. Halfway to the glade, as shadows lengthened into late afternoon, a soft, golden light bobbed beside her. It was Ember, a tiny firefly spirit whose glow wasn't just light, but warmth and gentle reassurance. Ember rarely spoke in words, communicating instead through the intensity and color of her light, and through soft, chiming hums that resonated deep in the bones. Chime hum bright. Ember pulsed, her light dimming slightly in concern as she hovered near Luna's worried face. "I'm going to the Heartstone glade, Ember," Luna explained, her voice barely above a whisper. "My magic, it feels stuck, like frozen sap. Thistle thought the glade might help." Ember's light flared warm and steady. Chime hum steady light. She settled onto Luna's shoulder, a tiny beacon of unwavering companionship. Her presence, a constant, gentle warmth against Luna's neck, was a profound comfort. Ember didn't offer solutions, she offered presence, a reminder that she wasn't alone in the shifting woods. When they finally reached the Heartstone glade, Luna's breath caught. It was undeniably beautiful, bathed in the soft, ethereal glow of the luminescent leaves. But the beauty felt distant, cold. The Heartstone itself, usually radiating a gentle warmth, pulsed with a slow, dim light. More startling was the reflection it cast not on the ground, but in the air above it. Instead of the vibrant garden she nurtured in spring, Luna saw a spectral image, a miniature version of herself standing rigid, encased in what looked like shimmering, transparent amber. Her spectral face was etched with worry, and around her feet, instead of blooming flowers, were tightly closed buds trapped in tiny bubbles of ice. The air around the spectral figure felt still and brittle. It was a stark, magical mirror of her inner state, frozen by fear, resistant to the flow of change, her potential locked away. A sob caught in Luna's throat. Seeing her fear made tangible was overwhelming. Ember's light pulsed rapidly, a soft, worried chime filling the quiet glade. Just as despair threatened to engulf her, a familiar rumble came from the edge of the glade. Thistle emerged, carrying a small, smooth stone in his mouth. He placed it carefully near Luna's feet. It was an ordinary river stone, but warm from his grasp. He didn't comment on the spectral image, merely looked at Luna with those deep, knowing eyes. "The stone endures the river's push, little sapling," he said softly. "It doesn't resist, it turns, it rolls, it finds its path with the flow. The water changes the stone, yes, but the stone also shapes the water's song." He nudged the warm stone closer to her boot. "Your magic isn't broken, it's waiting for you to bend, not break, waiting for you to trust the flow of your own becoming." His words, combined with the undeniable image in the glade and Ember's steady warmth on her shoulder, pierced through Luna's fear. She looked at her spectral self, trapped in amber. She didn't want to be frozen. She looked at the ice-locked buds. She wanted her magic, her life, to bloom. Taking a deep, shuddering breath of the cool, leaf-scented air, Luna knelt beside the heartstone. She placed her hand, not on the stone itself, but on the mossy earth beside it, feeling the cool dampness, the hidden life beneath. She closed her eyes. Instead of forcing her magic outward, as she usually did, she turned it inward. She focused on the cold pebble of frustration in her chest. She didn't try to shatter it or ignore it. She acknowledged it like Thistle acknowledging the river's push. She imagined warmth, not fighting the cold, but gently thawing it from within. She thought of the willow branches of her home strong, yet flexible, bending gracefully in the wind, never snapping. She thought of Ember's unwavering light and Thistle's patient wisdom, her roots, her tending friends. Chime hum warm grow, Ember pulsed softly, her light bathing Luna's closed eyelids in gold. Luna began to hum, a low, soft sound unlike her usual gardening melodies. It was a sound of acceptance, of allowing. She didn't command the earth or the plants, she simply connected. She felt the vast, slow pulse of the forest, the constant, inevitable cycle of growth, decay, and renewal. She felt her own small pulse within that vastness, not insignificant, but part of the grand rhythm. The fear was still there, but it no longer held her rigid. It was a current, and she was learning to navigate it. As she hummed, a gentle warmth spread from her palm into the earth. Above the heartstone, the spectral image began to shift. The shimmering amber trapping the miniature Luna softened, becoming less like crystal and more like flowing honey. The figure within took a deep breath. The ice bubbles around the buds cracked, not violently, but as if warmed from within. Tiny green shoots peeked out. Suddenly a gust of wind, cooler and stronger than before, rushed through the glade. It wasn't the gentle breeze of before. It carried the scent of rain and the distant rumble of thunder. Autumn's change was announcing itself with force. Panic flared in Luna again, the old fear of the uncontrollable, the disrupting force. She started to pull her hand back, to retreat into rigidity. Chime hummed steady. Ember's light blazed bright, a tiny sun on her shoulder. "Bend, little sapling," Thistle murmured, his voice steady against the rising wind. "Bend with it." Luna squeezed her eyes shut tighter. She felt the wind tugging at her hair, heard the leaves rustling urgently above. She felt the instinctive urge to lock down, to become the rigid sapling fearing the gale. But then she remembered the willow. She remembered the warm stone Thistle brought, enduring the river. She remembered the softening amber in the spectral image. Taking another deep breath, she consciously relaxed her shoulders. She leaned slightly into the wind's push, finding her balance within its force, like a dancer. She kept her hand on the earth, her hum now weaving with the sound of the wind, not fighting it. She poured her focus, her acceptance of the wind's power, into her connection with the earth. She didn't try to stop the storm, she asked the earth to hold her steady within it. Magic, warm and fluid, not brittle or forced, flowed from her heart, down her arm and into the ground. It wasn't about controlling the external storm, but anchoring her inner self. A gasp from Thistle made her open her eyes. Where her hand met the moss, a soft, golden light radiated outwards, forming a gentle, shimmering dome of warmth and calm that encompassed her, Thistle and Ember. The wind whipped the luminescent leaves into a frenzy outside the dome. Rain began to patter heavily on the canopy above. Thunder grumbled, but within the small circle there was profound peace. The air was still, warm, and filled with the scent of warm earth and Luna's own soothing magic. Above the heartstone, the spectral image was completely transformed. The miniature Luna stood tall but relaxed, arms slightly outstretched, not rigid. From her open palms cascaded a shower of glowing, silver-green leaves that swirled gracefully in an unfelt breeze within the image. At her feet the buds had burst open into luminous moonflowers, their silver petals wide and welcoming, drinking in an unseen light. The cold pebble of frustration in Luna's chest dissolved completely, replaced by a profound warmth that had nothing to do with the magical dome. It was the warmth of understanding, of release. Tears, warm and cleansing, traced paths down her cheeks, but they were tears of relief, not fear. She hadn't conquered the storm, she had found her center within it. She hadn't forced her magic, she had allowed it to flow with her, adapting to the change. As suddenly as it began, the squall passed. The wind gentled, the rain softened to a drizzle, and the thunder retreated into the distance. The golden dome of light gently faded, merging with the returning soft glow of the luminescent leaves. The spectral image above the heartstone dissolved into motes of light that drifted upwards like fireflies, leaving the stone pulsing with a stronger, warmer, steadier light. Luna slowly withdrew her hand from the earth. She felt different, lighter, stronger yet softer. She looked at Thistle, his eyes reflecting the heartstone's renewed glow. She looked at Ember, whose light pulsed a serene, deep gold. Chime humhole bloom. "Thank you," Luna whispered, her voice thick with emotion but clear. "Thank you for being my roots." Thistle nudged her gently. "You found the strength within the bend, little willow. Remember this feeling." The walk back to her cottage felt entirely different. The forest still smelled of damp earth and pine, the brook still murmured, the light was still the soft gold of late autumn afternoon, but everything seemed alive with possibility. The change in the air wasn't a threat, it was a breath of a new chapter. She noticed things she hadn't before, the intricate pattern of frost just beginning to lace a spiderweb, the determined chirp of a late-season cricket, the way the rain-kissed leaves glistened like jewels. When she reached her garden, she didn't hesitate. She knelt beside the stubborn moonflower that had been tightly closed that morning. She didn't hum a command. She simply placed her hand near its stem, feeling the cool, damp earth, and opened her heart. She remembered the feeling of bending, not breaking. She remembered the warmth of acceptance flowing through her. She thought of the swirling silver leaves in the spectral image. A gentle warmth, soft and golden like Ember's light, flowed from her fingertips into the earth around the moonflower. Slowly, miraculously, the tightly furled silver petals began to tremble. Then, with a silent sigh that Luna felt in her own soul, the moonflower unfurled. Its luminous petals opened wide to the twilight, catching the first faint glimmer of the evening star, releasing a scent like cool silk and distant dreams into the crisp air. Around it the other moonflowers followed suit, a silent symphony of silver blooming under the darkening sky. Luna sat back on her heels, a soft smile touching her lips. The change was still there, the cooler air, the shorter days, the knowledge that winter's quiet was coming. But the fear was gone, replaced by a deep, quiet wonder. Her magic hadn't returned to what it was, it had transformed. It was fluid now, adaptable, a partnership with the rhythms of life, not a demand for stillness. Later, as the full moon cast a silver path across her cottage floor, Luna sat by her small, crackling hearth, a cup of mint tea warming her hands. Thistle snuffled contentedly on a rug woven from dried reeds, and Ember rested on the windowsill, her light a soft pulse in the darkness. The scent of blooming moonflowers drifted through the open window, mingling with the wood smoke. Luna looked at her reflection in the dark window pane. She didn't see rigidity or fear. She saw a young woman who had learned to bend, who had discovered that growth often happens in the turning, in the quiet acceptance of the flow. The magic hadn't been in forcing the buds open. It had been in opening her own heart to the beauty and necessity of change. She had learned that roots deepen not in resistance, but in trust, and that the strongest magic bloomed when nurtured by friendship and the courage to embrace one's own unfolding season. The brook murmured its constant song outside, a lullaby of endurance and flow, and as Luna sipped her tea, wrapped in the warmth of her home and her friends, a profound peace settled over her, deep and sweet as the forest night. She was ready for the turning. Story 8. The distant star system of Lyra 7 held worlds as different as snowflakes in a nebulous storm. On the frozen, crystalline plains of Xylos, where auroras sang in silent ribbons of blue and silver, lived Vel. Vel was a Xylosian, tall and slender, their bodies seemingly carved from living ice that shimmered with internal light. Their thoughts were precise, logical, and flowed like glacial rivers, slow, deep, and immensely powerful. Communication for Vel was a series of intricate light patterns emitted from their core, a language of pure information. On the opposite side of the system, bathed in the perpetual golden hour glow of twin suns, orbited Florin. It was a world of immense, whispering forests, bioluminescent flowers, and warm, humid air thick with the scent of alien pollen. Here lived Kip, a Florinite no taller than Vel's knee, covered in soft, moss-green fur with large, luminous eyes the color of amethysts. Kip communicated in chirps, whistles, and expressive vibrations that resonated through their fur, conveying a kaleidoscope of feelings instantly. Fate, or perhaps a bureaucratic error in the Interstellar Exploration Guild, threw them together. Both were junior researchers assigned to survey the uncharted moon, Elysium Drift, a place of serene meadows, floating islands, and ancient, silent ruins. Their transport pod malfunctioned upon entry, crash-landing them gently but decisively in a field of giant, soft-glowing mushrooms that pulsed with a gentle lavender light. Vel emerged first, their crystalline form clicking softly as they scanned the unfamiliar, warm environment. The air felt thick and damp, uncomfortable against their normally frigid skin. Kip tumbled out next, chirping excitedly, immediately captivated by the glowing fungi and the sweet, honey-like scent on the breeze. Kip vibrated with pure delight, a low hum filling the air. Vel emitted a sharp, staccato burst of light, equals query, status. Damage assessment protocol initiated. Kip, mistaking the bright flashes for a friendly greeting, bounced closer, emitting a cheerful series of high-pitched whistles, equals friend. New place. Beautiful. Safe. Vel took a step back, their internal light flickering with confusion. The Florinite's proximity radiated uncomfortable warmth, and their chaotic sounds lacked any discernible data structure. Equals alert, unidentified organism, exhibiting erratic behavior. Maintain distance. Kip, sensing the retreat, tilted their head, their large eyes dimming slightly. Their vibrations shifted to a questioning, hesitant thrum. Equals cold one, scared. Sad. They cautiously held out a tiny, three-fingered hand, offering a piece of glowing blue lichen they'd scooped from a mushroom stalk. Vel analyzed the offering. Organic matter. Non-toxic. Illogical gesture. Equals negative, offering unnecessary. Priority, repair communication array. They turned their back, focusing on the damaged pod, emitting frustrated pulses of orange light as their delicate tools sparked against unfamiliar components. The silence felt heavy, punctuated only by the soft hum of the mushrooms and Kip's quiet, confused chirps. The misunderstanding deepened as they tried to work. Kip, eager to help, tried to hand Vel tools based on what felt right: a smooth, warm stone when Vel needed a cold conductor, a fragrant flower when they needed insulation. Vel's light patterns grew sharper, colder. Equals inefficiency. Disruption. Cease interference. Kip retreated to a large mushroom cap, their fur drooping, emitting soft, mournful vibrations like the sigh of a distant wind. They didn't understand the cold one's anger. They only wanted to be friends in this strange, beautiful place. Night fell on Elysium Drift, bringing not darkness, but a breathtaking transformation. The floating islands above began to glow with soft internal light, casting shifting patterns on the meadow below. The air cooled slightly, carrying the scent of night-blooming crystal vines. Then, a low rumble echoed through the valley. Not thunder, but something deeper, more resonant. The ground vibrated. Vel's sensors spiked. Equals warning, seismic activity detected. Origin, subterranean geothermal vent instability. Probability of surface rupture, 87.4%. As if on cue, the ground nearby cracked open with a sound like shattering glass. Steam hissed out, superheated and dangerous. Glowing orange fissures snaked across the meadow towards their pod. Panic, a cold, sharp sensation Vel rarely experienced, flared within them. Their logical mind calculated escape routes, all too slow. A frantic chirping erupted. Kip. The small florinite was dashing towards the largest cluster of glowing mushrooms near the encroaching fissure. Equals foolishness. Vel pulsed, believing Kip was panicking blindly. Equals evade. Evade. But Kip wasn't fleeing. They skidded to a halt beside a particularly large, pulsing mushroom with thick, fibrous roots sunk deep into the soil. With surprising strength, Kip began to push against the massive stalk, vibrating intensely. Equals help. Push. Strong roots hold. Safe ground. Understanding dawned on Vel, cutting through the panic like a laser. Kip wasn't acting erratically. They were sensing the stability of the ground through the interconnected root systems of the giant fungi, something Vel's sensors couldn't perceive. The florinite wasn't offering random gifts. They were trying to communicate comfort and help in their own way. The lichen, it had been a peace offering. Shame, warm and unfamiliar, washed over Vel. They abandoned the pod and surged forward, their crystalline body surprisingly strong. Together, Vel pushing with glacial strength and Kip vibrating with focused energy, they shifted the massive mushroom just enough to reveal a solid shelf of bedrock beneath its roots, untouched by the fissures snaking around it. They scrambled onto the safe ground just as the area where the pod sat cracked open, swallowing it with a hiss of steam. Safe but stranded, they huddled on the small rocky island, surrounded by glowing steam vents and pulsing lavender light. Their initial silence was heavy. Vel's internal light flickered erratically, processing the near disaster and their own misjudgment. Kip shivered slightly, the adrenaline fading, leaving exhaustion and residual fear vibrating through their small frame. Slowly, hesitantly, Vel extended one crystalline hand. Not a tool, not a demand. Just an open gesture. They emitted a soft, steady pulse of pale blue light. Equals gratitude. Assistance acknowledged. Error, misinterpretation. Kip looked up, their large amethyst eyes wide. They cautiously reached out a small, furry hand and placed it gently on Vel's cool, smooth surface. A wave of warmth, not physical, but emotional relief, forgiveness, and tentative understanding flowed through Kip's vibrations into Vel's perception. Equals friend. Kip chirped softly. Equals affirmative, equals Vel pulsed, the light warming to a gentle gold. Equals friend. The shared challenge had shattered the walls of misunderstanding. In the days that followed, working to salvage what they could and signal for rescue, their communication transformed. Vel learned to interpret the subtle shifts in Kip's vibrations, the quick trill of discovery, the low hum of concentration, the soft purr of contentment. Kip learned to recognize the meaning in Vel's light patterns, the steady blue of focus, the soft green of approval, the warm gold of reassurance. Vel used their logical mind to devise solutions. Kip used their innate connection to the moon's vibrant life to find edible glowing berries that replenished energy and soothing sap from the crystal vines that healed minor scrapes from salvaging. One chilly evening, as they huddled under a makeshift shelter woven from giant, flexible fern fronds, Kip's design, Vel's structural reinforcement, Kip shivered violently. The florinite body, built for Florin's warmth, struggled with Elysium Drift's cooler nights. Vel observed, their core light dimming with concern. Logic dictated preserving their own energy. But something else, a new, warm current flowing beside the glacial rivers of thought, prompted action. Vel carefully positioned themselves beside Kip. Then, with a deep, resonant hum, they focused their internal energy. Slowly, the air immediately around Vel warmed, radiating gentle, dry heat like sun-warmed stone. Kip's shivering subsided. They looked up, their eyes glowing softly, and emitted a deep, resonant vibration of pure, profound gratitude and comfort. Equals warm, safe, a thank you, friend. They leaned gently against Vel's side. Vel pulsed a soft, steady gold. Equals preservation of vital unit, friend. Priority. When the rescue ship finally descended, drawn by the homing beacon they'd painstakingly repaired together, the guild officers found them sitting side by side on a sun-warmed rock. Vel was patiently holding components steady while Kip, vibrating with focused intensity, used their natural resonance to fuse microscopic fractures in a salvaged communicator circuit, a technique Vel had calculated and Kip instinctively executed. Back on the guild station, they became something of a legend, the ice and the moss. Where Vel went, Kip was often perched on their shoulder or tucked into a specially woven pouch, radiating warmth. Where Kip explored vibrant hydroponics gardens, Vel was a steady, watchful presence nearby, their cool light a comfort in the artificial heat. They had discovered the true meaning of friendship not in their similarities, but in the beautiful, challenging space between their differences. It was the warmth offered in the face of cold logic, the steady light provided in moments of chaotic fear, the patience to learn a new language of the heart, and the profound understanding that sometimes the strongest bonds are forged not in ease, but in the shared warmth of a campfire on a strange, glowing moon, where an open hand and a soft pulse of light said more than any shared language ever could. Their friendship, like the singing auroras of Xylos and the honey light of Florin, became a beacon, a quiet testament to the universe that understanding, kindness, and warmth could bridge any distance, melt any ice, and make even the vast, starry unknown feel like a place called home. And as they sat together in the station's observation deck, watching the swirling colors of the Lyra Nebula, Vel's core pulsed a serene gold, and Kip snuggled closer, purring a soft, contented vibration that echoed the peaceful hum of the stars themselves. Story 9. The first frost of autumn had just begun to paint silver edges on the maple leaves outside Finn's window when the feeling settled deep in his bones, a restless ache like a half-remembered melody. In the village of Oakhaven, where cobblestones knew every footfall and chimneys sighed familiar smoke, 12-year-old Finn moved through days feeling slightly out of step. While others mended fishing nets or kneaded dough with sturdy, certain hands, Finn's gaze drifted to the shadowed line of the Glimmerwood, where ancient trees whispered secrets on the wind. His grandmother used to say he had moss in his veins and starlight in his pockets, a gentle tease for a boy who'd rather sketch lichen patterns than mend fences. One evening, as amber light bled through the westward hills, Old Man Hemlock summoned Finn to his cluttered cottage. Hemlock wasn't truly old, but wisdom had etched lines around his eyes like river deltas. "Your grandmother left you this," he murmured, placing a small object in Finn's palm. It was a compass, but unlike any Finn had seen. Its casing was warm, living wood, and where a needle should be, a slender crystal shard glowed with inner moonlight. "The whispering compass," Hemlock said. "It points not to north, but to where you're needed most. Guard it well. Some callings choose us, not the other way round." That night, beneath a quilt stitched with constellations, the compass hummed against Finn's chest. Not a sound, but a vibration that traveled up his ribs and into his dreams. He saw roots diving deep into jeweled caverns, stones with eyes like molten gold, and a great, cracked crystal weeping light. He woke to Dawn's gray fingers at the window, and the compass crystal blazing azure, pointing unwaveringly toward the forbidden Glimmerwood. Oakhaven's elders spoke of the woods in hushed tones. Where shadows walk, they'd say, or where the earth remembers too much. But the compass pulsed like a second heartbeat, insistent as tide. Gathering his worn satchel, a wedge of cheese, his sketching charcoal, a water flask, Finn slipped past sleeping cottages. At the forest's edge, ancient oaks arched like cathedral ribs, their bark shimmering with trapped dew. The air thickened with the scent of pine resin and damp earth, and the compass's glow intensified, casting dancing sapphire motes on ferns unfurling like green scrolls. Hours blurred into a tapestry of dappled light and bird call. Finn followed deer trails carpeted with velvet moss, where mushrooms glowed with foxfire luminescence. Yet beneath the beauty, unease prickled. The forest floor trembled faintly, as if the earth itself sighed in discomfort. And the deeper he went, the stranger the woods became. Trees bore fruits like faceted amethysts, streams ran silver over singing stones, and once a thicket rustled to reveal a stag with antlers woven from living ivy and twilight. It regarded Finn with ancient eyes before melting into the green. As dusk painted the canopy in bruised purples, Finn stumbled into a clearing where the trembling intensified. There, hunched beside a toppled menhir, was a creature straight from his dream. It stood no taller than his knee, its body formed of smooth, slate-gray stone articulated like polished pebbles stacked by a careful child. Two eyes, like chips of warm topaz, blinked rapidly. It clutched a cracked arm close, and where its rocky skin had fractured, faint golden light seeped out like liquid honey. Finn froze. Stonekin. Village tales painted them as earth giants, guardians who'd turned wrathful. But this being radiated only pain and fear. "Hello," Finn whispered, the words swallowed by the vast quiet. The creature flinched, scrambling backward. A low, grinding whimper escaped it. Finn knelt slowly, hands open. "I won't hurt you." He gestured to his satchel. "Are you hungry?" Breaking off a crumb of cheese, he placed it on a leaf and slid it forward. The stonekin eyed him, then the cheese. With surprising delicacy, it picked up the morsel. A sound like pebbles tumbling in a brook emerged, a hesitant, gravelly chirp. Finn smiled. "I'm Finn, what's your name?" More chirps and clicks, like geology given voice. The creature tapped its chest. "Pebble." Then it pointed urgently at the fractured arm, then deep into the woods, whimpering again. Finn understood. "You're hurt and lost." Pebble nodded, Topaz eyes wide with distress. The compass at Finn's neck flared brilliantly, its crystal beam now arrow straight toward the direction Pebble pointed, deeper into the Glimmerwood's heart. "I'm supposed to help you," Finn realized aloud. "The compass brought me here." Using strips torn from his shirt, Finn bound Pebble's arm, careful not to touch the weeping light. As he worked, Pebble chirped a story in fragmented sounds and gestures. Stonekin lived deep below, in caverns lit by a great crystal that sang the earth to sleep. But the crystal was sick, cracking, making the world tremble. Pebble had been sent to find sky tears, moonlit dew said to hold healing power, but got injured by a falling rock during a tremor. "Can you take me to the crystal?" Finn asked. "Maybe I can help." Pebble hesitated, then nodded, gesturing toward a mossy outcrop. With surprising strength, the little stonekin pushed aside a boulder, revealing a hidden passage smelling of cool stone and deep thyme. Finn took a steadying breath. The compass hummed, warm against his skin. Together, they descended into the earth. The underground realm was a revelation. Bioluminescent fungi-painted tunnels in ethereal blues and greens, their light reflecting in pools where blind fish flickered like liquid opal. They passed galleries where massive, elder stonekins stood sentinel, their stony faces etched with worry. Pebble chirped greetings, and Finn felt countless topaz eyes watching him, not hostile but wary, heavy with sorrow. The air thrummed with a discordant vibration, the sick crystal's song gone painfully sharp. Finally they emerged into a cavern so vast Finn gasped. Its ceiling glittered with embedded stars, crystals catching the light from below. And at the center, rising like a frozen geyser, stood the great crystal. It should have been magnificent, radiating harmonious light. Instead, a jagged fissure split its heart, pulsing erratically. Sickly yellow light bled from the crack, and with each pulse the ground shivered. Stonekin elders, larger, their bodies striated with mineral veins, stood in a circle, chanting in deep, resonant tones that momentarily soothed the crystal's anguished flicker, but couldn't heal the fracture. An elder with quartz-veined shoulders turned. "Pebble." The relief in the grinding voice was palpable. Then, seeing Finn, the elder stiffened. "Surface child." The word rumbled like distant rockfall, edged with centuries of mistrust. Pebble chirped rapidly, gesturing at Finn's compass and his bandaged arm. "I came because the compass led me," Finn explained, his voice echoing strangely. "It points where I'm needed, and I think I know why the crystal is sick." He remembered Oakhaven's oldest tale, sung during the Harvest Moon Festival, a song of alliance between root and sky, when stonekin and villagers tended the land together. "Long ago," Finn said slowly, "people above sang with the crystal, didn't they? A harmony." The quartz-veined elder, bolder, nodded heavily. The sky song, it wove with the deep song, balance. Then fear grew. Sky people stopped singing, stopped listening. The harmony broke. The crystal remembers the silence. It grieves, weakens. The ground shuddered violently, and the crystal's crack widened, spilling more tainted light. Pebble whimpered, pressing close to Finn. Finn touched the whispering compass. It wasn't just pointing to a place, it was pointing to a failure, a broken bond between worlds. Healing the crystal needed more than sky tears, it needed the lost sky song restored. "I have to go back," Finn declared. "To Oakhaven, I have to make them remember the song." Boulder's gaze was skeptical. "Sky people fear us. They call us shadow walkers. They will not listen." But Pebble chirped insistently, tapping Finn's hand, then the compass. "Trust." The journey back through the tunnels felt heavier. The compass's glow was steady, but Finn's heart wrestled with doubt. How could he, the boy with moss in his veins, convince practical Oakhaven of singing to stones? Reaching the surface near dawn, Finn saw the village bathed in rose-gold light. Home. Yet it felt different now, smaller, yet infinitely more precious. He had to succeed. Returning caused a stir. "Glimmerwood," gasped Widow Maybell, clutching her shawl. "Have the shadows addled your wits, boy?" Finn stood before the gathered villagers at the well square, Pebble half hidden behind his legs. He spoke of the trembling earth, the dying crystal, the stonekin's grief and guardianship. He showed them Pebble not a monster, but a lost child of the earth, eyes wide with hope and pain. He told of the ancient alliance, the sky song forgotten. Silence followed, thick with disbelief. Old man Hemlock stepped forward. He knelt slowly, his old bones creaking, and met Pebble's topaz gaze. My grandfather, Hemlock murmured, his voice rough with emotion, spoke of the deep friends. He said they taught us where the sweetest berries grew, and how to sing the frost away from seedlings. He touched a worn amulet at his throat, a tiny, smooth stone. We called it superstition. Fear is a weed that chokes memory. Finn's heart leaped. The song Hemlock, do you remember it? Hemlock frowned, humming fragments. Aye, bits, like roots embrace the starlight deep, but the heart of it. He shook his head. Lost. Despair threatened. But Finn remembered the whispering compass, its warmth against his skin. It hadn't led him astray. Closing his eyes, he recalled the crystal's fractured song, its discordance. He thought of Pebble's trusting chirp, the deep chants of the Stonekin elders, the sigh of the glimmerwood leaves. And he felt the missing piece, not just notes, but connection. Opening his eyes, Finn began to hum. Not the harvest moon tune, but a new melody, born of moss and moonlight, of friendship found in the dark. It was hesitant at first, a thread of sound. But as he sang, weaving Hemlock's fragments with the crystal's remembered resonance and Pebble's hopeful chirp translated into sound, something shifted. The villagers stirred. Widow Maybelle, her voice surprisingly clear, joined in, finding an old harmony. The blacksmith added a deep, grounding note. Children, curious, added lighter threads. Slowly, falteringly, the sky song rose again over Oakhaven, not a relic, but a living thing, reborn from understanding. Pebble tugged Finn's sleeve, chirping excitedly, pointing back to the woods. The trembling had stopped. The compass glowed pure, steady white. Finn led the villagers, singing as they walked, back to the hidden entrance. Down they went into the earth, their song growing stronger, braided with courage and newfound trust. In the great cavern, the Stonekin elders stood stunned as the sky song washed over them, then swelled with their own resonant deep song. The two melodies wove together, human voices and stone-born chants, surface and depth, filling the cavern with a harmony unseen for generations. Finn stepped forward, still singing, and placed his hand upon the great crystal, right beside the jagged crack. Pebble placed his good stone hand beside it. Boulder joined, then Hemlock, then others, Stonekin and villager, hand upon hand, voice upon voice. The discordant pulse softened. The sickly yellow light receded, replaced by a pure white-gold radiance that flowed from the point of contact. With a sound like mountains sighing in relief, the crack in the crystal sealed, leaving only a faint, glowing seam, a scar of remembrance, not sickness. Light, harmonious and warm, flooded the cavern, reflecting in countless topaz eyes shining with joy and relief. The earth's sigh became a contented hum. Above, in Oakhaven, apple blossoms unfurled out of season, and the glimmerwood's leaves shimmered with renewed vigor. Finn stood between worlds, no longer out of step, but a living bridge. He spent days below, learning the Stonekins' ways, teaching them village songs, sketching their luminous caverns. Pebble became his constant shadow, chirping tales Finn translated for the fascinated children of Oakhaven. Boulder and Hemlock, now fast friends, planned shared harvests, mushrooms from the deep for wool from the hills. One evening, weeks later, Finn sat with Pebble on a hill, overlooking both Oakhaven and the Glimmerwood entrance. The whispering compass lay in his palm. Its crystal no longer blazed or pointed wildly. It glowed with a soft, constant light, warm as hearth fire, pointing steadily towards the village below, towards the hidden caverns, towards the intertwined lives he now cherished. It pointed simply and surely to home, not a single place, but a tapestry woven of trust, song, and the quiet courage found when a dreamer follows a whisper into the unknown. As the first stars pricked the violet sky, Finn felt the moss in his veins settle, the starlight in his pockets warm him. The earth, once trembling with grief, now hummed a lullaby of balance restored. And in that peaceful resonance, under the watchful eyes of both root and sky, Finn knew the truest magic wasn't in compasses or crystals, but in the quiet, unbreakable bond of friendship that had healed a world, one shared song at a time. The compass's gentle light pulsed once, a silent heartbeat of belonging, as the moon rose, bathing the healed land in silver, and all was still. Story 10. Beyond the whispering willow woods, where fireflies scribbled poems in the dusk and the rivers flowed with liquid starlight, nestled the floating islands of Nimbus Nook. Here gravity was merely a suggestion, and the air smelled perpetually of warm cinnamon breezes and just-baked blueberry muffins. On the fluffiest cloud island, shaped remarkably like a snoozing sheep, lived Luna, a tiny cloud shepherdess with hair like spun silver and eyes the color of a deep twilight sky. Her flock weren't sheep but peculiar, puffball clouds named Cumulo, Strato, and Nimbo. They bleated soft, misty sounds and drifted lazily, needing only gentle nudges from Luna's dandelion puff staff to stay together. Luna's best friend was Orion, a rather forgetful rainbow maker. Orion had wild, candy-floss pink hair that crackled with static electricity, and wore spectacles with lenses that changed color depending on his mood, currently a cheerful lemon yellow. His job was vital. Every dawn and dusk, he painted the skies above Nimbus Nook with breathtaking rainbows using his enchanted prismatic paintbrush, powered by pure starlight gathered in tiny crystal vials. The rainbows weren't just pretty. Their light nourished the luminous glimmer petals, whose soft glow lit the islands at night and kept the giggling brook of bubbles sparkling. One peculiar morning, Luna noticed something amiss. Instead of his usual vibrant arc, Orion was painting a sad, washed-out streak across the sky. It looked like someone had spilled milk on watercolors. "Orion," Luna called, her voice soft as a cloud sigh. "Your rainbow looks a bit peaky." Orion, perched precariously on a floating rock shaped like a teacup, groaned. "Oh, Luna, it's a catastrophe. My starlight vials, they've gone dim, all of them." He held up several small, crystal containers. Usually they pulsed with captured starlight like captured fireflies. Now they were dull, barely flickering. "Without fresh starlight, my brush is useless. The rainbows will fade, the glimmer petals will droop, and the brook of bubbles will just sigh." The implications settled like cold mist. Nimbus Nook needed its rainbows. Luna's cumulo cloud bleated nervously, turning a faint shade of gray. "Don't worry, Orion," Luna said, patting her puffball. "We'll figure this out. Where do you usually get the starlight?" Orion pushed his mood spectacles up his nose. They turned a worried indigo. "Ah, that's just it. I collect it from the starfall fields, way up near the moon's silver saddle. But I seem to have misplaced the map, and the special star-catching net, and possibly the password to get past the grumbling gatekeeper Geode." He looked utterly flustered, his hair fizzing like pink popcorn. Luna, though small and accustomed to quiet cloud tending, possessed a heart as vast and hopeful as the sky itself. "Then we go find them or find another way. Come on, Orion, think, what else makes light? Fireflies, glowworms, the glimmer petals themselves." Orion brightened slightly. "Fireflies, yes, but they're too small and fast. Glowworms are grumpy and live deep underground, and the glimmer petals need the rainbow light. They can't make their own strong enough." He slumped. "Oh, fiddlesticks and falling feathers." Just then, a small, frantic buzzing filled the air. Zephyr, a hyperactive hummingbird with feathers like stained glass and a habit of talking in rapid-fire bursts, zipped around their heads. Dim rainbow sadsky glimmer petals unhappy, brook off bubbles gloomy, Sawirglow west by sugarplum spires, shimmery peculiar. He zoomed off westward before they could blink. A weird glow. Luna echoed. By the sugarplum spires, that's worth investigating. Orion scrambled to his feet, nearly toppling off the teacup rock. Lead the way, Luna, and keep an eye out for anything resembling a map, a net, or a grumbly rock. Their journey took them across bouncy bridges woven from moonbeams, over meadows of pillow-soft grass that giggled when stepped on, and past the sugarplum spires towering crystalline formations that tasted faintly of peppermint if you licked them, though Orion advised against it, having once gotten his tongue stuck. Following Zephyr's erratic flight path, they arrived at the edge of the whispering wishing well, a deep pool said to echo your deepest desires. And there it was, the weird glow. Nestled amongst glowing moon lilies was a cluster of large, smooth, oval stones. They weren't reflecting light, they were pulsing with a soft, warm, golden radiance from within, like captured sunshine. Sunstones. Orion gasped, his spectacles flashing bright gold. I've read about them, legendary stones that absorb sunlight all day and glow gently at night, but they vanished centuries ago. Luna knelt, mesmerized by their comforting warmth. They're beautiful and warm, like holding a tiny sun. She picked one up, it felt smooth and heavy, thrumming gently in her palm. Orion, could these work instead of starlight? Orion's mind raced faster than Zephyr's wings. Starlight is cool and sharp, sunlight is warm and broad, the spectral refraction coefficients might be incompatible, unless... He whipped out his prismatic paintbrush, looking at it intensely. Unless I recalibrate the chromatic resonator to accept a broader wavelength harmonic. He beamed. Yes, I think I can adjust the brush, but I need pure sunlight essence to test it, not just the glow, the concentrated stuff. How do we get that? The unexpected twist fluttered down not from the sky, but from Luna's puffball flock. Strato, usually the dreamiest cloud, had drifted over a patch of particularly ticklish snapdragon flowers. The pollen got into his fluffy form, and he let out an enormous misty, ACHOOO. The sneeze sent a miniature gale across the sunstones. And as the warm breath of the cloud washed over them, something miraculous happened. The gentle glow intensified. Wisps of pure, liquid gold light like molten honey rose from the stones, swirling in the air. Sunlight essence. Orion cried, practically vibrating with excitement. The stones release it when warmed by breath. Cloud breath is perfect, gentle, and moist. Luna, you're brilliant. Luna blushed silver. Strato did the sneezing. Teamwork, Orion declared. He carefully dipped the tip of his prismatic brush into the swirling gold light. It soaked it up like a thirsty sponge. With a deep breath and fingers crossed behind his back, Orion pointed the brush skyward and made a sweeping arc. Whoosh. Instead of a rainbow, a single magnificent beam of pure, warm, golden sunlight shot across the velvet twilight sky. It was dazzling, bathing Nimbus Nook in a cozy, afternoon glow. The glimmer petals perked up instantly, glowing brighter than ever. The brook of bubbles fizzed with renewed joy. It works. Orion whooped, doing a wobbly midair jig. But it's only gold, we need the full spectrum. Then we need more breath on more stones. Luna said, her eyes sparkling. She whistled to her puffballs. Cumulo strato nimbo over here, big, gentle breaths. She guided them over the cluster of sunstones. What followed was the most delightfully absurd spectacle Nimbus Nook had ever seen. Luna directed her fluffy clouds like a conductor. Cumulo deep breath now, gentle puff, good strato ready, don't sneeze, just exhale, perfect, Nimbo your turn, big misty sigh. As each cloud exhaled its cool, moist breath over the sunstones, more liquid sunlight essence rose streams of crimson, sapphire, emerald, violet, and every shade in between. Orion, dancing below, dipped his brush frantically, then swept it across the canvas of the sky. Stroke by colorful stroke, a rainbow began to form. But it wasn't an ordinary rainbow. This one shimmered with an extra depth, a warmth that seemed to hug the islands. It had subtle patterns woven into its band's tiny, dancing sunbeams and wispy cloud shapes. Zephyr zipped through the emerging colors, leaving trails of glittering dust. The grumbling gatekeeper geode, a large, mossy boulder near the wishing well, gave a low, appreciative rumble that sounded suspiciously like a purr. Even the usually shy moon moths fluttered out, their wings reflecting the extraordinary light. The grand finale rainbow, as it came to be known, was the most spectacular ever seen over Nimbus Nook. It didn't just arch, it curled playfully around the sugarplum spires, dipped low to kiss the brook of bubbles, making it fizz champagne-like bubbles, and ended right above Luna and Orion, showering them in harmless, tickling sparks of colored light. The air hummed with pure, joyful magic and the sweet scent of sun-warmed rain and sugarplums. The problem was solved not with forgotten maps or grumpy gatekeepers, but with unexpected stones, helpful sneezes, and cloud shepherdess ingenuity. Orion, grinning so wide his spectacles turned rainbow themselves, presented Luna with a small, perpetually warm sunstone pendant. For the wisest cloud herder and best problem solver in all the floating isles. Luna fastened it around her neck, its warmth spreading through her like a hug. And for the most creative rainbow maker, who isn't afraid to try something new. She gestured to the incredible, warm-hued rainbow above. That night, as the extraordinary rainbow slowly faded, leaving the sky dusted with more stars than usual, perhaps drawn by the spectacle, Nimbus Nook settled into a deeper, happier peace. Luna snuggled with her puffballs on their Cloud Island sheep, the sunstone pendant a comforting glow on her chest. Orion, finally remembering where he'd left his star-catching net, hanging on the grumbling geode's left ear, naturally, chuckled softly. They had discovered a new magic, born from warmth, friendship, and a well-timed cloud sneeze. And as the glimmer petals shone with renewed vigor under the watchful moon, casting gentle patterns on the giggling grass, everyone in Nimbus Nook drifted into dreams filled with swirling colors, warm golden light, and the comforting sound of fluffy clouds breathing sighs of pure contentment. The world was bright, warm, and wonderfully whimsical once more. Story 11. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where the river sang lullabies and fireflies danced in the evening mist. Every night the children would gather beneath the ancient storyteller oak to hear tales spun from starlight. But young Finn, with his perpetually grass-stained knees and unruly copper curls, preferred exploring to listening. He'd wander beyond the meadow, collecting peculiar stones that hummed when held close or petals that shimmered like crushed opals. His greatest treasure, however, was a feather, not ordinary down, but one spun from liquid moonlight. It glowed faintly in his palm, a gift from a wounded owl he'd nursed back to health beneath last autumn's harvest moon. The owl had brushed its wing against his cheek before vanishing, leaving this silvery quill that thrummed with quiet magic. One evening, as Finn traced the feather's luminous edge by his windowsill, he noticed something amiss. The moon itself, usually a radiant pearl, flickered weakly. Shadows deepened where they shouldn't, and the river's song turned thin and anxious. That night under the storyteller oak, Elder Mara spoke gravely. "The moonbird's light fades," she murmured, her voice like dry leaves rustling. Long ago she wove moonlight from dreams in her sky palace, but greed shattered her sanctuary. The shard of avarice, a splinter of dark ice, trapped her song. Without her, dreams grow restless and shadows hunger. Finn's feather pulsed urgently against his skin, as if echoing the elder's words. He knew then with bone-deep certainty that his feather was a key, a fragment of the moonbird's own wing. At dawn, Finn packed a satchel, honey cakes wrapped in maple leaves, a flask of elderflower cordial, and the moon feather tucked safely in a velvet pouch. He slipped past sleeping cottages, following the feather's gentle pull westward. It led him beyond the whispering falls, where water spoke in crystalline sighs, and into the bramblewood, a tangle of thorny vines and gnarled roots that groaned when trod upon. Here, the air tasted of damp earth and secrets. Finn struggled, thorns snagging his tunic, until a low grumble startled him. "Crushing my roof, are you?" A badger with fur like storm clouds and one chipped tusk peered from a burrow. "Name's Thorn, and you're lost." Finn explained his quest. Thorn snorted. "Sky Palace, fairy tales, but—" He sniffed the moon feather's pouch. "That smells of starlight. Fine, I know the bramblewood's tricks. We badgers dig truths." With Thorn's guidance, roots untangled and hidden paths unfurled like ribbons. The badger's gruff wisdom warmed Finn's resolve. "Secrets hide in plain sight, lad," Thorn rumbled as they emerged into a clearing. "Look deeper than your eyes." The clearing held the murmuring marsh, where lilies glowed like drowned lanterns and willows wept silver tears. Mist coiled around Finn's ankles, thick with forgotten whispers. "Danger here," Thorn warned. "Marsh spirits lure wanderers into the deep." Sure enough, pale lights winked seductively among the reeds. Finn's feather glowed brighter, its light piercing the fog to reveal skeletal branches beneath the false lights. Suddenly, a tiny voice piped up. "Don't follow the will-o'-wisps, they're mean." A firefly no larger than a dewdrop zipped toward them. Her abdomen flickered erratically, not gold but anxious violet. "I'm Pip," she chimed. "I got lost practicing my gleam." Pip explained the marsh spirits thrived on fear. They twist echoes, but real light confuses them. Finn understood. Holding the moon feather aloft, he hummed the lullaby his mother sang, a tune simple and pure. The feather amplified it into a beam of liquid silver. The false light sputtered. Shadows recoiled. Pip, emboldened, darted ahead, her violet gleam mapping safe stepping stones. "Friendship's light," she trilled, "is brighter than any trick." Finn smiled. Thorn's practicality and Pip's courage were lanterns in the gloom. Beyond the marsh rose the Starlight Stair, a mountain whose slopes glittered with embedded quartz. At its peak, the legends said, a portal to the Sky Palace shimmered. But the climb was treacherous. Wind howled like wolves, and the rocks shifted treacherously. Halfway up, a landslide blocked their path. Exhausted, Finn slumped against a boulder. Pip shivered in his cupped hands. Even Thorn's claws found no purchase. The shard's influence, the badger growled. It feeds on despair. Finn closed his eyes, feeling the feather's warmth. It wasn't just a key, it was a piece of the Moonbird's heart. He remembered her wounded eyes when he'd found her, not fear, but sorrow for the darkening world. "We need a different strength," Finn murmured. He placed the feather on the landslide. Then, drawing Thorn's steadfastness and Pip's hopeful gleam into his voice, he sang again, not a lullaby, but a song of roots digging deep, of fireflies braving the dark, of badgers defending their homes. The feather blazed. Light seeped into the rocks, not melting them, but softening their edges, weaving them into stable steps. "Kindness reshapes mountains," whispered Pip in awe. Thorn nudged Finn forward. "Lead on, feather-bearer." At the summit, the air thinned into liquid sapphire. Before them hung the sky portal, a tear in the fabric of night, swirling with nebulae and comet trails. But guarding it was a creature of living shadow, shaped like a wolf with eyes of cold emerald. The shard of avarice pulsed at its throat, a jagged ice heart dripping darkness. "Turn back," it hissed, its voice scraping Finn's bones. "The Moonbird's light is mine." Finn's hands trembled, but Thorn stepped forward, fur bristling. You steal what nurtures others. That's not strength, it's hunger. Pip zipped around the shadow wolf's head, her violet light stinging like needles. You're lonely, she cried. That's why you hoard light. The creature snarled, swiping. Finn dodged, the moon feather a beacon in his fist. He saw it then, the shard wasn't just ice. It wept oily tears, poisoning the shadow. The Moonbird wasn't trapped by force, but by grief for this corrupted guardian. Finn stopped fighting. He walked toward the shadow wolf, the feather held not as a weapon, but an offering. The light isn't yours to keep, he said softly, echoing Thorn's wisdom. Nor mine to take, it's for everyone, even you. He touched the feather to the shard. A sound like breaking glass filled the air. The shard dissolved into mist. The shadow wolf whimpered, its form softening into smoke that curled around Finn like an apology before vanishing. The sky portal shimmered open. Inside lay ruins, shattered crystal towers and tarnished silver bridges. At the center, caged in bars of solidified gloom, was the Moonbird. Her feathers, once blinding silver, were dull as tarnished coins. Her song was a choked whisper. Finn approached, Thorn and Pip flanking him. The cage resisted his touch, cold biting his fingers. Pip landed on a bar, her gleam sputtering against the dark. Thorn scratched fruitlessly. Finn lifted the moon feather. It recognized its source, glowing fiercely. He pressed it to the cage, pouring into it all he'd learned. Thorn's loyalty in the bramblewood, Pip's bravery in the marsh, the mountain reshaped by unity. Your light isn't gone, he whispered to the Moonbird. It's in every dream, every kindness. We brought some back. The feather melted into the cage. Bars dissolved into stardust. The Moonbird stretched her wings, and light exploded, not a blinding flash, but a warm, gentle radiance that washed over Finn like a blessing. Her song returned, a melody that mended the broken palace, turning ruins into glimmering arches woven from dawn's first light. Finn awoke beneath the storyteller oak, dew dampening his tunic. Dawn painted the sky in peach and lavender. Thorn snoozed by his feet, and Pip drowsed in his hair. In his hand lay the moon feather, now a simple, soft quill, its magic spent, its purpose fulfilled. That night the moon shone full and bright, its light honey-thick and sweet. Willowbrook celebrated, but Finn sat quietly by his window. He placed the feather in a small cedar box, next to his humming stones and shimmering petals. It was no longer magic, but it was something better, a reminder. Courage wasn't the absence of fear, but moving forward with it. Friendship wasn't about sameness, but the strength found in differences. And light, true light, was kindled not in solitude, but shared. As the village children gathered under the storyteller oak, Finn joined them. He didn't speak of sky palaces or shadow wolves. Instead, he told a simple tale of a lost firefly, a grumpy badger, and a boy who learned that the smallest light, held with love, could guide the way home. And under the Moonbird's gentle gaze, the stars themselves seemed to lean closer, listening. Story 12. The first time Leo found the music box, it was nestled like a sleeping bird beneath the gnarled roots of the ancient whispering oak, half buried in cool, damp earth that smelled of rain and secrets. He hadn't been looking for treasure. He'd been escaping the loud, bustling energy of his large family, seeking the quiet solace of the woods that bordered their farm. The box was small, carved from wood so dark it seemed to drink the dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy, its surface etched with swirling patterns that looked like wind currents frozen in time. On the lid, inlaid with chips of mother-of-pearl, was a single, stylized image, an ear cupped towards a star. Leo brushed the dirt away with gentle fingers, his heart thumping with a curious mixture of reverence and excitement. It felt old, impossibly old, yet humming with a quiet energy that vibrated faintly against his palm. He found a tiny, tarnished silver key tucked beside it. Holding his breath, he inserted it into the almost invisible keyhole and turned. The mechanism clicked, smooth and precise. But no music came. He wound it again, listening intently. Only the sigh of the wind through the oak leaves and the distant chirp of crickets answered him. Disappointment, sharp and sudden, pricked at him. He tucked the box carefully into the pocket of his worn corduroy trousers, its silent weight a mystery he couldn't solve. Yet the image of the listening ear stayed with him. That night, lying in his narrow bed beneath a patchwork quilt stitched by his grandmother, Leo took the box out again. Moonlight spilled through the window, painting silver stripes on the floorboards. He wound the key once more, holding the box close to his ear. Silence. He sighed, setting it on his nightstand. Just as he was drifting off, lulled by the rhythmic creak of the old house settling, he thought he heard something. Not music, but a faint shimmer, like the distant chime of a bell heard underwater. He sat bolt upright, straining his ears. Nothing. The box sat inert, its dark wood absorbing the moonlight. The next day, Leo carried the box with him back to the Whispering Oak. He sat cross-legged on the mossy ground, the box cradled in his lap. He closed his eyes, trying to still the chatter in his own mind, thoughts of chores left undone, his boisterous siblings, the upcoming harvest. He focused instead on the sounds around him, the rustle of a squirrel in the branches above, the drone of a bumblebee investigating a clump of purple clover, the soft gurgle of the nearby brook. He breathed deeply, inhaling the green scent of the forest floor. He wound the key. This time, when he held the box to his ear and truly listened, not just with his ears but with his whole being, a sound emerged. It was the faintest thread of melody, pure and crystalline, like starlight given voice. It echoed the rustling leaves, mirrored the bumblebee's drone, harmonized with the brook's song. It was the forest itself, translated into music. A wave of profound peace washed over him, warm and comforting as sunlight. As the delicate melody played, something extraordinary happened. The air directly in front of him, near the base of the oak's massive trunk, began to ripple. It was like looking through heat haze, but cooler, tinged with soft greens and golds. The ripple solidified into an archway woven from living vines and shimmering light, leading into the heart of the enormous tree itself. Leo gasped. The music box wasn't just playing a tune, it was a key, unlocking a door he hadn't known existed. Hesitantly, heart pounding like a trapped bird, Leo stepped through the archway. The world shifted. Instead of the rough bark he expected, he found himself standing in a vast, cathedral-like space inside the Whispering Oak. Soft, bioluminescent moss carpeted the floor, glowing with a gentle, green-gold light. The air hummed with the same pure melody emanating from the box, only richer, fuller, resonating in the very wood around him. Gigantic, glowing mushrooms like stained glass lamps dotted the space, and streams of liquid light trickled down the inner walls, gathering in luminous pools. It was breathtakingly beautiful, a hidden Heartwood symphony. But the beauty was marred. Patches of the glowing moss were dull and brown, crumbling to dust. Sections of the inner bark looked scorched and lifeless. The melody, though still present, held a discordant note, a thread of sorrow woven through its harmony. Leo felt a pang of sadness deep in his chest. Movement caught his eye. Near one of the dying moss patches, a figure hunched. It wasn't human. It seemed woven from shadow and starlight, its form indistinct, flickering like a guttering candle flame. Large, luminous eyes, the color of deep forest pools, regarded him with profound weariness and a flicker of fear. Wisps of shadow trailed from its form, dissolving into the air like smoke. "Hello," Leo whispered, his voice seeming unnaturally loud in the resonant space. the figure flinched, drawing its shadowy form tighter. It made a soft, mournful sound like wind through bare branches. Leo sensed immense sadness emanating from it, a sadness that seemed connected to the decaying patches around them. Remembering the music box still clutched tightly in his hand, Leo slowly lifted it. He wound the key carefully. As the crystalline melody began, softer here within the tree but still pure, the figure flinched again, but then slowly, cautiously, tilted its head. The sorrowful sound it made softened, becoming almost a question. "My name is Leo," he said softly, keeping his movements slow and non-threatening. "I found this box outside. It led me here. What's wrong?" The figure seemed to gather itself. It didn't speak with words, but images and feelings flowed into Leo's mind, carried on the current of the music box's song. He saw the whispering oak not just as a tree, but as a vital anchor point, a bridge between the vibrant, unseen world of nature, spirit Sylvanians, and the outer world. This spirit, he understood, was a guardian, a weaver of song, responsible for maintaining the harmony between the realms. Its name resonated in his thoughts. Flicker. Flicker showed him memories, humans walking through the woods, their minds loud with worry, anger, or distraction, their ears closed to the subtle music of the world. He saw the careless snapping of branches, the disregard for quiet places, the constant hum of distant machines encroaching. Each instance of human inattention, each refusal to truly listen, struck the inner world like a physical blow, fraying the connection, draining the life force. Flicker was weakening, unable to sustain the harmony alone. The dissonance was causing the decay within the Heartwood, and if it continued, the bridge would collapse, isolating the Sylvanians and silencing their song forever. The discordant note in the melody was Flicker's own fading strength. Leo felt a lump form in his throat. He thought of his own escape to the woods, seeking quiet. He thought of the countless times he, too, had walked without truly hearing. "I'm sorry," he whispered, the words feeling utterly inadequate. "I didn't know." Flicker drifted closer, a tendril of cool shadow brushing against Leo's hand, holding the music box. An image bloomed in Leo's mind. The box wasn't just a key, it was an amplifier, a focus. It could channel true listening, the kind Flicker needed to heal. But one person listening wasn't enough. The bridge needed the resonance of many open hearts. Hope, fragile as a spider's web, flickered in Flicker's large eyes. "I can help," Leo said, conviction hardening his voice. "I can show others, I can teach them to listen." The challenge felt immense. How could he make busy, noisy people hear the subtle song of a hidden world? Flicker understood his doubt. It drifted towards one of the luminous pools. With a gesture like scattering stardust, it touched the surface. The water rippled, showing not a reflection, but an image, the upcoming Harvest Moon Festival in the village square. It was the biggest gathering of the year, filled with music, laughter, and community. An idea sparked in Leo's mind, wild and uncertain, but it was the only one he had. Can you share the song?" Leo asked, holding up the box. "Through this, at the festival, if people hear it, truly hear it, maybe." Flicker considered, its form pulsing softly. The idea carried risk exposing their world, relying on human hearts. But the alternative was silence and decay. Slowly, deliberately, Flicker placed its shadowy hand over the music box in Leo's palm. A surge of cool energy flowed into the box, making the wood vibrate and the mother-of-pearl inlay gleam with an inner light. The melody emanating from it deepened, becoming richer, more complex, woven now with Flicker's own essence. Leo felt a profound sense of trust settle over him, warm and heavy. The journey back through the shimmering archway felt different. The forest outside seemed louder, more vibrant, yet Leo carried the profound quiet of the Heartwood within him. He also carried a heavy responsibility and the fragile, amplified song in the music box. The Harvest Moon Festival arrived in a blaze of autumn color. The village square bustled. Lanterns hung like captured moons, stalls overflowed with pumpkins and baked treats, and lively folk music played from a makeshift stage. Laughter and chatter filled the air, a joyful noise, but a noise that felt jarring to Leo now, attuned as he was to the forest's subtler symphony. He clutched the music box inside his jacket pocket, feeling its gentle vibration against his ribs, a constant reminder of Flicker's fading light and the hidden world crumbling within the old oak. He found a spot near the edge of the square, away from the loudest crowds, beneath a large maple tree whose leaves burned crimson and gold in the lantern light. Taking a deep breath, his palms sweaty, he pulled out the music box. He could feel Flicker's presence, faint and anxious, a cool whisper against his thoughts. Now, it seemed to urge. Leo wound the key. As the familiar crystalline melody began, it was immediately swallowed by the festival din, the fiddle's jig, children's shrieks, the clatter of plates. His heart sank. No one even glanced his way. He felt foolish, a boy with a toy in a sea of merriment. He closed his eyes, remembering the mossy floor of the Heartwood, the sound of the luminous streams. He remembered Flicker's sorrow, the crumbling patches of light. He focused not on making the music loud, but on making himself receptive, a clear channel for the melody Flicker had entrusted to him. He poured his own quiet hope, his belief in the hidden world, into his listening. Slowly, subtly, the music box's song changed. It grew deeper, fuller, resonating not just in the air, but seemingly in the ground, in the very leaves of the maple tree above him. It wove itself around the festival noises, not competing, but harmonizing. It echoed the crackle of the bonfire, the sigh of the night breeze, the distant hoot of an owl. It became the essence of the autumn night itself, distilled into pure, hauntingly beautiful sound. Nearby, old Mrs. Gable, who sold honey at the market, paused in her conversation. She tilted her head, a frown of concentration creasing her brow. "Do you hear that?" she murmured to her companion. Like wind chimes made of starlight. A group of children chasing each other slowed, then stopped. One little girl, her cheeks flushed, stood perfectly still, her eyes wide. "It sounds like the woods are singing," she breathed. The lively folk band on the stage faltered. The fiddler lowered his bow, listening intently. The melody from Leo's box wasn't loud, but it possessed an undeniable presence, a profound depth that seemed to quiet the internal chatter in those who heard it. People began to turn, not towards Leo, but towards the sound, their faces softening from boisterous cheer to quiet wonder. Conversations hushed. The frantic energy of the festival began to ebb, replaced by a growing, attentive stillness. Leo kept his eyes closed, focusing entirely on the music box, on being the conduit. He felt Flicker's presence strengthen, flowing through him and the box, weaving its song into the heart of the gathering. He felt the collective focus of the villagers, their open-hearted listening, flowing back like a warm current. It was a connection, fragile but real. The melody swelled, filling the hushed square with an indescribable beauty, the joy of rustling leaves, the wisdom of deep roots, the quiet persistence of growing things, and the gentle sorrow of a world unseen and unheard. Tears pricked at the corners of eyes. People reached for each other's hands, not speaking, simply sharing the profound experience. The discordant note that had echoed Flicker's weakness began to fade, replaced by a pure, resonant harmony that seemed to vibrate in the bones. As the last lingering note from the music box finally faded, an absolute silence held the square. It wasn't the silence of emptiness, but of profound fullness, of shared awe. Then a collective sigh rippled through the crowd, like the forest exhaling. People blinked, looking at each other, their faces transformed, softened, connected by the shared experience of true listening. No one rushed back to the noise. Conversations resumed, but they were quieter, gentler, filled with a newfound appreciation for the quiet magic of the night. The folk band began to play again, but their music was slower, more melodic, echoing the reverence they'd just felt. Leo, trembling slightly with relief and exhaustion, slipped the silent music box back into his pocket. He felt Flicker's presence surge within him, warm and bright now, filled with gratitude and renewed strength. An image filled his mind. Deep within the whispering oak, the dull, brown patches of moss were glowing softly once more, the scorched bark smoothing over, infused with fresh life. The Heartwood melody was pure and strong again, the bridge secure. He walked home under the luminous harvest moon, the sounds of the rejuvenated festival, the softer music, the gentle laughter, the contented murmur of voices, a comforting hum around him. He felt different. Quieter inside, yet filled with a deep, resonant warmth. He had journeyed into a hidden world, befriended a being of shadow and song, faced a daunting challenge, and found that the quietest act, true listening, could be the most powerful magic of all. Back in his room, Leo placed the music box on his nightstand. He didn't wind it. As he lay down, pulling the patchwork quilt up to his chin, the moon painted its silver stripes across the floor. Just as sleep began to claim him, he heard it. Not the full melody, but a single pure, crystal note, shimmering in the quiet air of his room. It wasn't coming from the box. It seemed to emanate from the very walls, from the moonlight itself, a gentle reminder that the song of the hidden world was always there, waiting patiently for those willing to truly listen. A smile touched Leo's lips as he drifted off, cradled by the enduring harmony he had helped restore, a quiet guardian now of a secret, singing world. The music box, its purpose fulfilled yet its connection eternal, sat silent on the nightstand, a dark, unassuming vessel for a magic that had changed everything. And Leo slept peacefully, knowing the forest's heart beat strong, its song forever intertwined with his own. Story 13. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled fingers toward a sky perpetually dappled with starlight, magic hummed in the very air. It was a place where reality softened at the edges, allowing dewdrops to shimmer with captured moonbeams and the rustle of leaves to carry secret songs. Here, beneath the emerald canopy, lived Pip, a young squirrel with fur the color of toasted acorns and eyes bright as polished chestnuts. His world was a tapestry woven with sensory wonders, the damp, earthy scent of moss after rain, the velvety softness of lichen under paw, the crisp crunch of fallen pine needles, and the sweet tart burst of sun-warmed berries on his tongue. The forest thrived in delicate harmony, guided by the heartstone, a crystalline orb nestled in a mossy grove, pulsing with the rhythm of the seasons. Its light painted autumn leaves fiery hues, coaxed spring blossoms from slumbering buds, summoned summer's gentle warmth, and spun winter's frost into delicate lace. The creatures, from the industrious badgers with their earth-smelling fur to the luminous fireflies who danced like scattered stars at dusk, lived by an unspoken wisdom passed down through generations. Tend the balance, and the forest will tend to you. One crisp morning, as Pip scampered along a familiar branch of old Mother Cedar, he paused. Something felt thin. The air, usually rich with the perfume of wild thyme and damp loam, tasted stale. The sunlight filtering through the leaves lacked its usual golden warmth, casting pallid, watery shadows. Even the rustling chorus of the woods seemed muted, as if the trees were sighing. Alarmed, Pip noticed the Heartstone's grove looked dimmer than usual. Its light, which normally bathed the clearing in shifting colors like sunlight through stained glass, was flickering weakly, casting long, uneasy shadows. Pip's heart hammered like a tiny drum against his ribs. He remembered Grandfather Badger's deep, rumbling voice telling tales by the glowworm light. When the Heartstone dims, child, the seasons forget their steps. The magic weakens. Seeking wisdom, Pip scurried down to the roots of the grand willow, the oldest being in the woods. Her bark was deeply furrowed, like a map of time itself, and her long, silver-green tendrils trailed into the clear brook that murmured secrets day and night. Pip pressed his small paw against her trunk, feeling the slow, ancient thrum of her lifeblood. "Grand willow," he whispered, the scent of cool water and wet stone filling his nostrils. "The heartstone's light fades, the air tastes empty, what's wrong?" A gentle tremor ran through the willow's branches, and a shower of shimmering pollen, smelling faintly of honey and sunlight, drifted down around Pip. Images bloomed in his mind, painted by the willow's ancient thoughts. A recent, violent storm had lashed the woods. High winds had torn branches and sent debris tumbling. Deep within the Heartstone's grove, unseen by most, a massive, moss-covered boulder had cracked, dislodging earth and fallen timber that now smothered the stone's base, choking its radiant energy. The balance was disrupted. The seasons were losing their thread. "The stone breathes through its roots in the earth, little guardian." The willow's voice echoed softly in Pip's thoughts, like wind sighing through reeds. "It is buried, its song is muffled, the forest feels its silence." Pip knew he couldn't move the heavy debris alone. Remembering the old wisdom, strength blooms in shared purpose, he set out to find help. His first stop was Flicker, a firefly whose lantern glowed with a soft, buttery light. Flicker was hovering near a cluster of moon-pale mushrooms, their caps cool and smooth to the touch. Pip explained the Heartstone's plight, the urgency tightening his voice. Flicker's light pulsed with understanding. "I saw the shadows deepen near the grove last night," Flicker buzzed, his tiny wings humming. "My light isn't strong, but I can guide you in the deepest shadows. And I know someone else who might help." He led Pip to Bramble, a sturdy badger whose burrow entrance was fragrant with dried herbs. Bramble, her fur thick and smelling of turned earth and wild garlic, listened gravely as Pip recounted the willow's vision. She nosed a pile of acorns thoughtfully. "That storm shook the roots deep," she rumbled, her voice warm and resonant. "Debris blocking the Heartstone, that explains the chill creeping into the air, even as summer should bloom. Badgers dig, little one, we move earth, I will help clear the way." Her words carried the comforting weight of generations of badger wisdom. Together, the unlikely trio journeyed to the Heartstone's grove. The path felt different now, the vibrant green ferns seemed limp, their usual peppery scent faded. The air hung heavy and still, the cheerful chirping of crickets replaced by an uneasy hush. As they entered the sacred clearing, the dimness was palpable. The Heartstone itself, usually a vibrant kaleidoscope, was a dull, smoky gray, barely illuminating the massive tangle of broken branches, mud, and the fractured boulder piled high around its base. The faint scent of decay, of damp wood left too long, hung in the air. Bramble immediately set to work. With powerful claws and shoulders that rolled like small boulders, she began shifting the largest branches and chunks of earth. The damp soil released its rich, dark perfume as she dug. Pip, nimble and quick, darted into the smaller spaces Bramble created, using his small paws and teeth to pull away twigs, clumps of moss, and tangled vines. His paws grew muddy, and the taste of earth was sharp on his tongue. Flicker darted ahead, his soft light illuminating dark crevices beneath the debris pile, revealing hidden snags and safe paths for Pip. His gentle glow cast dancing patterns on the wet wood and glistening mud, a tiny beacon in the gloom. It was slow, tiring work. Pip's muscles ached and Bramble paused often, her sides heaving. Flicker's light flickered lower. The oppressive silence of the grove pressed in. Just as despair threatened to creep in, a cool breeze rustled through the clearing, carrying the clean scent of pine from the heights. It whispered through the grand willow's distant leaves, a sound like distant chimes. Pip remembered her ancient strength, the deep roots holding fast through countless storms. He took a deep breath, inhaling the pine-fresh air. "We must be like the willow," he said, his voice small but steady in the quiet. Deep roots, shared strength, keep going." Bramble grunted in agreement, renewed determination in her dark eyes. Flicker's light brightened a fraction. They pushed on, clawing, pulling, digging. Pip unearthed smooth river stones buried in the muck. Bramble heaved aside a final, stubborn chunk of the broken boulder with a deep groan of effort. As it rolled away, a faint, warm pulse of light emanated from the Heartstone's newly exposed base, washing over their faces like the first blush of dawn. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the gray shell covering the stone. Then another. With a soft chime like ice melting in spring sunshine, the dull casing shattered and fell away. The Heartstone blazed forth, not with a blinding flash, but with a warm, radiant wave of pure, living light. Colors burst into the grove: emerald greens, sapphire blues, sunflower yellows, and ruby reds swirling and dancing in the air like living rainbows. The light washed over Pip, Bramble, and Flicker, warm as sunshine on fur, smelling suddenly of wild roses, sun-baked stone, and fresh rain. Their effect was instantaneous. A collective sigh seemed to ripple through the whispering woods. Outside the grove, the pallid sunlight sharpened into vibrant gold, painting the leaves in their true, luminous hues. The air filled with the rich, heady perfume of unseen blossoms unfurling. The brook's murmur swelled into a cheerful song, and the rustle of the canopy became a symphony of whispering leaves, alive with the chirps of returning birds and the hum of bees drawn to suddenly blooming flowers. The oppressive stillness vanished, replaced by the vibrant, harmonious thrum of a forest restored. Exhausted but filled with a deep, quiet joy, Pip, Bramble, and Flicker sat back on the soft, newly vibrant moss. The Heartstone pulsed steadily, its light now bathing them in comforting warmth, painting their fur and wings in gentle, shifting colors. The taste of sweet nectar seemed to hang in the air. "You remember the old wisdom, Pip," Bramble rumbled contentedly, her earthy scent mingling with the floral air. "Roots hold fast, but branches reach out. We grow stronger together." Flicker's light glowed with serene satisfaction. "The shadows retreat when many small lights shine," he hummed softly. Pip curled his tail around himself, the soft moss cool and welcoming beneath him. He watched the Heartstone's light play on the dewdrops clinging to spiderwebs, turning them into tiny, glistening diamonds. He felt the forest's deep, contented sigh resonate within his own small chest. The magic hadn't been conquered, but tended. The balance, fragile and precious, had been restored through shared effort and the quiet courage found in friendship. The ancient wisdom of the woods, the understanding that every creature, every root, every gust of wind played its part in the great, harmonious dance settled over him like a warm, starlit blanket. High above, the first stars began to twinkle through the canopy, their silver light mingling peacefully with the Heartstone's warm glow, as the whispering woods settled into a deep, contented, and magically harmonious sleep. Story 14. Deep within the whisperwood, where ancient oaks wore beards of silver moss and sunlight filtered down in dusty, golden shafts, lived a community unseen by hurried human eyes. This was the realm of the root dwellers, hedgehogs with coats like polished chestnuts, badgers whose stripes held the wisdom of centuries, fireflies that wove constellations in the dusk, and shy, moss-clad sprites who tended the deepest glens. Their lives were woven into the very fabric of the forest, a delicate tapestry of give and take, sung by the wind and nurtured by the earth. At the heart of the whisperwood stood the guardian tree, an oak so vast its roots formed caverns, and its highest branches brushed the belly of the clouds. Its leaves weren't merely green, they shimmered with a subtle inner light, changing hue with the season's emerald in spring, molten gold in summer, fiery crimson in autumn, and a soft, luminous silver in winter. These leaves were the forest's heartbeat, their magic maintaining the perfect balance. They purified the streams that giggled over smooth stones, encouraged the shyest wildflowers to bloom in hidden clearings, and ensured the gentle hum of life never faltered. One crisp autumn morning, Pip, a young hedgehog with eyes like polished obsidian, noticed something amiss. The guardian tree's usually vibrant crimson leaves were dull, their edges curling like tired parchment. Worse, the sweet, earthy scent of damp soil and ripening berries carried a faint, sour tang, like forgotten fruit. The cheerful chatter of the brook seemed muted, sluggish. Pip's quills prickled with unease. He scurried down to the root caverns, where Thistle, the oldest badger, resided amidst walls lined with smooth river stones and shelves, holding jars of dried herbs that smelled of sunshine and rain. Elder Thistle, Pip puffed, his small voice echoing in the cool, earthy space. The guardian tree, it looks sad, and the air tastes wrong near Silver Stream. Thistle, his muzzle grizzled with age, lowered the polished acorn cup he was examining. His deep-set eyes, like pools of dark water, held centuries of forest memory. He inhaled slowly, his broad chest rising and falling. Ah, young Pip, your senses are sharp, the balance wavers, the sourness it speaks of stagnation, the magic flows less freely. He gestured for Pip to follow him to a moss-covered alcove. There, etched onto a smooth slate, were intricate patterns, swirling lines representing streams, interconnected dots for the root-dweller burrows, and a central, radiating symbol for the guardian tree. See here, Pip, the harmony of Whisperwood is like this web. Each thread depends on the others. When one weakens, the whole shudders. Thistle traced a finger near a cluster of dots far upstream. The silver stream feeds the guardian's roots, carrying the mountain's clean breath. But upstream, near the high meadows, Fern the sprite spoke of fallen stones choking a spring branch. Stagnant water gathers, turning sour. It poisons the stream, weakens the tree, and dims the leaf light. Pip's heart sank. Fern, a gentle sprite whose hair was woven from cobwebs and dewdrops, lived near the troubled spring. What can we do, Elder? The high meadows are far. Distance is measured in steps, not size, little one, Thistle rumbled gently. And no task is too great for willing hearts working together. Gather your friends, tell Fern we come. We must clear the stones, let the fresh water run free again. The tree remembers strength in unity. Hope flickered in Pip like a newly lit firefly. He scurried out, his tiny claws whispering against the cool earth. He found Luna, a firefly whose light pulsed a warm, buttery yellow, resting on a velvety mushroom cap. Luna, the guardian tree needs us. We must go to the high meadows. He explained Thistle's words, the sour water, the choked spring. Luna's light brightened with determination. I will light the way, she chimed. Next, Pip found Bramble, a sturdy young badger, practicing digging near the forget-me-not glade. Bramble listened intently, his dark nose twitching. Stones, I can move stones, he declared, thumping his powerful forepaws. Lead on, Pip. Their small band, guided by Luna's gentle glow dancing ahead like a captured star, journeyed upward. The forest changed as they climbed. The air grew cooler, smelling sharply of pine needles and exposed rock. Sunlight dappled through thinner canopies. They passed ferns unfurling like green scepters and moss so thick it felt like walking on a cloud. They heard the distant chuckle of the main stream, but Pip noticed smaller rivulets were sluggish, their banks lined with a grayish scum the stagnation Thistle spoke of. Finally they reached the high meadows, a windswept expanse dotted with hardy wildflowers and stunted hawthorns. Near a rocky outcrop they found Fern. The sprite looked weary, her usual dewdrop sparkle dimmed. She hovered near a depression where murky water pooled, its surface covered in a sickly film. Several large, moss-slicked stones had tumbled from the outcrop, completely blocking the mouth of a small spring that should have been feeding the stream. Oh, Pip, Bramble, Luna. Fern's voice was a relieved sigh, like wind through reeds. The spring, it's been blocked since the last heavy rain. The clean water can't get through. It just sits here, growing sour and sad. Bramble surveyed the blockage, sniffing the stagnant pool and wrinkling his nose. Right then, let's shift these rocks. He positioned his powerful shoulders against the largest stone. Pip, despite his small size, wedged himself beside Bramble, pushing with all his might. Luna hovered close, her light illuminating the slippery surface. Fern darted around, using her delicate strength to loosen smaller pebbles and clear mud. It was hard, muddy work. The stones were heavy and stubborn. Pip's paws slipped on the wet moss, and Bramble grunted with effort. The sour smell was strong here, clinging to their fur and wings. But Thistle's words echoed in their minds, strength in unity. Luna's light shone steadily, a beacon of encouragement. Fern whispered encouragement, her voice like tinkling ice. Almost there, one more push. With a final combined heave from Bramble and Pip, aided by Fern dislodging a key pebble, the largest stone rolled aside with a satisfying thunk. A gurgle, then a joyous rush of clear, cold water burst from the spring mouth, washing over the stones and sweeping the stagnant pool away. Fresh, clean water, smelling of deep earth and mountain snow, surged into the waiting channel, joining the silver stream below. They watched, panting but triumphant, as the clean water raced downhill. The difference was almost immediate. The faint, oppressive sourness lingering in the air began to lift, replaced by the crisp, pure scent of flowing water and damp earth. Even the sunlight filtering through the pines seemed brighter, cleaner. As dusk painted the sky in lavender and peach, they made their way back down to the guardian tree. Word of their mission had spread. Other root dwellers had gathered rabbits with twitching noses, watchful owls perched on low branches, families of voles peeking from burrows. They stood in respectful silence as Thistle emerged from his cavern. He looked up at the great oak. Pip held his breath. High above, the dull, curled leaves of the guardian tree seemed to tremble. Then, as if drawing a deep, restorative breath, a wave of soft, radiant crimson light pulsed through the canopy, leaf by leaf. The sickly dullness vanished, replaced by a healthy, vibrant glow that cast warm, dancing patterns on the forest floor. The inner light of the leaves burned brightly again, pure and strong. A collective sigh, like the rustle of 1,000 leaves, went through the gathered creatures. The muted babble of Silverstream returned to its familiar, cheerful song. The air tasted sweet and alive once more, filled with the scent of damp moss, pine resin, and the promise of ripening blackberries. Thistle placed a gentle paw on Pip's head. You felt the discord, young Pip, and you acted. You remembered the web. You showed that harmony isn't merely the absence of trouble, but the active tending of connections. The forest breathes easier tonight because of your courage and your friend's strength. He looked around at the assembly, his voice warm and deep as the earth itself. This wisdom is our inheritance, passed root to root, generation to generation. Tend your small part of the web, listen to the whispers of wind and water, and the true magic of balance will endure. That night, as the silver moon rose, bathing the whisperwood in an ethereal glow, Pip settled into his cozy nest of dry ferns and soft moss beneath a hawthorn bush. The guardian tree's leaves shimmered overhead like captured starlight, casting gentle crimson patterns on the ground. The air was sweet and cool, carrying the symphony of the forest, the chirp of crickets, the distant hoot of an owl, the ever-present, comforting murmur of Silverstream. He felt the deep, rhythmic pulse of the forest beneath him, strong and steady once more. The sourness was gone, replaced by the profound peace of a world in balance, a harmony nurtured by kindness, cooperation, and the quiet courage to mend what is broken. And as Luna's soft light drifted past his nest like a friendly farewell, Pip closed his eyes, safe and content, wrapped in the timeless embrace of the ancient, whispering woods. Story 15. The brass compass felt heavy in Leo's small hands, cool and slightly tarnished. He'd found it tucked away in a dusty corner of his grandmother's attic, nestled beside a box of faded photographs. It wasn't like any compass he'd seen in books. Instead of a single needle pointing north, it had 4 delicate, silver arrows, each shimmering with a faint, inner light. They danced restlessly beneath the thick glass face, never settling. "Grandma," Leo called down the rickety stairs, "what's this compass for? It doesn't show north." Her warm chuckle drifted up. "Oh, that old thing. My grandfather claimed it didn't point to places, Leo, but to possibilities. To what you truly needed most. But it hasn't stirred for years, dear. Probably just needs a good polish." Leo frowned. The arrows weren't still. They quivered like excited minnows. He held it flat in his palm. Instantly, the longest arrow snapped firmly to point, directly out the attic window, towards the dense, sun-dappled expanse of the whispering woods beyond Grandma's garden. The other 3 arrows spun wildly for a moment before aligning in a cluster, pointing slightly behind him, towards the stairs. Need, Leo thought, his heart skipping a beat. What do I need? He felt a strange pull, a quiet yearning he couldn't name, urging him towards the woods. With Grandma's blessing and a promise to be back before dusk, Leo slipped the compass into his pocket. Its gentle warmth seeped through the fabric, a comforting presence. Stepping into the whispering woods felt like entering a different world. Sunlight filtered through the emerald canopy, painting shifting patterns on the mossy ground. The air hummed with the scent of damp earth, pine resin, and wildflowers. Birdsong wove intricate melodies, and the leaves rustled secrets overhead. The compass needle remained unwavering, pulling him deeper along a winding, fern-fringed path. He hadn't walked far when a low, grumbling voice startled him. "HMPH humans, always stomping about, can't hear yourself think." Leo froze. Peering under a gnarled root archway, he saw a stout, gray badger meticulously arranging a collection of smooth river stones. His fur was thick and striped, his eyes sharp and intelligent. "Sorry," Leo whispered, crouching down. "I didn't mean to disturb. I'm Leo. I'm following this compass." He carefully drew it out. The badger squinted, his nose twitching. "Oliver's the name, stone sorting's the game. That's no ordinary north finder, young sprout. Those arrows, they shimmer like starlight on water. Where's it pulling you?" "Just deeper in," Leo said, feeling a little foolish. "It says I need something here." "Need, eh?" Oliver tapped a claw thoughtfully on a particularly shiny black stone. "Well, the woods listen, and they often provide, but paths can be tricky. Keep that compass close, and mind where you step. Thistle gets terribly flustered if her due circles are disturbed." "Thistle?" Leo asked. As if summoned, a small, prickly ball unfurled from behind a cluster of bright bluebells. A hedgehog blinked large, dark eyes at Leo. "Oh, hello, are you the stomper?" Her voice was soft and quick, like raindrops pattering on leaves. "No, I'm Leo," he smiled gently. "I was just being careful. Are these your due circles?" He pointed to perfect, shimmering rings of water droplets, arranged meticulously on broad leaves. Thistle beamed, her spines relaxing. "Yes, they catch the morning sun, you see, makes little rainbows. Oliver says I'm fussy, but I think they're pretty. Are you lost?" "Not lost," Leo explained again, showing the compass. "Following this, it says I need something." Thistle tilted her head, her tiny nose quivering. "Need is a strong word. The woods are full of needs. Butterflies need nectar, trees need sunlight, badgers need shiny stones." She shot Oliver a look. He just grunted. Perhaps it needs you to see something. The arrow points towards Moonpetal Falls. It's beautiful, but the path is old and overgrown." She pointed a tiny claw towards a barely visible trail veering off the main path, thick with ferns and fallen branches. The compass needle swung slightly, confirming her direction. "Thank you, Thistle," Leo said. "Could you show me the way, just to the start?" Thistle puffed up proudly. Of course, I know every root and pebble this side of the falls. She trundled ahead, a surprisingly swift little guide, pointing out hidden bird nests, patches of sweet wild strawberries, and explaining how moss grew softer on the north side of trees. Oliver followed at a more sedate pace, occasionally pointing out an interesting rock formation or a particularly ancient oak with his snout. The path Thistle led them down grew steeper and wilder. Vines draped like curtains, and the sunlight dimmed to a cool, green twilight. The sound of rushing water grew louder, a constant, soothing roar. Finally, they pushed through a final curtain of maidenhair ferns and emerged onto a rocky ledge overlooking a breathtaking sight. Moonpetal Falls cascaded down a mossy cliff face in a shimmering curtain, landing in a deep, clear pool below. Rainbows danced in the mist. Above the falls, perched on a high, gnarled branch overlooking the scene, sat a large, snowy owl, her feathers catching the dappled light like polished pearl. "Ah," Oliver murmured. "Cora's on watch." The owl turned her magnificent head slowly. Her eyes, vast and golden, regarded them with ancient calm. "Welcome, travelers," her voice was low and resonant, like wind through deep canyon walls. "The falls sing loudly today. What brings you to their song?" Leo felt a jolt of awe. He held up the compass. Its main arrow pointed unwaveringly towards the pool beneath the falls. The three smaller arrows, however, now pointed distinctly at Oliver, Thistle, and Cora. I think I need to go down there," Leo said, pointing to the pool. "But the compass also points to you three." Cora's gaze softened. "The needle compass of elder song. It has been silent for many turnings of the leaves. It does not merely point to objects, child. It points to hearts, to purpose, to the connections that fulfill a need." She gracefully swooped down, landing silently on a lower branch closer to them. "The path down is broken. The old stone bridge gave way last winter." She gestured with a wing towards a crumbling arch of stones that once spanned the rushing stream feeding the pool. Only jagged stumps remained on either bank. Leo's heart sank. The pool glittered invitingly below, but the drop was sheer, and the stream between them and the far bank where the bridge remnants were looked deep and fast. "How do I get across?" Oliver scratched his chin thoughtfully. "Force won't rebuild stone, young sprout. The water's too strong to swim here." Thistle peered over the edge, shivering. "It looks very cold and very fast, oh dear." Cora watched Leo, her golden eyes knowing. "The compass brought you here, Leo, and it brought you companions. What does your heart feel the need is? Is it merely to reach the water?" Leo looked down at the compass. It pulsed warmly in his hands. He looked at the pool, so serene beneath the crashing falls. He looked at his companions, Oliver solid and practical, Thistle observant and kind, Cora wise and serene. The arrows pointed to them all. The yearning he felt wasn't just to touch the water. It was a deeper pull, a sense that something was missing, a quiet loneliness he hadn't fully acknowledged before finding the compass. "I think," Leo said slowly, the realization dawning like the first light of morning, "I think I needed not just to find a place, but to find connection, to not feel so alone sometimes." He thought of the attic, dusty and quiet. "The compass pointed me to you, to the woods, to the possibility of friends." Thistle made a soft, chirruping sound. "Oh, we're friends." Oliver gave a gruff nod, a warmth in his eyes. "Seems sensible. You're a careful walker, mostly." Cora inclined her head. "The compass often reveals the need we haven't voiced. And the path to fulfilling it is rarely walked alone." "But the bridge is still broken," Leo said, the practical problem returning. "How do we get across to the pool? The compass still points there." Cora turned her head, fixing her gaze on the rushing stream below the broken bridge. Listen to the water, Leo, not just its roar, but its song beneath. Leo closed his eyes, quieting his thoughts. He focused past the thunderous falls, listening to the stream itself. It wasn't just a roar, it was a melody, complex and changing. Within its rush, he heard a distinct sound, a high, frantic whistling, like air forced through a narrow gap. It sounded trapped, anxious. It sounds stuck. Leo opened his eyes. Like it's whistling. Exactly. Thistle piped up, her eyes wide. I hear it too, near the big rock on the far bank under the water. It whistles when the wind blows just right, but louder now. Oliver lumbered to the edge, peering down. The bridge collapse must have shifted things, blocked a channel, the water's fighting against itself there. No wonder it sounds frantic. The stream needs its voice back, Cora stated calmly. Its true song, that blockage causes the water to churn violently just below the surface. Clear the channel, and the current will come enough to cross safely further downstream. But how? Leo asked, looking at the powerful torrent. We can't move rocks down there. We don't need to move the big rocks, Oliver rumbled, his practical mind working. Just shift the debris jamming the channel. Small stones, branches, mud, but who can work down there? Thistle shuffled her tiny feet. I could try. I'm small, and I'm very good at noticing small things. She looked terrified but determined. Leo knelt beside her. Thistle, that's incredibly brave, but you shouldn't go alone into that current. Oliver nudged a long, sturdy fallen branch with his snout. Anchor this one end here wedged deep. Leo, you hold it steady from this side. Thistle, you hold on to the other end and lower yourself down. Tell us what you see. I'll direct from up here. Cora watched the currents. It was a plan born of cooperation. Leo found a strong crevice and wedged the thick end of the branch securely. He braced himself, holding the other end tight. Thistle, taking a deep breath, gripped the branch with her tiny claws. Slowly, carefully, Leo lowered her over the edge towards the churning water near the whistling rock. Oliver leaned precariously over, his sharp eyes scanning below. Cora watched the flow of the water, calling out warnings when eddies grew stronger. It's tangled. Thistle's voice floated up, thin but clear. Big roots and slimy branches jammed tight, and lots of small stones packed in. Can you loosen the small stones, Thistle? Oliver called. Start from the top, little by little. Don't touch the big roots. Leo felt the branch tremble as Thistle worked, her small paws surprisingly deft. Pebbles and bits of wood began to splash into the stream below. Minutes stretched, filled only by the roar of the falls, Thistle's occasional grunt of effort, and Oliver's steady instructions. Leo's arms ached, but he held firm, his focus entirely on Thistle's safety. He felt the compass warm in his pocket, a silent pulse of encouragement. Suddenly, there was a gurgling whoosh. The frantic whistling sound ceased abruptly, replaced by a smoother, deeper gurgle. It's clear. Thistle squeaked. The water pushed the last bits away itself, it's flowing properly. Carefully, Leo pulled Thistle back up. She was damp and covered in silt, but her eyes shone with triumph. Below, the stream visibly calmed. The violent churning subsided, replaced by a swifter but smoother current. Further downstream, where the bank sloped gently, the water looked shallower and calmer. Well done, brave heart, Cora murmured, preening a stray twig from Thistle's spines with her beak. Oliver nodded approvingly. Fine work, both of you. Now, downstream. There's a gravelly ford just past the bend. Should be crossable now. Guided by Cora's flight overhead, they made their way down a gentler slope. Sure enough, the stream, freed from its obstruction, flowed clearly and calmly over a shallow bed of smooth stones. They crossed easily, the cool water refreshing their feet and paws. Leo stood finally on the mossy bank beside the deep, clear pool beneath Moonpetal Falls. The mist kissed his face, and rainbows danced around him. The compass in his hand pulsed warmly, and the main arrow dipped downwards, pointing directly into the heart of the pool. But Leo didn't feel the need to jump in. He felt complete. He looked at Oliver, Thistle, and Cora, who had settled on a nearby rock. "The night," Leo whispered, understanding washing over him like the cool mist. It wasn't just about reaching the pool. It was about the journey, about finding friends, about helping the stream, about listening. He knelt by the water's edge. Reflected in the impossibly clear depths, he saw not just his own face, but the shimmering reflections of the badger, the hedgehog, and the owl, woven together with the dancing light. The compass felt light now, its warmth gentle and content. He dipped his hand into the cool water. As he did, the compass glowed softly. A single perfect water lily bud, pure white and tightly furled, rose from the depths where the arrow pointed. It floated gently to the surface, directly before Leo. As it touched the air, the bud slowly unfurled, revealing petals like moonlit silk. Nestled in its center wasn't a seed pod, but a smooth, luminous pearl, radiating a soft, peaceful light. "The heart of the falls," Cora said softly. "A gift for listening, for understanding, for mending." Leo carefully lifted the pearl. It felt warm and alive in his palm, humming with a quiet, comforting song. He looked at his friends. This feels like it belongs to all of us, to the woods." Thistle gasped softly. "It's beautiful." Oliver rumbled, "A treasure earned together." Cora nodded. "Wisdom often is." Leo knew what to do. He gently placed the luminous pearl back onto the open lily pad. It sank slowly, carrying its gentle light back into the heart of the pool, where it settled on the sandy bottom, a new, soft star in the watery depths. The compass in his pocket gave one final, warm pulse and fell still, its arrows finally resting peacefully, pointing not to the pool, but simply glowing with a steady, gentle light. The walk back through the whispering woods, as dusk painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, was filled with comfortable silence, broken only by Thistle pointing out the first fireflies and Oliver commenting on the evening star. Leo felt a deep warmth inside, a quiet joy that had nothing to do with magical pearls and everything to do with shared purpose and newfound friends. The compass remained warm in his pocket, a quiet reminder. When he reached Grandma's garden gate, the attic window glowing warmly, he turned to his companions. "Will I see you again?" Oliver nudged a pebble with his snout. "Woods aren't going anywhere, young sprout, nor are we." Thistle beamed. "I'll show you the best due circles, tomorrow morning." Cora spread her vast wings, catching the last light. "The compass sleeps, Leo, but the connection remains. Listen for the rustle of leaves, the call of an owl, the path of a badger, and you'll find your way back." With a silent sweep of her wings, she soared into the darkening sky. Leo watched her go, then looked at Oliver and Thistle, their eyes bright in the twilight. He smiled, a wide, happy smile that chased away any lingering shadows of loneliness. "Good night, friends." He slipped into the warm cottage, the scent of baking bread welcoming him. Grandma looked up from her knitting. "Back before dusk, just like promised. Find what you needed in the woods, dear." Leo pulled the brass compass from his pocket. It was cool now, its arrows still and softly luminous. He placed it gently on the table. "I found something even better, Grandma. I found friends. And I learned that sometimes what you need most isn't a place or a thing." He glanced out the window towards the darkening woods, where a familiar little hedgehog shape was just disappearing into the ferns. "It's listening and helping and knowing you're not alone." Grandma's eyes twinkled with understanding. She picked up the compass, its gentle light reflecting in her wise eyes. Ah, so it woke up after all, for the right keeper. She placed it back in Leo's hand. Keep it safe. It led you true tonight. Later, tucked into his soft bed, the comforting sounds of the night woods drifting through the open window, a distant owl call that might have been Cora, the rustle of leaves that could have been Oliver, the gentle chirp of insects that reminded him of Thistle Leo held the quiet compass. Its steady glow was like a tiny, captured star. He felt the deep peace of belonging, the warmth of friendship found in unexpected places, and the quiet wisdom that true strength lies in listening and kindness. As sleep gently pulled him under, the compass pulsed once, softly, a silent lullaby of connection and wonder, assuring him that magic and friendship were always closer than they seemed, waiting patiently in the quiet corners of the world. The last thing he remembered was the gentle light, like a promise held safe, glowing softly on his bedside table, a beacon in the cozy darkness. Story 16. Deep within the whispering woods, where sunlight dripped like liquid gold through ancient canopies, lived creatures unseen by hurried human eyes. Here, moss grew in emerald waves over roots as wide as rivers, and the air hummed with the secret language of rustling ferns. In a burrow woven from velvet moss and willow herb, a young fox kit named Sorrel blinked awake. His fur, the color of cinnamon and twilight, prickled with anticipation. Tonight was the turning, when autumn's first frost would dance with summer's lingering warmth, guided by the ancient moonstone nestled in the Heartwood glade. Sorrel's grandmother, a vixen with silver-tipped ears and eyes like polished river stones, stirred beside him. "Listen," she murmured, her voice a dry leaf skittering on stone. "The wind carries the scent of change, crisp apples and distant wood smoke." Outside, the forest breathed deeply, the damp earthiness of decaying leaves, the sharp perfume of pine resin, and beneath it all, the faint, honeyed sigh of late-blooming heather. "Remember, little one," grandmother whispered, "the moonstone's rhythm keeps our world in balance. Its light must touch the first frost, or the seasons will tangle like snarled vines." As twilight deepened into indigo, Sorrel ventured out. His paws sank into carpets of moss, so soft they felt like clouds. Fireflies winked in the undergrowth, casting jade-green sparks over fiddlehead ferns unfurling like shy scrolls. He met Bramble, a hedgehog whose spines held dewdrops like scattered diamonds. "The frost is late," Bramble fretted, his nose twitching. "The last blueberries still cling to their bushes, too sweet for the time of year." A chill threaded the air, not the clean, crisp cold of autumn, but a damp, clinging shiver that made the tree frogs croak in confusion. Suddenly the forest stilled. No owl hooted, no stream chuckled. Above, the stars blurred behind a gauze of unnatural mist. "The moonstone," gasped Sorrel. They raced to the Heartwood glade, where a colossal oak stood sentinel. At its roots pulsed the moonstone, a crystal as large as a badger, usually shimmering with shifting hues of amber, silver, and russet. Now it flickered weakly, its light choked by creeping tendrils of gray fog. The frost, pale and hesitant, dusted the grass but couldn't reach the stone. An elder emerged from the shadows, a great tortoise named Thorn, his shell etched with patterns older than the hills. "Ah," he rumbled, his voice like stones grinding deep underground. "The fog is born of imbalance. The river nymphs weep for their choked reeds, the bees drowsed too long in summer's embrace, without harmony, magic phrase." He nudged Sorrel gently with his mossy head. "Wisdom lies not in one, but in many threads woven together." Guided by Thorn's timeless calm, Sorrel and Bramble sought help. They found Luna, a silver-pelted badger, humming to the mycelium networks beneath the soil. "The earth's song is muted," she murmured, pressing her ear to the ground. "The roots thirst for autumn's clarity." Next they woke Zephyr, a barn owl whose feathers held the scent of distant thunderstorms. "The winds are lost," she hooted softly. They blow in circles, carrying sighs instead of songs. Together, they devised a plan. Luna dug channels in the rich soil, guiding groundwater to cleanse the river nymph's choked reeds. Zephyr soared above the fog, calling the stray winds with haunting melodies, until they gathered into a gentle, purposeful breeze. Bramble rolled in dry bracken, collecting seeds of thistle and milkweed, which he scattered where the fog was thickest. The plants would anchor the wandering mists. And sorrel. He climbed the heartwood oak, his small frame trembling, to brush away the cobwebs shrouding the moonstone's highest facets. As he worked, Thorn's words echoed, "Balance is a dance, child, not a single step, but the whole forest moving as one." Below, Luna's waters gurgled back to melody. Zephyr's winds swept the fog into wispy ribbons. Bramble's seeds drank the dampness, sprouting tiny green spears. Sorrel blew softly on the moonstone, his breath warm with hope. The crystal shuddered, then bloomed, first a timid silver, then a radiant gold that spiraled out like liquid sunlight. It touched the waiting frost, and magic rippled through the glade. The frost glittered into intricate lacework, weaving patterns of ice ferns across every leaf and stone. The air snapped clean, tasting of wood smoke and ripe pears. Dawn painted the sky in peach and lavender. Sorrel curled beside his grandmother, watching the forest awaken. Spiderwebs glistened like spun sugar. Icicles dripped musical notes onto mossy rocks. "You see," grandmother whispered, nuzzling his ear, "every creature holds a thread of the great tapestry. When one strand trembles, others must weave it strong again." In the heartwood glade, Thorn basked in the restored moonstone light, its colors now flowing smooth as a mountain stream. Amber for autumn's bounty, silver for winter's rest, russet for the promise of spring. The whispering wood sighed in contentment, its rhythms restored, its secrets safe. And high above, the first snowflake of the coming season spiraled down, kissing Sorrel's nose like a promise kept. Sleep now, little listener. The forest dreams in harmony, and all is well. Story 17. The air in Willowbrook Village always carried the scent of wood smoke and wild thyme as dusk settled, painting the sky in hues of lavender and peach. Young Thomas lingered by the window of his cottage, watching fireflies blink like fallen stars above the garden. While other children chased frogs by the creek, Thomas preferred quiet corners tracing the patterns of frost on window panes or listening to the wind's secrets through the old oak trees. His grandmother called him her little listener, for he heard things others missed, the sigh of tulips closing at twilight, the creak of floorboards settling like tired bones. But tonight an unfamiliar sound tugged at him, a soft, crystalline chime, like raindrops striking silver bells, drifting from the moonlit forest. Curiosity, that gentle thief of stillness, led Thomas past the vegetable patches and into the embrace of the whispering woods. Moss cushioned his footsteps, and the air grew cool and damp, rich with the perfume of pine resin and damp earth. Moonbeams filtered through the canopy, illuminating dewdrops on spiderwebs like scattered diamonds. Deeper he wandered until the chime grew louder, pulling him toward the oldest tree in the forest, grandfather oak, its trunk wider than 3 horses, roots like gnarled fingers gripping the soil. There, nestled in a hollow where 2 roots intertwined, lay the source, a smooth, amber-hued stone, no larger than a robin's egg, pulsing with a soft inner light. As Thomas reached for it, warmth spread through his palm, and the stone hummed, projecting a shimmering image onto the bark, a doorway woven from living vines and glowing lichen. With a breath held tight in wonder, Thomas stepped through. The air shifted instantly, becoming sweeter, warmer, vibrating with unseen energy. He stood in a meadow under a twilight sky streaked with emerald and violet auroras. Flowers glowed with their own inner radiant sapphire-blue blossoms, casting pools of light, silver ferns chiming softly when brushed. This was Verdantia, a hidden world stitched into the seams of his own. But all was not well. Patches of the luminous grass lay dull and brittle. Leaves hung limp on radiant trees, their colors muted as if drained of life. A profound silence hung where music should have been. A rustle came from a thicket of glowing thistles. Out peered a creature no taller than Thomas's knee, with velvety indigo fur, large ears like a bat's, and luminous green eyes wide with apprehension. Its delicate wings, like spun moonlight, trembled. You found the sunstone," it whispered, voice like wind through reeds. "I am Pip, and you shouldn't be here. Verdantio is fading." Thomas knelt, the warm sunstone glowing reassuringly in his hand. "I'm Thomas. Why is it fading?" Pip fluttered closer, drawn by the stone's light. "The heartroot is sick, deep in the crystal caves, beneath the singing falls. It connects all life here, without its song." Pip gestured sadly at the wilting flora. "The glowworms won't dance, the river's voice grows faint, even the starlight deer moves slowly." He explained that Verdantio's magic relied on harmony, a balance nurtured by the heartroot's energy. Something had poisoned its core. Pip, Illumina, creatures attuned to Verdantio's pulse, had been searching for the sunstone, a key to the heartroot's chamber, but hadn't dared face the caves alone. "The paths are tangled," Pip admitted, "and the guardian, it hasn't spoken in moons." Thus began an unlikely alliance. Thomas, with his quiet observation and the sunstone's warm guidance, and Pip, with his knowledge of Verdantio's hidden pathways and the language of light. Their journey took them through landscapes woven from dreams. They crossed the bridge of petals, a fragile arch of enormous, fragrant blossoms that sighed under their weight. They waded through the glimmer marsh, where will-o'-the-wisps danced above water that reflected the star-streaked sky below, and luminescent frogs croaked melodies that harmonized with the wind. Thomas marveled at giant moths with wings like stained glass, drifting on thermals, and trees whose bark shimmered with embedded quartz. Yet decay marred the wonder. In the meadow of whispers, where voices of ancestors were said to reside in the wind, the grasses were silent and gray. Thomas placed his hand on the earth. Through the sunstone he felt a faint, pained tremor. "It's like a heartbeat," he murmured, "but it's weak and scared." Pip nodded grimly. "The poison spreads faster than we feared." Their first true challenge came at the Singing Falls. A cascade of liquid moonlight tumbled into a pool that chimed with every droplet. To reach the crystal caves behind the falls, they needed to cross. But the water's song was hypnotic, lulling the mind into drowsy contentment. Pip's wings drooped. Thomas felt his eyelids grow heavy. Remembering the sunstone's warmth, he pressed it to his chest. Its gentle hum countered the water's lullaby. "Focus on its light, Pip," Thomas urged. Together they concentrated on the sunstone's steady pulse, a tiny beacon against the overwhelming song. Step by slow, deliberate step, they waded through the chiming water, the cool spray sharpening their senses, emerging shivering but awake behind the curtain of falling light. The entrance to the crystal caves yawned before them, dark and foreboding. Inside, the air was cool and still, thick with the scent of damp rock and something else, a sour, acrid tang. The walls, however, were breathtaking. They pulsed with veins of light deep amethyst, vibrant topaz, cool sapphire casting shifting patterns on the floor. Guided by the sunstone, which now glowed brighter, they navigated twisting tunnels. Strange formations loomed, clusters of crystals humming discordant notes, pools of still water reflecting fractured rainbows. Thomas's knack for noticing details proved vital. He spotted faint phosphorescent moss marking safer paths, and pointed out unstable crystal shards that chimed a warning when disturbed. Pip, in turn, interpreted the shifting lights on the walls, remnants of the heartroot's fading communication. "The lights flicker fast here," Pip whispered, "like fear." Deep within, they found the heartroot chamber. A vast cavern opened up, its ceiling lost in darkness. In the center rose the heartroot itself, not a plant, but a colossal, intricate structure of intertwined crystal and living wood, pulsating with a slow, dim light. At its base sat the guardian, a figure sculpted from smooth, obsidian stone, roughly human-shaped but twice Thomas's height. Its head was bowed, one hand resting limply on the heartroot, which was marred by ugly, dark veins spreading from a deep crack near its base. A low, sorrowful moan vibrated through the chamber, emanating from the guardian itself. Pip gasped. The stone sentinel, it's weeping. The sentinel was the heartroot's protector, its spirit bound to the crystal. Its despair was palpable, a physical weight in the air. As they approached cautiously, the sentinel didn't move, but the sorrowful sound deepened. Thomas, feeling the sunstone vibrate intensely in his hand, stepped forward. "Hello," he called softly, his voice echoing strangely. The sentinel's head lifted slowly. Its face was smooth, featureless obsidian, but 2 points of dim, amber light flickered where eyes might be. The moan shifted pitch, becoming a questioning, mournful hum. Thomas felt no malice, only overwhelming grief and exhaustion. He held up the sunstone. Its warm amber glow reflected in the sentinel's eyelights, which brightened slightly. Through a combination of gestures, the sunstone's empathetic pulses, and Pip's tentative interpretations of the shifting crystal light patterns on the walls, the story unfolded. A tremor had shaken the caves moons ago, caused by a deep earth shift. A fissure had opened near the heartroot's core, releasing a dark, viscous sludge, the poison. The sentinel had tried to stem the flow, pouring its own energy into sealing the crack, but the sludge resisted, sapping its strength and corrupting the heartroot's song. Alone, isolated, its efforts failing, the sentinel had succumbed to despair. The poison feeds on sadness, Pip realized, watching the dark veins pulse faintly as the sentinel's moan rose. It makes the hurt worse, a circle of shadow. Thomas looked at the sentinel, then at the cracked heartroot, then at the small, glowing stone in his hand. "You tried so hard," he said to the sentinel, his voice thick with empathy. "But you don't have to be alone anymore." He placed his hand on the cool obsidian arm. The sentinel flinched slightly, then stilled. Thomas focused on the sunstone, channeling not just its light, but his own quiet hope, his newfound courage, his care for this fading world and its sorrowful guardian. The sunstone's glow intensified, bathing the sentinel in warm light. Pip fluttered close, resting a tiny paw on the sentinel's other arm. He began to hum, a soft, clear melody his grandmother had taught him, a song about dawn chasing away the night. Slowly, tentatively, the sentinel raised its other hand and placed it over Thomas's small one on its arm. A wave of pure, ancient sadness washed over Thomas, the weight of solitude, the fear of failure. But beneath it, like a buried seed, he felt a spark of something else, gratitude. He held firm, pouring warmth through the sunstone. "We're here," he whispered. "Together." The sentinel's low moan began to change. It softened, deepened, harmonizing with Pip's gentle humming. The discordant notes in the chamber crystals quieted. The sentinel straightened, its obsidian form seeming less heavy, its eyelights glowing brighter, steadier. Hope, fragile but real, blossomed in the chamber. Healing the heartroot required more than hope, however. They needed to cleanse the poison and seal the crack. The sunstone could guide and amplify, but it wasn't a cure. Pip remembered an ancient remedy, starlight dew, collected only from the heart-shaped leaves of the moonshade ferns that grew near the Singing Falls, and purified by the breath of the crystal bats who nested high in the caverns. The sentinel, its strength returning with shared resolve, pointed a stony finger towards a narrow upper tunnel. The climb was treacherous. Thomas, nimble but untested, scaled crystal-encrusted ledges, Pip fluttering anxiously beside him, pointing out handholds illuminated by the sunstone. They disturbed a colony of crystal bats, delicate creatures, with wings like frosted glass. Startled, the bats swirled around them in a glittering cloud, their high-pitched clicks echoing. Pip, remembering the language of Verdanche's creatures, emitted a series of soft chirps and whistles, explaining their mission. The bats, sensing the sunstone's pure energy and Pip's sincerity, calmed. One, larger than the others with a crown of tiny, glowing crystals, fluttered down. Pip presented a leaf pouch filled with shimmering dew collected earlier near the falls. The lead bat hovered, its breath cold and smelling of ozone washing over the dew. The liquid inside brightened, swirling with captured starlight. Descending carefully, they returned to the heartroot. The sentinel stood ready, its presence now a solid, reassuring strength. Thomas poured the purified starlight dew into the dark, poisoned fissure. It hissed faintly, and the dark veins recoiled as if burned. Light pulsed within the crack. Now the sentinel acted. Placing both massive hands over the fissure, it focused its restored energy, channeling the pure resonance of the living rock. Thomas held the sunstone against the heartroot above the crack, its warm light flowing down like liquid gold, mingling with the sentinel's power and the cleansing dew. Pip circled above, singing the song of renewal with all his might, his tiny voice surprisingly powerful in the cavern. A deep, resonant hum filled the chamber, starting low and building into a glorious chord that vibrated through the stone and up Thomas's spine. The dark veins shrank, dissolved, vanishing like smoke. The crack sealed not with a scar, but with a seam of pure, brilliant light that pulsed in harmony with the rest of the heartroot. The entire structure blazed with renewed life, amethyst, emerald, topaz, sapphire light swirling and dancing, casting joyous patterns across the cavern walls. The discordant crystals sang clear, sweet notes. The guardian straightened to its full height, its obsidian form now gleaming, its eyelights shining like captured suns. It emitted a deep, resonant sound, not a moan, but a pure, clear note of profound gratitude and peace. It bowed deeply, first to the heartroot, then to Thomas and Pip. The change rippled outward instantly. As they emerged from the crystal caves, the world was transformed. The singing falls chimed with exuberance. The glimmer marsh waters sparkled fiercely, reflecting the now vibrant auroras. The meadow of whispers rustled with 1,000 gentle voices, sharing stories of renewal. Flowers glowed brighter, leaves unfurled with vibrant energy. Pip danced in the air, his wings trailing sparks of pure joy. You did it, Thomas, Verdanche sings again. The journey back through the whispering woods felt different. Colors seemed brighter, scents richer. The very air hummed with vitality. Grandfather Oak stood sentinel, the vine and lichen doorway shimmering softly. Pip landed on Thomas's shoulder, nuzzling his cheek. You must return to your world, little listener, Pip said softly, his green eyes warm. But Verdanche will always remember you, and I will always be near. Look for the extra bright firefly, the flower that blooms out of season, the oak leaf that glints amber in the sun. Thomas stepped back through the portal, finding himself under the familiar stars of Willowbrook, dawn just beginning to blush the eastern sky. The sunstone in his hand was cool and smooth, its inner light dormant but not gone. He looked back at Grandfather Oak. For a fleeting second he saw Pip's silhouette waving from within the shimmering doorway, heard the faintest echo of Verdanche's song on the breeze. Life in Willowbrook continued, but Thomas was changed. The quiet boy who listened now carried a universe of wonder within him. He still traced frost patterns, but now he saw the delicate crystal structures of Verdanche within them. He still listened to the wind, but now he heard whispers of Pip's song woven through the rustling leaves. He tended his grandmother's garden with newfound reverence, knowing the deep, vibrant life pulsing beneath the soil. He spoke more readily, sharing stories of brave sentinels and glowing meadows, his voice holding a quiet confidence born of facing darkness with a friend. Years later, Thomas, now a gentle man with kind eyes and a deep love for growing things, would walk through the whispering woods with his own children. He'd point out the particular way moonlight caught on Grandfather Oak's bark, hinting at hidden doorways. He'd tell them stories of a hidden world of light, a brave little lumina, and a guardian who learned that even the deepest stone can hold a heart capable of healing when touched by kindness and friendship. And sometimes on the quietest nights, when the fireflies danced with unusual brilliance, he'd smile, feeling the faint, warm pulse of the sunstone he kept in his pocket, a silent promise from a friend in a world just beyond the veil, a reminder that courage is often quiet, friendship can bridge any divide, and magic, true magic, blooms brightest when nurtured by a kind heart. As the children drifted to sleep, lulled by his voice and the crackle of the hearth, they knew the world was full of unseen wonders, waiting for those willing to listen. And in that cozy certainty, wrapped in the warmth of story and home, they found the deepest peace of all. Story 18. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks wore beards of silver moss and streams hummed lullabies over polished stones, lived creatures unseen by human eyes. Fern, a young fox with fur the color of autumn dusk, often explored the fern-carpeted hollows. Her nose twitched at the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a perfume of timelessness. Each dawn she watched the season's sprites dance, wispy beings woven from morning mist and pollen, who painted the leaves crimson in fall and coaxed blossoms in spring. Their magic thrummed in the roots, a rhythm as old as the stars. One crisp evening, as fireflies embroidered the twilight, Fern noticed the woods trembling. Maple leaves, still summer green, crumbled like dried parchment. Bluebells wilted mid-bloom. The air, usually carrying the warm sigh of late summer, turned sharp and restless. Bramble, a badger whose stripes held the wisdom of countless winters, shuffled from his set. The balanced phrase he rumbled, his voice like stones tumbling in a brook. Autumn arrives too soon and too harshly. The season sprites are distressed. Fern's ears pricked. High above, the youngest sprite, Ember, a flickering figure of amber light and russet wind, struggled to guide the falling leaves. Her glow sputtered, casting jagged shadows. "She's lonely," murmured Willow, a silver owl perched in a cedar. Sprites draw strength from harmony. Without companionship, their magic frays like unspun thread. Generations of forest lore whispered in Fern's mind. Her grandmother had spoken of the great blossoming, when sprites and creatures wove flower chains under the moon to mend a dying spring. "We must remind Ember she's not alone," Fern declared. Bramble nodded, his dark eyes reflecting starlight. Together they gathered the wood's quiet souls, Pippin the hedgehog rolling dewdrop-bright moss into balls, Luna the moth dusting wings with phosphorescent pollen, even old Thistle the tortoise carrying creek water in a hollowed acorn cap. They found Ember weeping in a glade, her tears crystallizing into premature frost on the ferns. "The wind doesn't sing with me anymore," she whispered, her light dimming. Fern nuzzled her ephemeral shoulder, the warmth of her fur meeting Ember's cool glow. "Harmony isn't a solo," Fern murmured. "It's a chorus." Under Willow's guidance, they began the circle of root and sky. Pippin lined the glade with emerald moss, softening the earth. Luna scattered light like captured stars. Thistle poured his water into a stone basin, where it shimmered with reflected constellations. Bramble drummed a steady rhythm on a hollow log, thrum, 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 mimicking the forest's heartbeat. Fern wove garlands of ivy and late-blooming honeysuckle, their sweetness perfuming the air. One by one they shared memories, the taste of sun-warmed blackberries, the crunch of first snow, the sigh of sap rising in spring. Ember's glow swelled, kindling from ember to flame. She rose, weaving their offerings into her dance. Moss greened beneath her feet, frost melted into dewdrops. As she spun, maple leaves blushed gradually, scarlet at the edges, gold at the heart, floating down like gentle kisses. Wind sighed through the oaks, not in gusts, but in a melody that harmonized with brambles drumming. By moonrise, the woods breathed easy again. Crickets resumed their nightly sonata. Ember hovered above the circle, radiant. "You taught me," she said, her voice chiming like icicles in a thaw, "that balance isn't control, it's listening, to the earth's needs and to each other." Seasons flowed smoothly once more. Autumn unfurled in patient waves, gifting nuts and berries generously. Fern often curled beside brambles set, watching Ember dance with other sprites, their laughter sparkling in the rain, their footprints sprouting mushrooms. On chilly nights when the north wind howled, the creatures gathered at the stone basin. They'd sip time-infused water from Thistle's acorn cup, sharing stories as old as the hills. And Fern, feeling the forest's quiet pulse beneath her paws, understood the deepest magic. That tenderness, woven into action, could mend the world. As the first snow dusted the whispering woods, soft as owl feathers, the creatures slept, wrapped in the peace of a harmony nurtured, not commanded. And high above, the seasoned sprites spun frost into lace, knowing they were never alone. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. In a quaint village nestled amidst rolling green hills and golden fields of barley, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart full of dreams, and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Her village was a lovely place where every morning dewdrops gleamed like tiny jewels on the grass, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. Yet Lila often found herself gazing beyond the horizon, wondering what lay beyond the familiar landscape she knew so well. One misty morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and purple, Lila decided it was time to follow her heart and explore the world beyond her village. Clad in a cozy cloak of deep blue, she set off down the winding path that led through the whispering woods, carrying nothing but a small satchel filled with fresh bread and a flask of warm tea. The path led her into the heart of the forest, where sunlight filtered through the thick canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was cool and filled with the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant melody of a brook. As Lila walked, she marveled at the towering trees, their trunks covered in soft emerald moss, and the delicate wildflowers that lined the path, their petals glistening with dew. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Lila came upon a clearing bathed in sunlight, where a peculiar sight greeted her eyes. It was a grove of trees unlike any she had ever seen. Their bark shimmered like silver, and their leaves were the color of a summer sky. At the center of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching wide and high, adorned with luminescent fruit that glowed softly like lanterns in the twilight. Drawn by an irresistible curiosity, Lila approached the tree. As she neared, she noticed a small, gentle creature nestled among the roots. It was a creature of wonder, with soft, iridescent fur that shifted colors like a rainbow, and eyes as bright as stars. It looked up at Lila with a friendly smile and spoke in a voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Welcome, dear traveler," the creature said. "I am the keeper of the grove, and these trees have stood here since time began. Few have ventured here, and fewer still have returned with tales of their journey." Lila felt a sense of peace wash over her as she listened to the creature's words. She sat beside it, sharing her bread and tea, and told it of her village and her longing to explore the world. The keeper listened intently, nodding with understanding. "You have a brave heart, Lila," it said kindly. "To seek the unknown is to embrace the beauty of life itself. This grove holds many secrets and wonders, and I sense it has much to teach you." Encouraged by the keeper's words, Lila decided to explore the grove further. As she wandered among the silver-barked trees, she discovered a stream flowing with shimmering water that sang softly as it danced over smooth stones. She dipped her fingers into the water, feeling its cool caress, and noticed tiny, glowing fish darting playfully beneath the surface. Continuing her exploration, Lila came upon a small hill crowned with wildflowers. As she climbed to the top, she was greeted by a breathtaking view. The grove stretched out below her, a sea of silver and blue, with the great tree at its heart. Beyond the grove, the forest continued, a tapestry of greens and browns, and in the distance she glimpsed the peaks of mist-shrouded mountains. Feeling a newfound sense of courage and wonder, Lila descended the hill and returned to the keeper. She found it waiting with a gentle smile, its eyes filled with warmth and wisdom. "You have discovered much today, Lila," the keeper said. "But remember, the true journey is not in what you see, but in what you learn and how you grow." Lila nodded, understanding the truth in the keeper's words. She realized that her adventure had not only shown her the beauty of the world, but had also revealed her own strength and courage. She thanked the keeper for its guidance and friendship, promising to cherish the lessons she had learned. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the grove, Lila knew it was time to return home. She walked back through the whispering woods, her heart light and her spirit filled with joy. She carried with her the memory of the enchanting grove and the kindness of its gentle keeper, knowing that she would forever be a part of its magic. When Lila finally returned to her village, the stars were twinkling in the night sky. She was greeted by the familiar sight of warm lights glowing in the windows of her home and the comforting sounds of her family's laughter. As she settled into her cozy bed, she felt a deep sense of peace and contentment, knowing that her world was now a little bit larger and her heart a little bit braver. And so, Lila drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, dreaming of silver trees and glowing fruit, of shimmering streams and starry-eyed creatures, and of all the adventures yet to come. For she knew that the world was full of wonders, and she was ready to explore them all, one step at a time. Story 43? Story 44? Story 45? Story 46? Story 47? Story 48? Story 49? Story 50? Story 51? Story 52? Story 53? Story 54? Story 55? Story 56? Story 50? Story 58? Story 59? In a quiet village nestled between hills that hummed with the secrets of ancient stones, there lived a shy girl named Marisol who collected lost buttons. Her pockets jingled with porcelain discs and mother-of-pearl orbs, each rescued from muddy puddles or dusty corners of the general store. But on the eve of her 11th birthday, as she climbed the creaking ladder to the rarely visited attic, Marisol discovered a button that didn't belong to any coat or cardigan in existence. It glowed faintly in the amber afternoon light slipping through the cobwebbed window, a circle of what seemed to be solidified moonlight, its edges threaded with silver veins. When she brushed her thumb across its surface, the air shimmered like heat over a summer road, and suddenly Marisol stood not in the dusty attic, but at the edge of a twilight forest where trees whispered in a language of rustling leaves and creaking boughs. "Ah," said a voice like wind through barley, "you've found the threshold button." A badger emerged from the ferns, his fur silver-tipped and eyes bright as polished chestnuts. He wore a tiny waistcoat stitched with acorn caps and carried a lantern made from a hollowed persimmon. "I'm Thistle," he said, bowing so his whiskers brushed the moss. "Keeper of Crossroads, that button's been missing for 3 centuries, give or take a decade." Marisol's knees trembled, but the warm cinnamon scent of the forest and Thistle's patiently swishing tail steadied her. What is this place?" "The Between," Thistle explained, leading her down a path paved with dandelion fluff. "Where lost things wait to be remembered. That button opens doors to worlds that need mending. Seems it chose you to help with a particularly stubborn snag in the fabric of things. As they walked, the trees parted to reveal a valley, where a river of liquid starlight curled around a hill. Upon it stood a tower made not of stone, but of interlocked teaspoons, their handles forming delicate balconies. The tower of unspilled secrets, Thistle murmured. Home to the wisp folk, or it was, before their memories started unraveling. Marisol squinted. Tiny figures flitted about the tower, but their forms blurred at the edges like ink in water. One floated down, a creature no taller than her hand, with moth-wing ears and hair like spun sugar. I'm Fig, they said, voice chiming with despair. We're forgetting how to be. Yesterday our archivist misplaced the recipe for moonlight, and this morning our bridgekeeper forgot how to weave rainbows. The problem became clear as Marisol explored. Every wispfolk's essence was tied to a specific memory stored in glass jars lining the tower walls. But the jars were clouding over, their labels fading. Our remembering well ran dry, Fig mourned, pointing to a cobwebbed fountain where only dust remained. Without it, we can't maintain the magic that tells us who we are. That night, as fireflies painted the valley in gold, Marisol studied the threshold button glowing in her palm. Its silver veins pulsed like a heartbeat. Why me? She asked Thistle, who was roasting elderflower marshmallows over a campfire. The badger twitched his nose. You mend buttons, yes, reattach what's come loose. The wisp folks' memories aren't gone, just scattered, like your button jar after it tips over. He gestured to the starry river below. Someone needs to gather what's been lost and stitch it back into place. So began Marisol's gentle quest. With Fig as her guide, she navigated the Between's hidden corners, a cave where echoes crystallized into quartz tears, a meadow where forgotten promises sprouted as indigo flowers. Each place held fragments of the wispfolk's memories, which Marisol collected in her apron pockets, whispering to them as she'd done to buttons, stories of where she'd found them, what they might have once been part of. The real challenge came at the Moonlace Bog, where the most precious memories had sunk into the peat. They're too deep, Fig wailed as Marisol's boots sank to the ankles in silvery mud. We'll never retrieve the Song of Dawn or the secret of making shadows dance. But Marisol, remembering how she'd once loosened a button sewn too tight by soaking it in lavender oil, sat cross-legged at the bog's edge. From her pocket, she drew the threshold button and pressed it to the earth. Show me, she breathed. The bog waters rippled, revealing not mud, but 1,000 glowing threads stretching into the depths, each a connection to something cherished. Marisol's fingers hovered above a thread that thrummed with laughter. This one remembers birthday candles, she said. Another vibrated with the scent of rain on hot stones. This held the name of every star. But how do we pull them up? Fig asked. Marisol smiled. We don't. We remind them they're loved. Cupping her hands, she sang a lullaby her grandmother had taught her, a simple tune about paper boats and willow trees. The bog lights brightened. One by one, memories floated to the surface like soap bubbles, each containing a gleaming shard of the wispfolk's essence. When the last memory was gathered, the remembering well bubbled to life with water clear and cool. As Fig poured the collected memories into its depths, the tower's teaspoons chimed like celestial bells. Wispfolk regained their clarity. The archivist suddenly recalled how to bind moonlight into books. The bridgekeeper spun a rainbow so vivid it cast prisms on the hills. At dawn, Thistle met Marisol at the forest's edge. Time works differently here, he said, nodding at the threshold button in her hand. You've been gone 97 minutes, just enough to avoid parental concern. Fig pressed a gift into Marisol's palm, a thimble forged from starlight and gratitude. For your button mending, they chimed. Now you'll always feel when something needs tending, even before it's lost. The return was simpler than the departure. A click of the threshold button, a swirl of cinnamon-scented air, and Marisol stood again in the attic, moonlight pooling around her shoes. Downstairs her mother called, "Marisol, your hot cocoa's ready." Years later, villagers would speak of the girl who could find anything. A widow's missing wedding ring lodged behind a dresser, a child's beloved chalk drawing erased by rain. Marisol kept the thimble in her button jar, its warmth guiding her to what others thought gone forever. And on clear nights, if she pressed the threshold button to her bedroom window, she'd glimpse a tower of teaspoon balconies where wispfolk waved with crystalline hands, their memories glowing bright as forever-lit lanterns. But that's a story for another night. For now, let the image linger, of starlight caught in a thimble, of memories tenderly stitched, of a girl who learned that lost things aren't truly gone, just waiting for gentle hands to bring them home. Story 60. 61. Story 62. In a small, sleepy village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, where the air was always fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees, lived a young girl named Ada. Her home, a quaint cottage with a thatched roof and weathered stone walls, stood at the edge of the village, where the forest began and secrets lingered in the shadows of ancient trees. Ada was known for her bright eyes and curious spirit, always eager to uncover the stories hidden in the rustle of leaves or the babbling of the brook that wound its way through the village. Yet, despite her love for tales of yore, Ada knew little of her own family's past. Her grandmother, the village's storyteller, had always hinted at a legacy rich with wonder, but Ada had never heard the full tale. One serene autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced in the crisp breeze and the sun dipped low in the sky, Ada found herself drawn towards the attic of her cottage, a place she seldom ventured. The attic was a realm of dust and shadows, filled with treasures and trinkets from generations past, each with its own story to tell. There, hidden beneath an old quilt, she discovered a wooden chest engraved with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dim light. The chest, she knew, had belonged to her grandmother's grandmother, a woman whispered to have been wise beyond her years. With a heart full of anticipation, Ada opened the chest and uncovered a collection of artifacts, a delicate amulet of silver and turquoise, a bundle of letters bound with a faded ribbon, and a small, intricately carved flute. Each item seemed to hum with a quiet magic, and Ada felt a strange warmth spreading through her fingers as she touched them. Her grandmother, hearing the gentle creak of the attic door, climbed the stairs and joined Ada, her eyes soft with memories. "Ah, you found it," she said, her voice a gentle melody. "Our family's legacy." As they sat together in the fading light, her grandmother began to weave the story of their ancestors. She spoke of a time long ago when their family had been the keepers of an ancient tradition, tasked with preserving the harmony between the village and the forest. The amulet, she explained, was a symbol of their bond with nature, its turquoise stone a gift from the river spirits. The letters written by their ancestors contained wisdom and tales of courage and kindness. The flute, with its sweet, haunting melody, was used to call upon the forest creatures in times of need. Ada listened, her heart swelling with pride and wonder. She realized that the legacy she had uncovered was not just a tale of the past, but a guiding light for her own journey. The artifacts were not merely relics. They were symbols of the values her family cherished: wisdom, harmony, and a deep connection to the natural world. With newfound understanding, Ada felt a sense of belonging she had never known before. She saw herself as part of a greater tapestry, woven with threads of love and tradition. The lessons from her ancestors resonated with her, teaching her that true strength lay in gentleness, and that the bonds we share with others and with the world around us are the greatest treasures of all. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvety night sky, casting a soft glow over the village, Ada and her grandmother descended the stairs from the attic. Together, they sat by the hearth, where the flames danced and crackled, casting a warm, comforting light. Ada took the flute in her hands and played a simple, sweet tune. The music flowed through the open window, mingling with the night breeze, and for a moment, it seemed as if the entire forest paused to listen. In that serene moment, Ada felt the presence of her ancestors, their love and wisdom enveloping her like a warm embrace. From that day forward, Ada cherished her family's legacy, not as a burden, but as a gift. She shared the stories and the music with the villagers, fostering a renewed appreciation for the bonds that connected them all. And as the seasons turned and the years passed, Ada became the village's storyteller, a gentle guardian of the tales that had shaped her life and the lives of those who came before. In the quiet of the night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Ada knew that she was exactly where she was meant to be, rooted in her heritage, enveloped in love, and forever connected to the ancient legacy that whispered through the leaves and sang in the heart of the forest. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. The Whispering Woods, a tale of friendship and magic. In the heart of the serene village of Elderglen, nestled amidst rolling hills and sparkling streams, there lay a secret known only to the children who dared to imagine beyond the mundane. Elderglen was a place where time seemed to amble along at its own gentle pace, where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the hum of bees created a melody that lulled its inhabitants into tranquility. It was here, beneath the shade of the ancient oak trees, that a hidden world whispered its secrets to those who would listen. The village itself was a quaint tapestry of cobblestone paths, thatched roof cottages, and gardens bursting with marigolds and daisies. The people of Elderglen were simple folk, their lives intertwined with the rhythm of nature, celebrating harvests and moonlit nights with equal fervor. But it was the children, with their wide eyes and curious hearts, who held the key to the village's most enchanting secret, the Whispering Woods. The Whispering Woods bordered the northern edge of Elderglen, a dense forest that seemed to breathe with life. The trees were ancient sentinels, their trunks twisted with time, their branches forming a canopy that filtered sunlight into a mosaic of greens and golds. It was said that the woods were alive with magic, a place where the mundane and the mystical danced in harmony. Among the children of Elderglen was a boy named Finn, whose heart was as boundless as the sky. Finn was a dreamer, with hair as wild as the wind and eyes that sparkled with the promise of adventure. His best friend, Lila, was his opposite in many ways, her demeanor calm and her laughter a gentle melody. Lila's kindness was like a warm embrace, her wisdom often far beyond her years. Their friendship was a tapestry woven with shared secrets and whispered dreams, and together they spent countless hours exploring the hidden nooks of the Whispering Woods. They would lie on the soft forest floor, listening to the rustle of leaves and the crooning of the breeze through the branches, imagining stories of mythical creatures and daring quests. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the woods in hues of amber and rose, Finn and Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. They had ventured deeper into the forest than ever before, drawn by a faint melodic chiming that seemed to beckon them forward. As they pushed through a thicket of ferns, they found themselves in a small clearing, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone archway, its surface etched with intricate runes that glimmered faintly in the fading light. Hanging from the archway was a small, delicate bell, crafted from a metal that shimmered like the stars. It was this bell that sang the enchanting melody, a sound so pure it seemed to resonate within their very souls. "What do you think it is?" Lila whispered, her voice tinged with awe. Finn stepped closer, his eyes wide with wonder. "I think it's magic," he replied, reaching out to gently touch the bell. As his fingers brushed against it, the bell rang out with a clear, sweet note that echoed through the clearing. In that moment, the air around them shimmered, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. The runes on the archway glowed brighter, casting a warm light that enveloped Finn and Lila. They could feel the magic of the woods coursing through them, a sensation both exhilarating and comforting. "Do you feel that?" Finn asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. Lila nodded, her eyes alight with wonder. "It's like the woods are speaking to us," she said softly. As the light from the runes gradually faded, The world around them seemed to settle into a gentle stillness. The bell continued to chime softly, its melody weaving through the air like a tender lullaby. From that day forward, the clearing and its magical bell became a sanctuary for Finn and Leela. They visited it often, sharing their hopes and dreams, their laughter and their silence. The bell seemed to understand them in a way words could not, its song a soothing balm that eased their worries and fears. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to gold and crimson, Finn and Lila made their way to the clearing. The air was cool and invigorating, carrying the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they approached the archway, they noticed something different. The bell's melody was tinged with a note of urgency, as if calling out to them. Curious and a little apprehensive, they hurried forward, their footsteps crunching on the carpet of leaves. As they reached the clearing, they saw that the runes on the archway were glowing brightly, casting a warm, inviting light. "What's happening?" Finn asked, his heart racing with a mixture of excitement and unease. Lila studied the archway, her brow furrowed in concentration. "I think the woods are trying to tell us something," she said thoughtfully. With a shared glance of determination, they stepped closer to the archway, feeling the familiar warmth of its magic enveloping them. The bell's song grew louder, its melody weaving around them like a protective embrace. Suddenly, the light from the runes flared brightly, and the world around them seemed to shift. They found themselves standing in a place both familiar and new, a hidden world within the whispering woods, a realm where magic was woven into the very fabric of existence. The air here was alive with energy, shimmering with colors that defied description. The trees were taller, their leaves sparkling with iridescent hues. Creatures of all shapes and sizes flitted through the branches, their eyes bright with curiosity and mischief. Finn and Lila stood in awe, their hearts swelling with the wonder of it all. They had stepped into a world where the impossible was possible, where dreams and reality intertwined. "This is incredible," Finn breathed, his eyes wide with amazement. Lila nodded, her gaze sweeping over the enchanted landscape. "It's like a dream come true," she said softly. As they explored this magical realm, they discovered a community of gentle, kind-hearted beings who called the woods their home. These creatures, known as the Elderglen fairies, were as old as the forest itself, guardians of its secrets and its magic. The fairies welcomed Finn and Lila with open arms, recognizing in them the same love for the woods that they themselves held dear. They shared stories of the forest's ancient history, tales of bravery and friendship, of challenges overcome through wisdom and compassion. Among the fairies was a wise elder named Thistledown, whose presence was as calming as the forest's embrace. Thistledown took a special interest in Finn and Lila, seeing in them the potential to become protectors of the Whispering Woods. "You have a rare gift," Thistledown told them one evening, as they sat beneath the branches of a great willow tree. "The woods have chosen you to be its guardians, to protect its magic, and share its secrets with those who would cherish it." Finn and Lila listened intently, their hearts swelling with pride and responsibility. They understood the importance of their newfound role, the trust that the woods had placed in them. Over time, they learned the ways of the forest, guided by the wisdom of the fairies and the magic of the woods themselves. They discovered how to listen to the whispers of the trees, to feel the pulse of the earth beneath their feet. They learned to see the beauty in every leaf and stone, to hear the music in the rustle of the breeze. Their friendship, too, deepened and grew, rooted in the shared bond of their magical journey. They learned to lean on each other, to draw strength from their differences and find comfort in their shared dreams. But as with all tales of magic and wonder, challenges arose that tested their resolve. One stormy night, as thunder rumbled through the sky and rain lashed against the trees, a dark shadow crept into the Whispering Woods, a shadow that threatened to unravel the very fabric of the enchanted realm. The shadow was a creature of malice, drawn to the forest's magic with a hunger that knew no bounds. It sought to consume the light and wonder of the woods, to turn it into a place of fear and darkness. The fairies were powerless against such a force, their magic unable to repel the creature's malevolent presence. It was then that Finn and Lila, guided by the bell's urgent song, stepped forward to protect the woods they loved. With the wisdom they had gained and the strength of their friendship, they devised a plan to confront the shadow. They knew that only by working together, by combining their unique gifts, could they hope to banish the darkness and restore the forest's light. The battle was fierce, the air crackling with energy as the shadow writhed and howled in defiance. But Finn and Lila stood strong, their hearts united in purpose, their determination unwavering. With each step they took, the forest rallied around them, lending its magic to their cause. The trees whispered words of encouragement, the fairies sang songs of hope, and the bell's melody wove through it all, a beacon of light in the darkness. In the end, it was not brute strength that vanquished the shadow, but the power of their friendship and the love they held for the whispering woods. As the first light of dawn broke through the clouds, the shadow dissolved into nothingness, leaving the forest bathed in a golden glow. The woods sighed with relief, its magic restored, its beauty undimmed. The fairies rejoiced, their songs filling the air with joy and gratitude. And Finn and Lila, though weary from their ordeal, felt a deep sense of fulfillment, a knowledge that they had done something truly meaningful. From that day forward, they continued to protect the whispering woods, their bond with the forest and its inhabitants unbreakable. They shared their story with the villagers of Elderglen, inviting those with open hearts to discover the magic that lay hidden within the woods. As the years passed, Finn and Lila grew into wise and gentle souls, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the forest. They carried with them the lessons of their journey, the importance of friendship, the power of love, and the magic that could be found in the most unexpected of places. And so, the Whispering Woods remained a place of enchantment, a haven for dreamers and believers, its secrets whispered on the breeze for those who dared to listen. And Finn and Lila, the guardians of its magic, stood watch over it all, their hearts forever entwined with the forest they called home. In the cozy glow of the village hearths, where stories were told and dreams took flight, the tale of Finn and Lila and the Whispering Woods lived on, a gentle reminder that in the heart of nature, true magic could always be found. Story 66, Story 67, Story 68, Story 69, Story 70, Story 71, Story 72, Story 73, Story 74. In the heart of the ancient verdant wood forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, lay a hidden world unknown to most. This forest thrived under the gentle guardianship of creatures both seen and unseen, each playing a role in the delicate balance of nature. The air was perpetually infused with the heady scent of moss and pine, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze sounded like the forest's own quiet symphony. At the center of this lush wilderness was a particularly grand oak, known as the elder tree. Its vast branches stretched towards the sky, and its roots delved deep into the earth, connecting it to all the life surrounding it. This venerable tree was the heart of the forest, a living repository of wisdom and magic. It was said that the elder tree had witnessed the changing of countless seasons, each one leaving its mark in the rings of its trunk. As spring unfurled her emerald banners across the landscape, a gathering began beneath the oak's expansive canopy. This was a time of renewal and celebration, marking the beginning of another cycle of growth and abundance. Creatures of every kind convened here, the nimble-footed deer with their gentle eyes, the wise old owls with feathers as soft as the dusk, and the industrious squirrels, their fur a flash of russet among the greenery. Even the tiniest of beings, like the glittering dragonflies and the industrious ants, found their place in this circle of life. Among these creatures was a young fox named Rowan. With fur as bright as autumn leaves and eyes the color of amber, he was known for his curiosity and kindness. Rowan had grown up hearing the stories of the elder tree and the magic that pulsed throughout the forest, and he dreamed of understanding the mysteries that lay hidden within the woods. On this particular day, the air was alive with the scent of blooming wildflowers and the distant song of the river winding its way through the forest. Rowan found himself seated at the foot of the elder tree, listening intently to the stories being shared. The forest elders, wise creatures who had lived through many seasons, spoke of the importance of harmony and balance, of how every creature, no matter how small, contributed to the whole. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm, golden light across the forest floor, an unexpected visitor arrived. It was Zephyr, a gentle spirit of the wind, who often roamed the skies and danced among the treetops. Zephyr's presence was as light as a whisper, and whenever he appeared, the leaves would shimmer and sway, as if greeting an old friend. "Rowan," Zephyr called softly, his voice barely more than a breeze, "come walk with me." Intrigued, Rowan rose to his paws and followed the wind spirit. They moved through the forest, Zephyr guiding him with a playful gust here, a gentle nudge there. The world around them seemed to come alive with vibrant colors and sounds, the call of a distant owl, the trickle of a nearby brook, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. As they wandered deeper into the woods, Zephyr began to share stories of the seasons and the magic they carried. "Each season brings its own gifts," Zephyr explained. "Spring brings renewal and hope, summer warmth and abundance, autumn wisdom and reflection, and winter rest and resilience. The forest thrives because each season knows its place and purpose." Rowan listened intently, his heart swelling with understanding. He realized that just as the seasons worked together, so too did the creatures of the forest, each with their own role to play in maintaining the harmony of their home. Their journey led them to a clearing where the ground was carpeted with soft, fragrant moss and the sky above was a canvas of twinkling stars. Here Zephyr paused, allowing Rowan to take in the beauty of the world around him. "Remember this, young Rowan," Zephyr continued, his voice gentle and wise. "True strength lies not in power or force, but in understanding and cooperation. The forest flourishes because its inhabitants work together, respecting the balance of nature." Rowan nodded, feeling the truth of Zephyr's words resonate deep within him. He understood now that his own small acts of kindness and curiosity could contribute to the greater good of the forest. He felt a renewed sense of purpose, ready to play his part in this intricate dance of life. As Zephyr prepared to depart, he left Rowan with one final message. "Cherish the stories of the elders, for they are the threads that weave the tapestry of our world. Pass them on, and you will keep the magic of the forest alive for generations to come." With that, Zephyr took to the skies once more, a gentle breeze rustling through the treetops. Rowan watched him go, feeling a serene sense of peace settle over him. He knew that he was part of something much larger than himself, a timeless cycle of life and magic. Returning to the elder tree, Rowan rejoined the gathering of creatures, his heart full of newfound wisdom. As the stars twinkled above and the night wrapped the forest in its tranquil embrace, the stories continued to be shared, each one a testament to the enduring harmony of the natural world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the elder tree, the forest thrived, a sanctuary of life and wonder, where creatures great and small lived in balance with the seasons and with one another. Rowan, with his bright eyes and gentle heart, became a guardian of the forest's secrets, ensuring that the wisdom of the past would light the path for all who followed. In the quiet of the night, as the last embers of the day faded into darkness, a sense of comfort and resolution settled over the forest. It was a place where magic and reality entwined, a haven of peace and possibility, forever cradled in the arms of nature. Story 75. Story 76. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the Mistywood Mountains, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle murmur of the river lullaby could be heard on quiet evenings, there lived a young woman named Isla. Isla was known far and wide for her kindness and gentle demeanor, yet she found herself struggling with the winds of change that seemed to swirl ever more insistently around her. Isla cherished her life in the village, where each day was a familiar pattern of tending to her flourishing garden and assisting the villagers with her herbal remedies. But as the seasons turned, she felt a stirring within her, a restlessness she couldn't quite name. It was as if her heart whispered of adventures beyond the fields she knew so well, yet her mind clung to the comfort of the known. One particularly serene afternoon, as golden rays of sunlight filtered through the rustling leaves, Isla sat by the riverbank, her fingers trailing lazily through the cool water. It was here she often found solace and clarity, and today was no different, for as she watched the play of light on the ripples, a curious thing happened. The water began to shimmer with an ethereal glow, and from its depths emerged a small, luminescent creature, a water sprite, no taller than a foot, with wings that glinted like moonlit dew. The sprite, whose name was Sylvie, was a guardian of the river, entrusted with maintaining its harmony. "Dear Isla," Sylvie chimed in a voice as melodic as a chime, "I sense your heart's yearning for something beyond. Change is a part of life's grand tapestry, and it need not be feared." Startled yet comforted by Sylvie's presence, Isla listened intently as the sprite continued. "Embrace these winds of change, dear one, for they carry with them opportunities for growth and transformation." Despite Sylvie's words, Isla felt a knot of uncertainty tighten within her. "But what if I'm not ready? What if I fail?" she murmured, gazing into the sprite's wise eyes. Sylvie smiled, her glow warming the air. "Remember, Isla, you are never alone. The forest itself is alive with those who care for you, ready to lend their wisdom and aid." Heartened by Sylvie's assurance, Isla thanked the sprite, who vanished with a soft splash into the river, leaving a trail of sparkling droplets in her wake. With a newfound resolve, Isla rose and made her way back to the village, determination blossoming alongside the lilacs. The following morning, Isla awoke with the sun's first light, a gentle breeze carrying the scent of pine and promises of new beginnings. She decided to seek counsel from Elder Rowan, the village's wise sage, whose wisdom was as deep as the roots of the ancient trees. The path to Elder Rowan's cottage wound through lush meadows and under arching boughs, where birds sang of dawn's beauty. As Isla approached, she noticed the warm glow of a fire crackling within, its smoke curling up like a dragon's breath into the morning sky. Elder Rowan greeted her with a kind smile, his eyes twinkling like stars in the twilight. "Ah, Isla, I've been expecting you," he said, gesturing for her to sit beside the hearth. "The winds of change have whispered of your coming." Isla poured out her heart, speaking of her fears and the sprite's counsel. Elder Rowan listened with the patience of a timeless oak, nodding thoughtfully. "My dear, change is indeed daunting, but it is also a great teacher," he mused, his voice a soothing balm. "Consider the caterpillar, who must surrender its form to become a butterfly. It is through transformation that we discover our truest selves." Isla pondered his words, the flickering fire casting gentle shadows that danced across the walls. "But how do I find the courage to embrace it?" she asked softly. Elder Rowan handed her a small, intricately carved wooden box. "Within this box is a seed," he explained. "Plant it in your garden, and let it be a symbol of your journey. Nurture it with care, and watch how it mirrors your own growth." Grateful for his guidance, Isla returned home with the seed, feeling a sense of purpose kindling within her. She chose a special spot in her garden, where the sun's warmth lingered longest, and gently pressed the seed into the earth. Days turned to weeks, and Isla tended to the seed with devotion, watering it with clear river water and surrounding it with the rich soil of the forest floor. As she cared for it, she found herself changing too, her heart opening to the possibilities that lay beyond her comfort zone. During this time, Isla often visited her dear friend Aiden, a gentle-hearted blacksmith whose laughter was as infectious as springtime. Aiden had faced his own fears of change when he took up his father's smithy, and he offered Isla his unwavering support. "You're stronger than you know, Isla," Aiden said one afternoon, the rhythmic clang of his hammer a steady backdrop. "Just as iron must be tempered by fire to become steel, so too must we face challenges to grow." As the village cycled through the seasons, Isla's seed began to sprout, its tender leaves unfurling toward the sky. With each new leaf, Isla felt her confidence bloom, and the knot of uncertainty within her began to loosen. One moonlit night, as Isla sat in her garden, the air heavy with the fragrance of night-blooming jasmine, she heard a soft rustle among the leaves. Sylvie, the water sprite, appeared once more, her wings casting a silvery glow. "Look at how you've grown, Isla," Sylvie remarked, her voice a gentle whisper. "Just like this plant, you've stretched beyond your limits, reaching for the light." Isla smiled, a quiet joy filling her heart. "I think I'm ready now," she said, her voice steady, ready to embrace whatever lies ahead. Sylvie nodded, her wings fluttering softly. "Remember, dear one, the journey is as important as the destination. Trust in yourself and in the friendships that support you." With those parting words, Sylvie vanished into the night, leaving behind a shimmering trail that lingered in the air like a promise. As dawn broke the next day, Ela awoke with a sense of peace and clarity. She knew she could face the unknown, for she had grown stronger and wiser through her journey. With her heart open to the possibilities of the world beyond the village, Ela embraced the winds of change, ready to spread her wings and soar. And so in the gentle embrace of the Mistywood Mountains, a young woman discovered the beauty of transformation, guided by wisdom, friendship, and the magic of her own heart. As she stepped into the world, she carried with her the lesson that change, though daunting, was the very essence of life's wondrous journey. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. The hum of the starship warmth's resolve blended with the tinny melody of Leela's harmonica, creating a curious duet that echoed through the cargo bay. Outside the diamond-paned viewports, the Horsehead Nebula stretched its cosmic mane across the velvet black, tendrils of stardust catching the ship's running lights like glittering cobwebs. Leela tucked a curl of copper-colored hair behind her ear, her grease-stained fingers leaving a smudge on her cheek as she adjusted the Hydra spanner. The ship's ancient engine purred contentedly beneath her boots for now. Pressure stabilizers at 82%, she murmured to the empty bay, her breath making little clouds in the chilly air. That's when the proximity alarms began their insistent chirping. On the scanner screen, the unidentified vessel resembled a cluster of soap bubbles frozen mid-pop, its iridescent surface refracting starlight into prismatic ribbons. Layla's heart hammered against her ribs as she initiated first contact protocols. The alien craft docked with a sound like wind chimes, and when the airlock hissed open, out tumbled a creature that looked like a cross between a porcupine and a weeping willow if both had been dipped in liquid moonlight. Greetings, carbon-based life form, it trilled through a translator disc, hovering near its quill-like antennae. This unit is designated Kale 7. Our nutrient recycler has catastrophically failed. 16 jointed limbs trembled, making the creature's glassy fur chime like dropped silverware. We request assistance. The last word tilted upward, as if the concept itself were foreign. Leela crouched slowly, extending a hand palm up. Kale 7's bioluminescent markings pulsed anxious violet. I'm Layla, let's see what we can do. The misunderstanding began with the recycler's interface. Kale 7's species communicated through scent-marked light patterns. Layla relied on blinking LED indicators. When she adjusted what she thought was a filtration setting, the entire chamber began vibrating at a frequency that made both their teeth ache. Stop, you're agitating the photon broth. Kale 7's quills flared, casting kaleidoscopic shadows. I thought you said it was a nutrient processor. Broth is nutrient. Your people don't sublimate memories into consumable light. Leela stared at the swirling colors inside the chamber. We chew things. A beat of silence. Then Kale 7 made a sound like a tea kettle giggling. How delightfully grotesque. Over the next 3 ship days, their collaboration became a dance of trial and error. Layla learned to read Kale 7's emotional states through the cadence of their crystalline fur. Kale 7 discovered that human laughter made their anti-gravity nodes tingle pleasantly. Together, they jury-rigged a solution using spare warp coil filaments and the ship's backup cookie synthesizer. You ingest recreational nutrients. Fascinating. The real test came when passing through the chrysalis belt. Meteoroid fragments peppered the warmth's resolve, triggering a cascade failure in the port thrusters. Alarms wailed as the ship listed dangerously toward a rogue gas cloud. Gravitational shear will tear us apart in 23 minutes, Kale 7 reported, their usual musical tones gone flat. Leela already had the deck plates up, her arms buried in circuitry. I need to manually recalibrate the injectors. Can you handle navigation? A quill-tipped limb hesitated over the unfamiliar controls. Our spatial perception operates in 11 dimensions. Your interface is quaintly linear. Just keep us from becoming space dust. What followed was a symphony of mismatched competencies. Layla shouted coordinates through gritted teeth as cosmic radiation made the console screens sizzle. Kale 7 manipulated controls with 4 limbs while using 3 others to stabilize Layla's lurching form. When a conduit burst, spraying supercooled gel across the bridge, Kale 7 instinctively shielded Leela with their own body, the glassy fur hardening into a protective carapace. Your quills, Leela gasped. Half of Kale 7's luminous filaments had frozen and shattered. A replaceable component. The alien's voice buzzed with static. Unlike your absurdly fragile water-based cells, they emerged from the gas cloud, trailing a glittering wake of broken quills and determination. With systems stabilizing, Layla insisted on repaying the debt. Using medical nanobots meant for human tissue repair, she painstakingly fused new quill growths from salvaged observation window fragments. You're incorporating silica into our crystalline matrix, Kale 7 observed as the makeshift forge glowed. Figured it might make them sturdier, and she held up a prism, refracting light into rainbows across the walls. Thought you liked the colors. When the time came to part ways at Gamma Station, the station's arboreal docking bays hummed with the chatter of 100 species. Kale 7's repaired quills shimmered with captured starlight and flecks of gold from Leela's emergency foil blankets. Your methods are chaotic, Kale 7 announced, their translator disk flickering with new emotional subroutines, but this unit would appreciate continued collaboration, if agreeable. Layla smiled, holding up a newly replicated harmonica. Thought you'd never ask, how do you feel about duets? As their mismatched ships departed, one trailing rainbows, the other humming a off-key rendition of Danny Boy through its thrusters, the station's old quartermaster chuckled to himself. He adjusted the thermal coils on his favorite Nebula tea kettle, watching the odd pair's energy signatures fade into the starfield. Funny thing, he murmured to his pet tardigrade. The vacuum's cold, but it's the cracks between us that let the warmth in. Somewhere in the dark between stars, a human mechanic and a crystalline philosopher began composing a new kind of language, one made of wrenched turns and light pulses, cookie crumbs and shared silence. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't supposed to be. But in the fragile space where their worlds overlapped, they'd built something sturdier than quills and warmer than starlight. And if sometimes, during quiet moments between crises, you'd glimpse the tiny ship with mismatched parts orbiting a nameless moon, well, you might have heard it to the soft, off-key harmony of two very different hearts learning the same song. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the worn rug. Outside, the wind whispered through the old oak tree beside the cottage, where young Ben lived. Ben wasn't particularly loud or adventurous, but he noticed things. He noticed the way sunlight caught dust motes, making them look like tiny stars. He noticed the different songs the wind sang through the chimney. And one chilly autumn afternoon, while helping his grandfather clear out the dusty attic, Ben noticed something else entirely. Tucked away in a forgotten corner, behind a box of moth-eaten scarves and a broken rocking horse, sat a small, unassuming wooden crate. Inside, nestled in yellowed tissue paper, was a teacup. It wasn't grand or gilded. It was simple porcelain, painted with delicate, faded blue forget-me-nots. But as Ben carefully lifted it, a strange warmth spread through his fingers, not the warmth of the sun, but a gentle, comforting glow that seemed to hum softly against his skin. "Grandad," Ben called softly, his voice echoing slightly in the dusty space. "Look at this teacup, it feels different." His grandfather, wiping grime from his spectacles, peered at it. "Ah, the forget-me-not cup, belonged to your great-aunt Millicent. Always said it was special, but never said why. Bit of an odd duck, Millicent, bless her. Probably just like the pattern." He chuckled, returning to his sorting. Ben wasn't so sure. He carried the cup downstairs, washed it gently, and set it on his windowsill. As dusk painted the sky in shades of lavender and peach, Ben decided to try it. He filled it with warm milk and a drizzle of honey, just as he imagined Great-Aunt Millicent might have done. As he lifted the cup to his lips, he didn't just smell the sweet honey and warm milk. He smelled something else entirely: damp earth, wood smoke, and the faint, sweet scent of unfamiliar flowers. And when he took a sip, the world didn't dissolve, but it shimmered. Suddenly, the steam rising from the cup wasn't just steam. It swirled and coalesced, forming a miniature, glowing landscape right above the rim. Tiny, luminous mountains rose, veiled in mist. A path no wider than a thread of silk wound through a forest of impossibly small, glittering trees. And standing on that path, looking impossibly real yet impossibly tiny, was a creature. It resembled a badger, but its fur shimmered like moonlight on snow, and it wore a tiny, worried frown. "Hello," Ben whispered, utterly astonished. The tiny badger jumped, clutching a minuscule satchel. "Oh, you can see, most can't, you know, not unless the cup truly chooses. I'm Thistle." His voice was like the rustle of dry leaves, yet clear as a bell. "And you, big one, you hold the cup of echoes." "The cup of echoes," Ben breathed. "Indeed," Thistle nodded gravely. "It doesn't hold tea, not really. It holds echoes of places lost or forgotten, echoes of journeys not taken. Right now it holds the echo of the Whispering Glen, my home. But—" his small shoulders slumped. "The glen is fading, the great echo is weakening. Without it, the glen will vanish entirely, and all its echoes, memories, stories, little bits of quiet magic will be lost forever." Ben felt a pang of deep sadness, as if he'd heard a beloved story end too soon. "The great echo, what is it? How can it fade?" "It's the heart song of the glen," Thistle explained, pacing the tiny path in the steam. "A deep, resonant sound that holds everything together, but it's grown faint, muffled. Something is silencing it. We need to find the source and restore the song, but the path is perilous for one so small, and the silencer, well, it's big and loud and terribly unlistening." Ben understood the unspoken plea. "Can I help? Can I go there through the cup?" Thistle's eyes, like polished obsidian, widened. "Through the cup. Only if the cup allows it. But you felt its warmth. You saw the echo. Perhaps you are allowed. Take another sip, Ben. Think of the glen, think of helping." Ben closed his eyes, picturing the tiny mountains, the glittering trees, the worried badger. He took another sip of the honeyed milk. This time the warmth wasn't just in his hands, it spread through his whole body. The room seemed to stretch and blur. When he opened his eyes, he was standing on the thread-like path, surrounded by towering, luminous ferns that hadn't been there a moment before. He was Ben-sized, but the world around him was thistle-sized. The trees soared like skyscrapers, the pebbles were boulders. Thistle, now reaching Ben's knee, beamed. "You did it, oh splendid. Welcome to the Whispering Glen, Ben." The glen was breathtaking. Light didn't just shine, it danced soft blues and greens, filtering through leaves that chimed like crystal bells when touched. The air hummed, but it was a faint, strained hum, like a distant choir singing through wool. Ben could feel the sadness Thistle had spoken of. a gentle melancholy clinging to the shimmering moss and the glowing mushrooms. "We need to follow the fading song to its source," Thistle said, leading the way down the winding path. "But we shouldn't go alone. Echo places are tricky. We need friends." Their first helper appeared near a brook that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny chimes. A creature like a large, iridescent dragonfly perched on a glowing reed. Her wings were stained glass mosaics, and her large, multifaceted eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Greetings, Thistle, and a very large greeting to you, stranger. I am Zephyr. Are you lost or found?" "Both, perhaps, Zephyr," Thistle chuckled. "This is Ben. He's come to help restore the great echo. We need to find what's silencing it." Zephyr buzzed excitedly. "Silence, how dreadful. I know all the currents of the glen, the paths the winds take. The silence feels thickest near the old stone bridge where the deep roots gather, but it's guarded by Grumble, the stone toad. He hasn't listened to anyone in ages, too busy being grumpy." She fluttered onto Ben's shoulder, her touch light as dandelion fluff. "I can guide you." Further along, beneath a canopy of luminous weeping willow fronds, they met their second helper. Moss, a creature resembling a very old, very wise tortoise, moved with deliberate slowness. His shell was covered in glowing lichen that pulsed softly. He blinked slowly at Ben. "A groundwalker in the glen, how curious and troubled. I feel the echo's pain." His voice was the deep rumble of shifting earth. "We seek the source of the silence, Moss," Thistle explained. Moss pondered, the lichen on his shell dimming and brightening. "The deep roots beneath the old stone bridge hold ancient memories. They might know, but Grumble guards the bridge fiercely. He fears noise, you see, thinks it cracks the stones." Moss sighed, a sound like pebbles tumbling. "He forgets that silence can crack the soul. I know the old ways, the language of stone and root. I will come." The journey through the whispering glen was wondrous and strange. Zephyr darted ahead, her wings humming, scouting paths and whispering warnings about patches of shimmer quicksand or gloom vines that tried to dampen sound. Moss plodded steadily behind, his deep voice occasionally murmuring to the earth, causing glowing stepping stones to rise from glowing streams or stubborn roots to gently lower themselves. Thistle kept up a constant, reassuring chatter, pointing out echo fireflies that carried snippets of forgotten lullabies and whispering blossoms that sighed stories into the air. Yet the underlying hum remained distressingly faint. Finally, they reached the old stone bridge. It arched over a chasm filled not with water, but with swirling, silent mist. And sitting squarely in the center of the bridge, blotting out the soft light, was Grumble. He was immense, a toad carved from rough, dark granite, his eyes like dull, heavy pebbles. A low, continuous grumble vibrated from him, a sound that seemed to actively push away the glen's gentle music. "Go away." Grumble boomed, the sound waves making the bridge tremble. "Too much noise, cracks the stones, silence is safe." He shifted his massive bulk, blocking their path completely. Ben felt the grumble in his bones, a physical pressure trying to force him back. Fear prickled him. How could they move this mountain of grumpiness? Zephyr buzzed anxiously near Ben's ear. "See, told you, all boom and no listen." Moss slowly moved forward, placing a gentle, clawed foot on the bridge stone. "Grumble, old friend," he rumbled, his voice a counterpoint to Grumble's harsh tone, deep but soothing. "The stones are strong, they remember the song. Song is vibration, vibration is cracks." Grumble bellowed, refusing to look at Moss. "Silence is solid, safe." Ben watched, his heart pounding. Force wouldn't work. Shouting back would only make Grumble louder, more stubborn. Thistle had said the challenge required wisdom. Ben remembered the cup's warmth, the feeling of listening to an echo. He thought of Grey Tant Millicent, who everyone thought was odd but who had known this cup was special. He thought about how sometimes the quietest things held the deepest truths. Grumble wasn't just guarding the bridge, he was guarding his fear. Ben took a deep breath. Instead of speaking, he knelt down on the bridge, ignoring the vibration through his knees. He placed his hand flat on the cool stone, just like Moss had done. He closed his eyes, trying to push aside his own fear, trying to truly listen, not just to the grumble, but to the stone beneath it. He felt the deep, slow pulse of the earth Moss had spoken of, a rhythm far older and steadier than Grumble's fear. He felt tiny vibrations, not cracks, but the gentle thrum of the deep roots Moss had mentioned, far below, like a slow, sad heartbeat. And beneath Grumble's oppressive grumble, Ben sensed something else, a deep, aching loneliness. He didn't shout. He didn't argue. He simply spoke, his voice as soft as the glen's fading hum, directed not at Grumble's ears, but at the stone beneath his hand, hoping the roots would hear. "The stones are strong," he murmured, echoing Moss. "They remember the song that held them together. The silence isn't making you safe, Grumble, it's making you alone, and the glen is fading without its song." He poured all his understanding, all his quiet empathy into those words, picturing the warmth of the teacup, the kindness he felt for Thistle and his fading home. For a moment, nothing happened. Grumble just grumbled louder. Then Moss rumbled again, his voice weaving with Ben's quiet plea, speaking directly to the stone and the roots below. "Hear the truth, old friend, the song is strength, not weakness, the silence, it hurts." Zephyr, understanding, flew not at Grumble, but down towards the swirling mist of the chasm. She darted and danced, her wings creating a soft, intricate hum, a counter-melody to Grumble's drone. She hummed the song of the wind currents, the chime of the brook, the sigh of the whispering blossoms, tiny fragments of the glen's true voice. Thistle added his own voice, not loud but clear and steady, telling a simple story of sunlight on moss and the comfort of shared burrows. Sound connects us, Grumble, silence isolates. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, the deep, continuous grumble faltered. Grumble shifted. One heavy pebble-like eye cracked open slightly, looking not at Ben shouting, but at Ben kneeling, hand on the stone, his face earnest and kind. He looked at Moss, steadfast and ancient. He listened to Zephyr's delicate hum, Thistle's gentle story. He felt the deep roots below stir, sending a faint, questioning pulse up through the bridge stones, a pulse of remembered music. A deep, shuddering sigh escaped Grumble, like boulders shifting. The oppressive pressure lessened. "Alone," he rumbled, but the sound was less harsh, more questioning. The song hurt. "No," Ben said softly, still kneeling. "The wrong sounds can hurt. Loud, angry sounds. But the glen's song, it's gentle. It's the sound of belonging. It holds the stones together like the warmth holds the tea in the cup." He thought of the cup's comforting glow. It doesn't crack, it comforts. Grumble was silent for a long moment. Then, with a sound like distant thunder softening, he slowly, ponderously, shifted his massive bulk to one side of the bridge, clearing the path. "Gentle," he rumbled, the word unfamiliar on his tongue. "Comfort." Moss nudged Ben gently. The deep roots beneath the bridge center, they hold the echo of the first heart song, touch them, remember for them. Ben walked carefully to the center of the bridge. Kneeling again, he saw a cluster of thick, glowing roots emerging from the stone, pulsing with a very faint, slow light. He placed both hands upon them. They were warm, vibrating with a deep, almost inaudible frequency. Closing his eyes, he poured his feelings into the roots, the wonder of the glen, the kindness of Thistle, Zephyr, and Moss, the newfound understanding for Grumble, and the comforting warmth of the forget-me-not cup. He thought of connection, of gentle sounds, of belonging. He didn't force a song, he offered a memory of what song felt like. The The roots beneath his hands began to glow brighter. The faint pulse grew stronger, steadier. From deep within the earth, a sound began to rise. It wasn't loud, it was profound. A deep, resonant hum, pure and clear, like the lowest note of a cello played under starlight. It resonated through the stones of the bridge, through the air, through Ben's very being. The effect was instantaneous. The swirling mist in the chasm below began to sparkle with trapped light. The leaves on the luminous trees chimed more brightly. The faint melancholy lifted, replaced by a profound sense of peace and wholeness. The great echo, the heart song of the whispering glen, had been remembered. Zephyr danced in the air, her wings creating joyous harmonies with the renewed echo. Moss let out a deep, contented rumble that harmonized perfectly. Thistle jumped up and down with pure delight. And Grumble, the stone toad, simply sat. But his grumble had ceased. He tilted his head, his heavy-lidded eyes half closed, listening. A low, soft sound, almost like a purr, vibrated from his stony chest. It wasn't silence. It was the sound of deep contentment, a bass note joining the glen's symphony. Ben felt the teacup's warmth surge within him, not pulling him back, but acknowledging the completion. He looked at his new friends. "It's time for me to go," he said softly, the heart song filling him with serene joy. Thistle nuzzled his hand. "Thank you, Ben. The glen remembers. We all remember." Zephyr landed gently on his head, humming a farewell tune. Moss blinked slowly, a silent blessing. Grumble merely rumbled softly, a sound that now felt like a bedrock deep "thank you." Ben closed his eyes, holding the image of the singing glen, the feeling of the heart song, and the warmth of friendship. He felt the world shimmer once more. When he opened his eyes, he was back in his room, the empty forget-me-not cup cool in his hands on the windowsill. The last sip of honeyed milk was gone. Outside, the wind in the old oak tree sounded different, richer, deeper, as if carrying an echo of a faraway song. He carefully placed the cup back on the sill. It no longer glowed, but it held a deep, quiet warmth, like a cherished memory. Ben knew the Whispering Glen was safe, its stories and magic preserved. He knew that sometimes the greatest strength wasn't in being loud, but in listening deeply, not in force, but in kindness and understanding. And he knew that the most extraordinary magic could be found in the quietest, most ordinary of things, like a teacup painted with forget-me-nots, holding echoes of wonder. As he climbed into bed, the wind sang its lullaby through the eaves, a gentle, resonant sound that soothed him to his core. He smiled, picturing Thistle in his burrow, Zephyr dancing on moonbeams, Moss dreaming deep earth dreams, and Grumble, contentedly rumbling on his bridge, part of the song once more. The cup sat on the sill, a silent guardian of echoes, and Ben drifted into a sleep filled with the peaceful hum of a world where kindness had mended what fear had silenced. The fire crackled its own warm agreement, and the night held only gentle dreams. Story 92. Story 93. In the heart of an ancient forest where the towering trees whispered secrets to the winds and the ground was carpeted with soft moss, lived a community of creatures who knew the forest as both home and teacher. This forest, dense and boundless, was a place where the realms of reality and magic gracefully intertwined, making each day a new tapestry of wonders waiting to be discovered. Among the inhabitants of this lush haven was a wise old turtle named Bramble, whose shell bore the lines of countless seasons and stories. Bramble was the keeper of the forest's lore, a role he cherished with gentle pride. His days were spent beneath the sprawling canopy of a great oak, where he would share tales of old with the younger creatures who gathered around him, their eyes wide with curiosity. One cool morning, as the first whispers of autumn began to paint the leaves with strokes of gold and crimson, a young squirrel named Nibbles approached Bramble with a question that had been nibbling at his mind like an acorn on a breezy day. "Why do the leaves change color, Bramble?" Nibbles asked, his voice a mixture of wonder and innocence. Bramble chuckled softly, the sound a gentle rumble like distant thunder. "Ah, young one," he began, his eyes twinkling with the wisdom of ages. "The changing of leaves is one of nature's most beautiful dances. It is a sign of balance and renewal, orchestrated by the magic of the seasons." As Bramble spoke, the air around them seemed to shimmer with an unseen energy. The creatures of the forest paused in their daily activities, drawn into the story like moths to a gentle flame. "Long ago," Bramble continued, "the spirit of the forest, a wise and ancient being, wove a spell into the very fabric of our world. This spell ensured that each season would pass its gifts on to the next, maintaining harmony and balance. Spring brings renewal, summer warmth, autumn change, and winter rest. The changing colors of the leaves are autumn's gift, a reminder that change can be beautiful and necessary." Nibbles listened intently, his little heart swelling with understanding and appreciation. Around them, the forest seemed to nod in agreement, the leaves rustling softly in the breeze. "But Bramble," piped up a timid voice from the back of the gathering, belonging to a young rabbit named Thistle, "what happens if the balance is disturbed?" Bramble's expression grew thoughtful, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. "Balance is delicate, dear Thistle," he explained, "but it is also resilient. When the balance is disturbed, nature finds ways to restore it. Sometimes it takes the wisdom of the creatures who dwell within the forest to help guide it back." As if on cue, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a tiny crystal of clarity and reflection. The creatures huddled closer, a sense of unity and purpose weaving through them like the tendrils of mist that danced among the trees. In the days that followed, the forest's inhabitants took Bramble's words to heart. They worked together, ensuring that each part of their home was cared for. The beavers reinforced their dams, allowing streams to flow freely. The birds spread seeds, encouraging new growth. Even the smallest insects played their part, aerating the soil with their tiny, industrious legs. Through their collective efforts, the forest thrived, its harmony restored. As the last leaves of autumn fluttered to the ground, a sense of peace settled over the land, as tangible as the fragrant earth beneath their feet. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the forest was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Nibbles, Thistle, and the other creatures gathered around Bramble once more. The old turtle, with a smile as warm as the summer sun, spoke words that would echo in their hearts for generations to come. "Remember, dear friends, that we are all keepers of this forest. Through wisdom, friendship, and respect for the balance of nature, we ensure the magic of our world endures." With these words, the forest sighed contentedly, as if wrapping itself in a cozy blanket of serenity. And so, beneath a sky filled with twinkling stars and the gentle hum of the night, the creatures settled into the comforting rhythm of their lives, knowing that they were part of something wondrous and timeless. And there, in the embrace of the ancient forest, they found not just a home, but a sanctuary of harmony and magic, where the boundaries between reality and wonder were as seamless as the breeze that whispered through the trees. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. In a quiet village nestled between hills that whispered with wind-blown secrets, there lived a boy named Milo whose pockets were always full of curious things. Smooth stones that hummed when held to the ear, feathers that shimmered like liquid starlight, and acorn caps that fit perfectly on his thumb. But his greatest discovery came on the eve of his 10th birthday, when he found an oil lantern tucked behind a crate of dried lavender in the attic. Its brass surface was dull with age, and etched into its base were words worn soft as a grandmother's hands, "Seek what hides in plain sight." That night, as the first cricket began its even song, Milo polished the lantern until his face blinked back at him from the metal. When he struck a match to light the wick, the flame leapt not in gold, but in rippling silver, casting patterns across the walls like moonlight dancing through willow branches. The air smelled suddenly of rain-soaked earth and something sweet, vanilla perhaps, or ripe plums. A path of glowing foxglove blossoms appeared beyond his window, winding into the ink-dark forest where villagers never wandered after dusk. Milo's boots crunched on frosted leaves as he followed the trail, the lantern swinging gently in his grip. Shadows stretched and shivered around him until he reached a clearing where a hedgehog in a waistcoat of moss stood atop a toadstool, tiny spectacles balanced on his snout. "You're late," the hedgehog huffed, though his eyes twinkled like dew. "Bramble at your service. I suppose you've come about the weeping." The weeping. Milo crouched, lantern light pooling around them. A sound shivered through the trees then, a mournful wail that made Milo's bones ache. Bramble's quills drooped. The guardian of roots, her heart tree is sick, and without its song the forest's memories are unraveling. Birds forget their nests, streams misplace their courses. Even the stars, he pointed to the sky, where constellations flickered like guttering candles, grow faint. The lantern's flame dimmed as the wail came again, closer now. Bramble scurried up Milo's sleeve, his whisper urgent. "The lantern chose you, but only kindness can mend what's broken. Remember, roots listen best when the world holds its breath." They pressed deeper into the woods, guided by a firefly named Glint, whose wings left trails of citrine light. "I'll illuminate doubts," she declared, zipping ahead. "Doubts in doorways and, oh, duck." Milo barely avoided a spiderweb strung with trembling pearls of rain. When they found the guardian, she was curled at the base of a massive oak, her bark-like skin split with cracks that oozed amber tears. The tree above her groaned, its branches clutching shriveled leaves. "It starves," the guardian mourned, voice rasping like dry reeds. "The roots cannot hear the sky's song anymore." Milo knelt, setting the lantern between them. Up close the tree's bark bore carvings, swirling patterns that told stories of seasons long past. He placed a palm against the trunk and images flooded his mind. A sapling drinking starlight, generations of owls nesting in its arms, the first time snowfall kissed its branches. But the memories grew fractured, fading like ink in water. "The roots need to remember," Milo murmured. Bramble nibbled a threadbare root tendril. "They're tangled, too much noise underground, grumbling stones, chattering worms." Glint settled on Milo's shoulder. "What if we sing the tree's own story back to it, so the roots recognize their song?" The guardian lifted her face, hope kindling in her hollow eyes. "The tree gave its voice to the wind long ago. We've forgotten the tune." Milo studied the lantern's inscription, "Seek what hides in plain sight," and gasped. "The stories are right here." He traced the carvings on the oak. "These aren't just marks, they're notes." Unlatching the lantern's glass, he held the flame near the symbols. Shadows leapt across the grooves, transforming them into a musical staff dotted with notes. Glint hummed, translating the patterns into a melody as delicate as cobwebs. The guardian joined in, her voice deep and resonant as a cello string. Bramble drummed a rhythm on an acorn cap. Milo closed his eyes, pouring the lantern's silvery light into the song, imagining it seeping through soil to where the roots lay knotted and confused. Slowly, the ground warmed. The oak shuddered as roots untwined, stretching toward the melody. Overhead, leaves plumped emerald green, and a single blossom unfurled, a white petaled star that drifted into Milo's palm. "The heart tree's gratitude," the guardian whispered. "Plant it where memories grow thin, and it will whisper the world's stories back into balance." As dawn painted the sky peach and lavender, Milo returned home, the lantern now glowing with a steady, butterscotch light. In the village square, he planted the blossom beside the well. By midday, elders swapping tales there found their voices richer, their laughter brighter. Children discovered they could suddenly recall every word of their grandparents' bedtime stories. Milo still collects curious things, but now he seeks objects heavy with unsung tales. A locket that hums lullabies when opened, a quill that writes in the scent of its memories, campfire smoke, rose gardens, fresh-baked bread. And on quiet evenings, when the lantern's light spills across his windowsill, he swears he hears brambles snuffly chuckle in the rustle of leaves, or glimpses glint spark leading fireflies in constellations no one else recognizes. The villagers say the boy with the lantern has a way of mending broken things, clocks that won't tick, friendships frayed by harsh words, hearts stiffened by loneliness. But Milo knows the truth. Every object, every person, holds a song beneath their surface. Sometimes all they need is a gentle light and someone willing to listen. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of time brushed through the leaves and the sunlight danced in dappled patterns on the forest floor, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven together like the roots of the towering trees. This forest, known only to those who listen to the secrets of the earth, was a sanctuary where magic and reality intertwined as naturally as the rivers flow. The creatures of this forest were gentle beings, each unique yet connected by the threads of their environment. There was Silva, the wise old owl, whose feathers shimmered like silver under the moonlight, and whose eyes held the knowledge of countless seasons. Her perch was an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching high above the canopy, offering a vantage point from which she could observe the world below. Beneath her, nestled in the soft moss that blanketed the forest floor, was a family of rabbits. The youngest among them, a curious little one named Thistle, was known for his playful spirit and boundless curiosity. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and he moved with a nimbleness that spoke of his youth and his wonder for the world. Every year, as spring whispered its promise of renewal, the forest came alive with a symphony of sights and sounds. The babbling brook that wound through the trees became a ribbon of laughter, its banks adorned with clusters of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming honeysuckle, and the sunlight, warm and golden, filtered through the canopy in soft beams that kissed the earth. This particular spring, however, brought with it a peculiar phenomenon. As the first rains of the season fell, their droplets seemed to glisten with an ethereal glow, casting a rainbow of colors across the forest. It was said among the creatures that these were not ordinary rains, but the tears of joy from the spirit of the forest, celebrating the harmony and balance that had been preserved through the ages. Silva, with her keen wisdom, gathered the creatures for a meeting beneath her oak. The air was filled with anticipation as they assembled, each eager to hear the owl's insights. Her voice, when she spoke, was soft yet resonant, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle wind. "Dear friends," she began, "these magical rains are a gift, a reminder of our bond with this forest, but they are also a call to action. We must ensure that our home remains in balance, that we nurture and protect the delicate harmony that sustains us all." The creatures nodded in understanding, their hearts swelling with a shared sense of purpose. Thistle, ever curious, tilted his head and asked, "But how do we do that, Silva?" With a kind smile, Silva replied, "By listening to the wisdom of our ancestors and the whispers of the forest. We must remember that every action has an echo. The way we care for our home today will shape the world for the generations to come." As the days passed, the creatures set about their tasks, each contributing in their own way to the health of their shared home. The squirrels, with their swift movements and keen eyes, gathered seeds and nuts, ensuring that new life would sprout in the coming seasons. The deer, graceful and watchful, pruned the underbrush, allowing sunlight to reach the seedlings struggling towards the sky. Even the brook, with its ceaseless flow, played its part, carrying nutrients across the land and quenching the thirst of all who dwelled nearby. The forest thrived under the care of its inhabitants, the magic of the rain seeping into every root and branch, every feather and paw. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Thistle sat beneath Silva's oak, his eyes wide with wonder at the day's events. The forest was a symphony of chirping crickets and croaking frogs, their melodies a lullaby that wrapped around him like a warm blanket. "Silva," he said, his voice soft yet filled with awe, "I've learned so much. The forest is full of stories, isn't it?" "Indeed it is, little one," Silva replied, her eyes twinkling like stars. "And you are a part of this story. Remember, Wisdom is not just knowing the past, but nurturing the future. Thistle nodded, his heart filled with a sense of belonging. As he nestled against the soft moss, his eyes grew heavy with sleep. The forest, with its ancient magic and timeless wisdom, cradled him in its embrace, whispering promises of dreams yet to come. And so the ancient forest continued to thrive, its creatures living in harmony with the land and each other. Through their gentle care and shared wisdom, the balance was preserved, and the magical rains of spring became a cherished legend, passed down through the generations. As the moon rose high above, casting its silver glow across the land, the forest sighed in contentment. For in this hidden world where magic and reality danced together, the heart of nature beat strong and true, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring beauty of life. Once upon a time, in the distant reaches of the galaxy, there existed a small, buzzing spaceport known as Nexus Station. It was a place where travelers from countless planets came together, each bringing the peculiarities of their home worlds. Among the throng of beings, two very different creatures found themselves drawn into an adventure neither had anticipated. First was Tali, a delicate creature from the verdant world of Lusharia. She resembled a walking blossom, with petals that shimmered in hues of blue and violet, and a voice that echoed like the gentle rustle of leaves. Lusharians were known for their affinity with nature and their ability to communicate with all living things. Tali had come to Nexus Station in search of rare seeds to bring back to her planet's gardens. Then there was Drox, a sturdy, metallic being from the industrious planet of Farron. Drox's body was a marvel of engineering, a patchwork of gears and glowing circuits. Faronians were skilled in technology, but not known for their emotional depth. Drox had arrived at the station on a quest to find new alloys that could withstand the harshest conditions. On a particular day, as the chaos of the spaceport swirled around them, Tali and Drox collided in a busy market corridor. Tali's seeds scattered across the shiny floor, while Drox's metallic limbs clattered as he tried to regain his balance. "Oh dear," Tali exclaimed, her petals bristling with embarrassment. "I'm so sorry." Drox, adjusting his optics, replied in a voice that hummed like a gentle engine. "No, it was my fault. I wasn't watching where I was going." As they both stooped to collect Tali's scattered seeds, a misunderstanding unfolded. Drox, unfamiliar with the organic delicacy of Lusharian flora, accidentally crushed a seed under his metal fingers. Tali gasped softly, a hint of sorrow in her eyes. "That was a rare one," she murmured, her voice tinged with disappointment. Drox, feeling a pang of something unfamiliar, guilt, offered, "I'll help you find another. I've seen a vendor selling seeds just down the corridor." Reluctantly, Tali agreed, and together they ventured deeper into the market. Along the way, Drox's candid curiosity about the seeds sparked a conversation. Tali shared stories of her lush home, where the air was sweet with the scent of blossoms, and the sky danced with colors at dawn and dusk. In return, Drox spoke of Farron, where the skies were often hidden behind a veil of smog, but the night was illuminated by the glow of factories and the rhythmic hum of machinery. Their differences were vast, yet as they talked, a bridge of understanding began to form. Tali marveled at Drox's tales of invention and innovation, while Drox found himself enchanted by Tali's descriptions of a world so full of life and color. Their quest for the seed vendor led them to the outskirts of the market, where a small, unassuming stall was nestled between towering crates of exotic goods. The vendor, a wizened old Gricthorian with a voice like gravel, eyed them with suspicion. "What do you want?" he croaked, his three eyes blinking out of sequence. Tali stepped forward, her demeanor gentle yet firm. "We're looking for a Lusharian seed, a rare one. Would you happen to have any?" The Gricthorian grumbled, rummaging through his collection. Eventually, he produced a small, shimmering seed that seemed to pulse with a gentle light. "This is what you're looking for, but it's not cheap," he warned. Drox, understanding the importance of the seed, offered to pay with a portion of the precious Faronian alloys he had brought to trade. The vendor agreed, and Tali's eyes sparkled with gratitude. "Thank you, Drox," she said softly. "This means a lot to me." Drox, feeling a warmth spreading through his circuits, simply nodded. "It's the least I could do after my clumsiness." As they returned to the heart of the spaceport, a sudden announcement crackled through the station's speakers. A solar storm was approaching, threatening to disrupt travel and communication throughout the sector. Panic rippled through the crowd, and travelers hurried to secure passage before the storm hit. Tali and Drox found themselves caught in the throng, but instead of being swept away by the chaos, they grew more determined to stick together. In the midst of the frenzy, they discovered that the storm's arrival would trap them at Nexus Station for several days. With no choice but to wait out the storm, Tali and Drox decided to make the best of their situation. They found refuge in a quaint corner of the station, a small garden dome where exotic plants from various worlds grew under artificial sunlight. It was here, surrounded by the calming presence of greenery, that they began to truly understand one another. In the serene atmosphere of the garden dome, Tali taught Drox about the art of Lusharian meditation, a practice that involved tuning into the symphony of life around them. As Drox attempted to still his mechanical mind, he experienced a strange new sensation, a sense of peace and connection he had never known. In return, Drox shared the wonders of Pharaonian technology with Tali, demonstrating how his internal systems worked and explaining the intricacies of his design. Tali, fascinated by the precision and ingenuity, found herself seeing Drox not just as a machine, but as a reflection of the beauty that could be found in creation of all kinds. As the days passed, the storm outside raged on, but inside the garden dome, a bond was forming. They laughed and shared stories, their initial misunderstandings giving way to a deeper appreciation for each other's perspectives. One evening, as they watched the swirling vortex of the storm through the dome's transparent ceiling, Tali turned to Drox with a thoughtful expression. "I've learned so much from you, Drox. You've shown me that even things that seem cold and mechanical can have a warmth all their own." Drox, feeling an unexpected emotion welling up, replied, "And you've taught me that even a being of metal and circuits can find beauty in the natural world. I think we make quite the team." Their mutual support became evident when a sudden power outage plunged the station into darkness. Panic threatened to erupt among the stranded travelers, but Tali and Drox, guided by their newfound friendship, sprang into action. Using his internal battery, Drox provided a temporary source of light and power, while Tali, with her calming presence and gentle words, reassured those around them. Together they organized a safe, comfortable space for everyone to wait until the power was restored. In that moment, under the dim glow of Drox's lights and the comforting rustle of Tali's petals, the travelers of Nexus Station found solace. It was a testament to the unlikely bond between a being of metal and a creature of petals, and the strength they found in each other's company. Finally, as the solar storm subsided and the station's systems flickered back to life, Tali and Drox prepared to part ways. Their journey together had come to an end, but the friendship they had forged would linger in their hearts. As they stood at the threshold of the garden dome, Tali offered Drox a small, vibrant blossom from her world. "To remember our time together," she said with a smile. Drox accepted the gift, carefully placing it within a compartment in his chest. "And this," he said, handing Tali a small, sparkling gear from his own body, "to remind you of our shared adventure." With a final embrace, they promised to keep in touch across the stars, knowing that no distance could diminish the friendship they had discovered. As Tali and Drox departed, each to their own world, they carried with them the lessons they had learned, that true friendship transcends differences, that understanding can overcome any misunderstanding, and that even the most unlikely companions can find harmony in each other's presence. And so in the vastness of the galaxy, under the endless tapestry of stars, Tali and Drox's story continued to echo, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in friendship and the warmth of a bond forged through shared trials and heartfelt understanding. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young girl named Leela. Her eyes were the color of the morning sky, and her heart was as vast as the ocean. Lila spent her days exploring the meadows and woods around her home, but her dreams were filled with places she had yet to discover. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lila stumbled upon an ancient map tucked inside an old book in her grandmother's attic. The map was unlike any she had seen, with swirling lines and shimmering ink that seemed to change color in the light. At its center was a place called the Enchanted Hollow, a realm rumored to be filled with wonder and magic. With a spark of excitement in her heart, Lila decided she would find this mysterious place. She packed a small satchel with her favorite blanket, a loaf of bread, and a flask of warm tea. As she stepped outside, the morning sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, and she could feel the promise of adventure in the crisp air. Lila followed the map's winding path through towering trees and across babbling brooks. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the songs of birds, creating a symphony that carried her forward. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like emeralds. The fox greeted her with a nod and, sensing her quest, offered to guide her through the forest. Together, they traversed paths cloaked in mist and fields carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vivid against the earth. The fox led Lila to a clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of honey, and a gentle stream sparkled under the sun's golden rays. Here, the fox pointed to a small, hidden trail that seemed to disappear into the earth itself. With a grateful heart, Lila thanked her new friend and ventured down the trail. The path led into a tunnel of vines and twinkling lights, and as she walked, the air shimmered with a gentle hum, like the whisper of a lullaby. The tunnel opened into the Enchanted Hollow, a place that seemed to exist just between a dream and reality. The hollow was a world of wonders. Trees with trunks of silver leaves stretched up to the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Flowers with petals of iridescent colors glowed softly, and the ground was covered in moss that felt like the plushest carpet beneath Lila's feet. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their gentle babble a soothing melody. As she explored, Lila met creatures she had only ever dreamed of. There were butterflies with wings like stained glass windows, glowing softly in the dim light. She watched as a family of gentle deer with antlers adorned in soft ferns grazed nearby, their presence serene and calming. But the most wondrous creature she encountered was a small, luminescent being called a starling. It hovered in the air, its wings twinkling like the night sky, and spoke in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. The starling told Lila of the heart of the hollow, a place where wishes were whispered and dreams were born. With the starling as her guide, Lila traveled to the heart of the Enchanted Hollow. There she found a pool of water so clear and still that it reflected the world above like a perfect mirror. The starling encouraged her to look into the pool and whisper her heart's deepest wish. Lila closed her eyes, and with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, whispered her wish for courage and the strength to explore the unknown. As her words floated into the air, the pool shimmered, and a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and confidence. With her journey nearly complete, Lila realized it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her new friends, each one leaving her with a token of their world, a silver leaf, a tiny fern, and a single glowing petal. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the fox rejoined her, leading her back to the edge of her village. Under the light of the setting sun, Lila returned home, her heart brimming with stories and newfound courage. She tucked the tokens from the hollow into her satchel, reminders of her journey and the friends she had made. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the wind carried the scent of the forest through her window, and the stars outside twinkled with a familiar glow. Lila knew that whenever she needed courage, she only had to close her eyes and remember her journey to the Enchanted Hollow, where magic and dreams lived in harmony. And so, with a heart full of wonder and the whisper of the hollow in her dreams, Lila slept peacefully, ready for whatever adventures awaited her in the days to come. In a quaint and quiet village nestled between rolling emerald hills and shimmering streams, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending to her garden, where sunflowers nodded lazily in the breeze and the scent of lavender hung sweetly in the air. Leora had often felt a whispering call from the past, a gentle nudge that tugged at the edges of her consciousness. Her grandmother, a wise woman who seemed to know the secrets of the earth and sky, had once shared stories of their ancestors, guardians of an ancient legacy that had long been forgotten. These tales, softly spoken beside the warmth of the kitchen hearth, painted pictures of wondrous artifacts imbued with magic and meaning. One golden morning, as the first rays of dawn kissed the dewdrops on her garden leaves, Leora discovered a curious object half buried in the soil. It was a small, intricately carved box of warm mahogany, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to dance in the light. Her heart skipped with a sense of familiarity, as if the box had been waiting for her all along. With gentle care, she brushed away the earth and opened the box. Inside lay a delicate necklace, its pendant a translucent stone that shimmered like captured starlight. As her fingers traced the cool surface, a warm glow enveloped her, and she felt a connection to something far greater than herself. It was as if the voices of her ancestors whispered through the ages, guiding her toward an understanding that had eluded her until now. Eager to uncover the story behind this enchanting find, Leora sought the wisdom of the village elder, a kind-hearted sage named Tavian, known for his deep knowledge of the old ways. His cottage was a haven of serenity, filled with the comforting aroma of herbs and the soft, flickering light of candles. Tavian listened intently as Leora recounted her discovery, nodding with a knowing smile. "Ah, my dear," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You have found the Heartstone, a symbol of unity and strength passed down through generations. It holds the essence of our heritage and the wisdom of those who came before us." The elders shared tales of their ancestors, a community bound by friendship and harmony, who revered the natural world and lived in balance with its rhythms. The Heartstone, he explained, was a reminder of their values, kindness, courage, and the enduring power of love. As Leora listened, she felt a deep sense of belonging, as if the threads of her life were weaving into a tapestry that spanned across time. The lessons of her ancestors resonated within her, teaching her that true strength lies in the bonds we forge and the love we share. With newfound clarity, Leora returned to her garden, the Heartstone resting warmly against her chest. She began to see her world through different eyes, the vibrant colors of the flowers, the gentle rustle of the leaves, the symphony of birdsong that filled the air. Each moment was a gift, a reflection of the legacy she now carried forward. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, Leora sat beneath the old willow tree, its branches swaying softly in the evening breeze. She felt at peace, embraced by the gentle glow of the Heartstone, a beacon of the love and wisdom that flowed through her veins. In that tranquil moment, she understood that the journey of discovery was not just about uncovering the past, but about embracing the present with gratitude and grace. The legacy of her ancestors was alive within her, a guiding light that would illuminate her path and inspire others to seek the beauty in their own stories. And so, with the stars twinkling like distant ancestors watching over her, Leora closed her eyes, her heart full and content. She had found her place in the world, a place of connection, understanding, and endless possibilities. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she knew that the legacy of the Heartstone would continue to glow brightly, a timeless testament to the enduring power of love and unity. In the velvet hush of twilight, when the last honey-colored rays of sun cling to the horizon like shy children reluctant to bed, there exists a cobblestone path behind old Mrs. Willowby's rhododendron bushes that wasn't there yesterday. This is where we find our protagonist, a girl with a lantern of curiosity always lit behind her eyes, standing at the edge of what sensible folk called the ordinary woods. But the stones beneath her boots shimmered like dragonfly wings, and the air carried the faintest whisper of a melody no earthly instrument could play. The girl, let's call her Mira, stepped onto the path. At once, the world softened around the edges. Trees stretched taller, their bark patterned with silvery spirals that pulsed gently, as if breathing. The ground became springy with moss the color of limes dipped in moonlight, and fireflies the size of apricots bobbed lazily, their light shifting between gold and violet. It was the Glimmerwood, though Mira didn't know its name yet. All she knew was the scent of cinnamon and rain, and the feeling that the very air was welcoming her. Her first companion appeared as she crossed a bridge made of interwoven roots, arching over a stream where the water sang in glassy notes. A creature no taller than her knee perched on the rail, its fur a cascade of autumn leaves, crimson maple, amber oak, russet elm, all rustling softly even without wind. It had eyes like twin hearth fires, and a tail that flickered like a candle flame. "You're the leaf ox," Mira breathed, recalling a half-forgotten tale her grandmother once told. The creature inclined its head, leaves chiming like distant bells. "And you're the girl who's forgotten her mittens," it replied, voice crackling pleasantly. Mira looked down at her hands, suddenly aware of the evening chill. Before she could speak, the leaf ox shook itself, sending a single golden leaf spinning into her palms. It grew warm, soft as rabbit fur, and shaped itself into perfect mittens. "Every wanderer needs protection," said the leaf ox. "Even from small discomforts, follow the singing stones when the path forks, and mind the ink-bloom flowers, their dreadful gossips." With that, it dissolved into a swirl of leaves, scattering into the darkening wood. Mira walked on, the mittens humming with gentle warmth. Soon the path split around a hillock crowned with flowers whose petals were deepest indigo, their centers glowing like bottled starlight. As she approached, they began to quiver. "She's wearing fox gifts," one bloom trilled. "No hat, though," sighed another. "Her ears must be chilly." "Do you think she knows about the thistle key?" piped a third. Mira knelt. "What's a thistle key?" The flowers stilled. Then in unison they turned toward a nearby oak, where a single silver thistle hung from a low branch, its surface etched with tiny, swirling symbols. "Opens the chamber of whispers," the largest flower confided. "But it's ever so tricky to reach. The ivy argues with strangers." True enough, the oak's trunk was wrapped in thick ivy, each leaf edged in copper. As Mira reached for the thistle, the vines shifted like a nest of snakes, hissing, "No admittance, no bare ears." Remembering the flower's chatter, Mira untied her scarf, patterned with embroidered owls, and fashioned it into a makeshift hat. The ivy rustled approvingly and parted. The thistle key fit snugly in her palm. At the hill's peak, she found a door carved into the side of an ancient stump, no taller than her shoulder. The key slid into a knot hole, and with a sound like a sighing cello, the door opened. Inside, the chamber of whispers was neither large nor small, but exactly the size of a held breath. Floating orbs of light drifted like dandelion seeds, each containing a voice, some laughing, some murmuring, one reciting a recipe for mushroom pie. In the center sat a stone basin filled with liquid moonlight. "Look inward," the chamber seemed to whisper. Mira gazed into the basin. The moonlight rippled, showing not her reflection, but a winding path through a valley of crystalline trees, their branches chiming in an unfelt breeze. At the valley's heart stood a tower woven from living vines where something glimmered, a figurine of a fox, a thistle, and a flower, all forged in gleaming silver. The vision faded, leaving the taste of peppermint on her tongue. A map, she realized. The basin's moonlight had imprinted the route onto her mind, crisp as ink on parchment. The journey through the Crystal Valley tested her in gentle ways. Narrow bridges of frozen mist required careful steps. A river of liquid amber demanded she trade a story. She told of the time she'd helped a baby crow learn to fly for passage on a lily-pad boat. She met a hedgehog knitting socks from spider silk, who gifted her a pair for the stones ahead. They're fond of ticklish toes, and a family of moths who mended a tear in her coat with threads pulled from dawn's first light. At the vine tower, Mira found the figurine, but also a surprise. The leaf ox waited beside it, along with the ink-bloom flowers, now tucked into tiny flower pots carried by chipmunks and the moth family. "Every guardian of the Glimmerwood comes to greet those who pass the valley," the leaf ox explained. "The silver totem is yours, but it asks a question first. Will you keep our secrets?" Mira hesitated. I'll share the wonder, but not the paths. Some magic needs quiet to grow. The totem glowed, warm in her hands. As it did, the glimmerwood itself seemed to hum in approval. The leaf ox nudged her elbow. Come, dawn's approaching, time for wanderers to return. They walked back together, the creatures sharing tales of the wood, how the stars dip down to drink from the singing stream, how the northern lights are actually the ghosts of forgotten songs. At the cobblestone path's end, the leaf ox pressed a paw to Mira's chest. Carry the glimmer here, and when the world feels too heavy. It plucked a maple seed from its tail, now a perfect, tiny whirligig. Plant this where shadows gather. It'll remember the light. Mira stepped back into her world as the first birds began their morning chorus. In her pocket, the silver totem nestled close, and in her heart, the certainty that wonder never truly leaves us. It waits in the corners of our gaze, patient as moonlight. That night, she planted the seed by her window box. It grew into a sapling with leaves that glowed softly when she hummed, and though no one else ever found the cobblestone path again, Mira knew it was there. And sometimes, on the edge of sleep, she'd hear a familiar crackle of autumn leaves, and know her friends in the glimmerwood were wishing her sweet dreams. Once upon a time, nestled between lush, rolling hills and the whispering babble of a crystal-clear brook, lay the quaint village of Meadowdown. This little village was known for its charming cobblestone streets, the scent of sweet lavender drifting from cottage gardens, and the gentle chime of bells from the old stone chapel at the village square. But beyond the common sights and sounds, Meadowdown held a secret known only to those who had the heart to discover it. In a small, ivy-clad cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was a kind-hearted soul, with hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves. She was known throughout the village for her gentle nature and unwavering curiosity. Her days were filled with helping her neighbors, tending her garden, and dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as Clara wandered through the golden-hued forest that bordered Meadowdown, she stumbled upon an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a delicate, silver key, its surface intricately etched with swirling patterns that glinted in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Clara picked up the key, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her fingers as she held it. As she examined the key, a soft voice broke the gentle rustling of the leaves. "Ah, you have found it," the voice said, seemingly coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. Startled, Clara looked around until her eyes fell upon a small rabbit with fur as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes as blue as the summer sky. This was no ordinary rabbit, for it wore a tiny emerald-green waistcoat and a pair of spectacles perched upon its twitching nose. "Who are you?" Clara asked, her voice filled with wonder rather than fear. "My name is Thistle," the rabbit replied, adjusting his spectacles with a practiced paw. "I am the guardian of the Whispering Woods, and it seems you have found the Key of Whispers." Clara looked at the key in her hand, now understanding its significance. "What does the key unlock?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Thistle hopped closer, his whiskers twitching with excitement. "The key unlocks the Door of Secrets, a magical portal that reveals the hidden wonders of the forest. But beware, only those with a pure heart and a wise mind can truly benefit from its magic." With Thistle guiding her, Clara embarked on a journey deeper into the forest. The path was lined with towering trees whose branches formed a canopy of vibrant reds and oranges, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the forest's hidden magic, of creatures that sang to the moon and flowers that bloomed only under starlight. Their journey was not without challenges. At one point, they came upon a wide, rushing stream, its waters too deep and swift to cross easily. Clara paused, thinking deeply. Instead of attempting to force her way across, she noticed the pattern of stepping stones hidden just beneath the surface, revealed only to those who took the time to truly observe. With careful steps, Clara and Thistle made their way across the stream, their trust in each other growing with every challenge they faced. Along the way, they encountered other forest inhabitants who offered their unique wisdom. There was Luna, the wise old owl with feathers like moonlit shadows, who taught Clara the importance of patience and listening to the world around her. And there was Fern, the playful squirrel with a tail like a plume, who showed Clara the joy of laughter and the beauty of small, everyday wonders. Finally, after a journey filled with learning and laughter, they reached the Door of Secrets. It stood nestled between two ancient oak trees, its surface shimmering with a light all its own. Clara hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the key in her hand, before turning to Thistle. "Are you ready?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Clara nodded and inserted the key into the lock. As she turned it, the door swung open with a gentle creak, revealing a world of breathtaking beauty. A world where the trees whispered secrets of the ages, and the air was filled with a melody only the heart could hear. Clara stepped through, feeling a sense of peace and belonging wash over her. She had embarked on this journey with a heart full of curiosity and returned with a heart full of wisdom and wonder. She realized that the true magic of the key was not in the wonders it revealed, but in the journey itself and the friendships she had forged along the way. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara and Thistle made their way back to Meadowdown. The village welcomed them with open arms, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Clara placed the key in a special place in her garden, knowing its magic would always be there, ready to guide those who were willing to listen and learn. And every evening, as the village settled into the comforting embrace of night, Clara would share stories of her adventures, her voice a gentle melody that lulled the village to sleep. And so in the heart of Meadowdown, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, Clara's story of discovery and wonder was whispered from generation to generation, a reminder that the true magic of life lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her days were filled with simple joys, chasing butterflies through sun-dappled meadows, listening to the gentle babbling of the nearby stream, and curling up by the fire with her favorite storybook. One crisp autumn morning, Willow woke to find a curious object on her nightstand, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Puzzled, she turned it over in her hands, admiring the intricate patterns etched into its surface. As her fingers traced the delicate grooves, something extraordinary happened. The box began to glow with a warm, golden light. Willow gasped in wonder as the lid opened, revealing a single feather resting within. It was no ordinary feather, however. Its radiant colors seemed to shimmer and dance before her eyes. Entranced, she reached out to touch it, and in that moment, a wave of energy washed over her. Suddenly, Willow found herself transported to a world unlike anything she had ever seen before. Towering trees of vibrant hues stretched toward a sky painted in dazzling shades of amber and crimson. Strange, enchanting creatures scampered through the undergrowth, their laughter like tinkling bells carried on the breeze. As Willow marveled at her newfound surroundings, a gentle voice called out to her, "Welcome, dear child, to the realm of wonders." Turning, she found herself face to face with a kindly old oak tree, its branches stretching wide and its trunk etched with ancient runes. "I am Elderwood, guardian of this realm," the tree continued. "The feather you found is a key, unlocking the door to a world of magic and adventure, but it is also a test, for only those with pure hearts and open minds can truly embrace its wonders." Willow listened, captivated, as Elderwood explained that a dark force threatened to consume the realm of wonders, casting its beauty into shadow. "You have been chosen, young Willow, to embark on a journey of self-discovery and courage, where you will face challenges that will shape your very soul." With a wave of his branches, Elderwood summoned two companions to guide Willow on her quest. First appeared Zephyr, a mischievous breeze spirit with an infectious giggle and a penchant for playful pranks. Then came Ember, a wise and gentle salamander whose flickering flames cast a warm, comforting glow. Together, the trio set off into the heart of the realm of wonders, venturing through landscapes that seemed to shift and swirl with every passing moment. They traversed crystal-clear rivers that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny fish, and climbed towering peaks wreathed in clouds of multicolored mist. Along the way, they encountered wondrous beings, chattering pixies who wove gossamer tapestries from moonbeams, and lumbering stone giants whose rumbling footsteps shook the very earth. Each new encounter brought with it a lesson, a whisper of wisdom imparted by the realm itself. Yet their journey was not without its trials. Dark shadows lurked in forgotten corners, jealous of the light and beauty that thrived in the realm of wonders. Time and again, Willow and her companions found themselves faced with challenges that tested their resolve and their hearts. In one particularly dire moment, they found themselves trapped in a maze of twisting, thorny vines that seemed to shift and contort with malicious intent. As Willow's fear threatened to overwhelm her, Ember's gentle flames illuminated a path forward, not by burning through the obstacles, but by coaxing the vines themselves to bloom with vibrant, fragrant flowers. It was then that Willow realized the true power of the realm of wonders, a power rooted not in brute force, but in kindness, patience, and understanding. With each challenge they faced, she grew stronger, her heart opening wider to the wonders that surrounded her. At last, after what seemed like an eternity of adventure, Willow and her companions stood before the source of the darkness that threatened the realm, a great, shadowy entity that fed on fear and doubt. But Willow was no longer the timid girl who had first stumbled into this magical world. Drawing upon all she had learned, she reached out with her heart, offering compassion and empathy to the entity. And in that moment, the darkness began to recede, transforming into a shimmering aurora of light and hope. As the realm of wonders was restored to its former glory, Elderwood's voice echoed through the land, filled with pride and gratitude. "Well done, young Willow. You have proven yourself worthy of the wonders that surround us, and in doing so have discovered the greatest wonder of all, the boundless strength and resilience of your own heart." With a final embrace for Zephyr and Ember, Willow found herself back in her own cozy room, the feather clutched tightly in her hand. But she knew that the magic of the realm of wonders would forever be a part of her, a guiding light in the years to come. As she drifted off to sleep, Willow smiled, her dreams filled with the laughter of pixies and the gentle crackle of Ember's flames. For she had learned that true wonder lies not in extraordinary realms, but in the extraordinary courage and kindness that burns within us all. Leo always felt a bit like a dandelion seed drifting on the breeze, never quite landing where he belonged. His family's cottage sat at the edge of Whisperwood, a forest so ancient its oaks wore beards of moss, and its streams sang secrets only the owls understood. Yet even surrounded by such wonder, Leo's shyness kept him anchored to the garden gate, watching other children chase fireflies while his own voice stayed tucked away like a folded letter. That changed on the night the storm came. Rain lashed the cottage windows like silver needles, and thunder grumbled like a giant shifting in sleep. Seeking comfort, Leo curled into the window seat, tracing raindrops with his finger. A flash of lightning split the sky, crack, and something small and dark plummeted from the oldest oak, landing with a soft thud in the wet ferns below. Heart pounding, Leo tugged on his boots and oilskin coat, slipping into the downpour. There, beneath the gnarled roots, lay a stone. Not ordinary granite, but a disk of polished obsidian, cool and smooth as midnight water. Moonlight rippled across its surface even through the storm clouds, revealing veins of silver that pulsed like sleepy starlight. As Leo's fingers closed around it, the rain gentled to a hush, and the stone warmed in his palm. A soft hum vibrated through him, and suddenly the oak's roots seemed to unfold. Where solid earth had been, a tunnel yawned open, glowing with the faint blue light of foxfire moss. Hesitant but pulled by the stone's gentle thrum, Leo stepped inside. The air smelled of damp earth and wild ginger, and the walls shimmered with phosphorescent fungi. Deeper he wandered until the tunnel spilled into a cavern so vast it stole his breath. Above, bioluminescent vines hung like constellations. Below, rivers of liquid amber flowed between islands of luminous mushrooms. This was Glimmerhold, a hidden world woven into Whisperwood's heart, where time dripped like honey and magic hummed in every leaf. But Glimmerhold was fading. The amber rivers ran sluggish and dull, the glowing vines flickered weakly, and a gray mist crept along the cavern floor, whispering with a chill that made Leo shiver. On a toadstool island, he found Pip. Pip was no taller than Leo's knee, with fur like spun moonlight and moth-like wings that drooped with exhaustion. Large, liquid eyes blinked up at him, not with fear but profound sadness. "The Heartstone weakens," Pip sighed, voice like wind chimes. "Without its song, Glimmerhold sleeps and never wakes." The Heartstone, Pip explained, was the luminous crystal pulsing at the cavern's center, a beacon of pure magic nourished by joy and courage. But fear, thick and cold as the creeping mist, had smothered its light. No Glimmerhold creature could approach it. The mist thickened at their touch, feeding on their dread. "It senses our despair," Pip whispered, wings trembling. "Only someone untouched by its shadow might reach it." Pip's kind, the Lumini, had shunned them for suggesting hope remained. "They call me foolish," Pip said, a tear glistening like dew. "But you carry starlight in your hand." Pip nodded to Leo's obsidian stone, now glowing softly in sync with the dying Heartstone. So began their unlikely quest. Leo, who'd never ventured beyond his garden, and Pip, exiled for believing. Guided by the stone's warmth, they navigated Glimmerhold's wonders and perils. They crossed rivers on bridges of woven light, avoiding the mist's icy tendrils. They climbed cliffs where crystalline flowers chimed warnings when the fog thickened. Leo's quiet nature became their strength. He noticed things others rushed past, a hidden path veiled by weeping moss, the way the mist recoiled from the stone's silver veins. When shadow beasts made of the gray fog coalesced, snarling with voices like cracking ice, it was Leo who remembered the light drinker moths nesting nearby. With a soft whistle, his first unafraid sound in Glimmerhold, he summoned them. The moths descended, drinking the shadows like nectar, until the beasts dissolved into harmless vapor. Pip marveled. "You see the world differently." Leo simply smiled, patting the small creature's head. Their bond deepened with each challenge. Pip taught Leo the names of glowing flowers and how to listen to the rock's deep songs. Leo shared stories of fireflies and thunderstorms, his voice growing steadier. Yet the closer they drew to the Heartstone, the heavier the air became. Doubt gnawed at Leo. What if I'm not brave enough? What if I fail? The obsidian stone dimmed in his pocket. One night, camped beneath a weeping willow of liquid crystal, Pip nestled against Leo's shoulder. "My kin think courage means roaring like thunder," Pip murmured. "But yours is the quiet kind, like roots pushing through stone." Leo realized Pip was right. His courage wasn't in loud words but in small steps, entering the tunnel, trusting Pip, facing the mist. True bravery, he understood, was feeling afraid and moving forward anyway. Finally, they stood at the Heartstone's plinth. The crystal, once radiant as captured sunlight, was now a murky gray orb, veined with sickly black. The mist swirled thickly around it, forming shapes of snarling wolves and bottomless pits, manifestations of Leo's deepest fears, being lost, being laughed at, being forever alone. The obsidian stone flared, pushing the fog back slightly, but Leo's hands shook. "It feeds on fear," Pip whispered urgently. "Show it something stronger." Closing his eyes, Leo clutched the warm stone. Instead of fighting the fear, he let memories flood in. His mother's lullabies, the scent of baking bread, Pip's trusting eyes, the wonder of bioluminescent vines. He thought of the Lumini watching from afar, their own hope a fragile ember. He thought not of being unafraid, but of what was worth fearing for. Opening his eyes, he stepped into the mist. It clawed at him with icy fingers, whispering, "You don't belong here, you're too small, too quiet." Leo's breath hitched, but he focused on the stone's pulse, a steady, warm rhythm against his palm. He pictured Pip's wings lifting in joy, the rivers running gold again, the willow's crystal tears turning bright. He poured every ounce of that hope, that fierce, quiet love into the obsidian disk. It blazed like a fallen star, its silver veins erupting into pure, liquid light. Leo pressed it against the heartstone. A chime resonated, deep and pure, shaking the cavern. Light exploded from the point of contact, a shockwave of gold and silver that tore through the mist like sunlight through cobwebs. The darkness shrieked and dissolved. The heartstone ignited, brighter than ever, pulsing waves of warmth that raced through the rivers, up the vines, into the very air. Glimmerhold awoke. Mushrooms glowed like lanterns, amber rivers sang as they flowed, and the air hummed with rejuvenated magic. The Lumini emerged from hiding, their luminous forms shimmering with awe. They gathered around Pip, their earlier scorn replaced by murmurs of wonder and apology. Pip beamed, wings fluttering with newfound strength. "Leo saw what we forgot to believe in," Pip declared. "Hope isn't loud, sometimes it's just a quiet hand holding a light in the dark." Leo's journey back through the tunnel felt different. The obsidian stone, now cool and dormant, rested in his pocket, a reminder. Emerging into Whisperwood, dawn painted the sky in peach and lavender. The storm had washed the world clean. At his garden gate, Leo paused. He didn't feel like a drifting seed anymore. He felt rooted, like an oak holding starlight in its branches. That evening, as his mother lit the fireplace, Leo sat beside it, the obsidian stone warm in his lap. "Mama," he said, his voice clear and steady in the crackling quiet. "Let me tell you about Glimmerhold." And he did. He spoke of rivers of light and a friend with moth-winged courage, of fear that melted before kindness, and a heartstone that beat strongest when fed by small, brave acts. His mother listened, her eyes soft with wonder, as the fire painted dancing shadows on the walls. Outside, a certain small creature with moonlight fur perched on the oak branch, watching the cottage window. Pip smiled, hearing Leo's voice weave magic into the night air, a different kind of magic, warm and human, and full of quiet strength. Glimmerhold was saved, but so was something else. A shy boy who discovered that his gentle heart was the greatest magic of all. And as Leo finished his tale, the obsidian stone on the windowsill gave one last, soft pulse of silver light, content and still, like a promise kept in the peaceful dark. The whispering woods had always hummed with secrets older than moonlight. Beneath cathedral trees whose roots cradled forgotten languages, there existed a community of creatures who wore the forest like a second skin. Moss-knitted rabbits whose fur changed with the seasons, starlight-drunk fireflies that wrote poems in the air, and badgers with maps of constellations etched into their paw pads all moved through the dappled shadows. Their world balanced on the edge of a maple leaf, precarious, beautiful, and governed by the ancient pact between the turning wheel, as they called the seasons and the heartstone, a crystalline relic pulsing deep within the forest's core. One crisp autumn when leaves whisper, a young fox kit named Sorrel noticed the first crack in the world. It appeared as she practiced painting frost patterns with her breath against a spider's web, a skill her grandmother had taught her when the last winter's snow still clung to the earth. The web trembled not from her exhale, but from the faintest shimmer in the air above it, like heat distortion over summer stones. When she pressed a paw to the quivering space, it tasted of burnt honey and loneliness. "Grandmother," Sorrel called, her voice sending a spiral of amber leaves dancing, "the veil between worlds has a toothache." The elder fox emerged from her den of woven ferns, her coat the color of storm clouds and wisdom. She sniffed the air, ears twitching to the discordant rhythm of a woodpecker's delayed morning song. "The heartstone weakens," she murmured, watching a maple leaf stall mid-fall, caught between gold and crimson. Come, we must consult the council of root and crown. Their journey to the stone hollow revealed the forest's deepening malaise. Brook salamanders floated belly up, their bioluminescent tails dimmed. Oak guardians, ancient trees with faces in their bark, groaned as their lower branches petrified into cold stone. Worst of all were the silence pockets, clearings where sound died as if smothered by invisible moss. Sorrel's whiskers tingled with wrongness when they passed through one, her own heartbeat muffled into nothingness. At the stone hollow, the council had already gathered. Thistlewood, the great horned owl whose feathers held the pattern of every winter storm, perched on a quartz outcropping. Between his talons lay the heartstone, once a vibrant geode singing with inner light, now a dull lump of rock veined with sickly green. Circling him were the season keepers, a maple-keyed dragonfly representing spring, a berry-fat dormouse for summer, a persimmon-hued salamander for autumn, and a snow hare whose fur still held patches of winter's last gasp. The turning wheel hesitates, rumbled Thistlewood, his voice the creak of timber holding up the sky. Without the heartstone's rhythm, seasons will bleed into each other until life unravels. Sorrel's grandmother stepped forward, her tail brushing a constellation of glowing mushrooms into brighter life. The stone's illness mirrors the forest's wounds. We must mend both as one. A plan was woven like silken thread through the dark. They would collect the 4 essences tied to each season's zenith and use them to cleanse the heartstone. Sorrel, chosen for her keen nose and quicker paws, would lead the gathering. Her first quest took her east to the spring vale, where the air itself blossomed. The journey sang in her blood. She bounded past fiddleheads uncurling like sleep-warmed paws, through meadows where dandelion clocks chimed the hour with drifting seeds. At the vale, a waterfall where liquid sunlight cascaded over emerald rocks, she met the season keeper, a silver-throated deer whose antlers sprouted living cherry blossoms. "Prove your heart matches the spring's renewal," the deer spoke in water-song tones. Before them, the waterfall parted to reveal a sapling choked by thorny vines, its leaves trembling in earth's memory of winter. Sorrel approached not with teeth or claws, but with the lullaby her grandmother sang when frost bit too deep. As she hummed, the thorns softened into wild roses. The sapling stretched upward, buds bursting into flowers that rained peach-scented gratitude. The deer bowed, a single blossom floating into Sorrel's satchel, the essence of awakening. Summer's trial burned brighter. In the south, where heat shimmered like a living thing, Sorrel found the season keeper, a jewel-eyed tree frog enthroned on a lily pad the size of a thundercloud. The air throbbed with the heartbeat of 1,000 cicadas. "Bring order to the chaos," croaked the frog, indicating a sun-scorched meadow where plants grew in wild, suffocating tangles. Drought crackled in every yellowed blade. Remembering the badger's lessons on balance, Sorrel didn't rip through the overgrowth. Instead, she dug irrigation channels mimicking the constellations on her grandmother's paws, redirecting a sluggish stream to kiss parched roots. She pruned judiciously, thinning enough for sunlight to nourish, not scorch. When the first melon vine curled gratefully around her leg, the frog gifted her the essence of abundance, a drop of liquid amber that hummed with bee song. Autumn's test came in the west, where the season keeper, a squirrel with a tail like smoldering embers, waited atop a pyramid of pumpkins. "Everything here clings too tightly," they chittered, gesturing to an orchard where fruit rotted on branches, leaves refusing to fall. The air reeked of sweet decay. Sorrel twitched her nose at the malaise. She began gathering fallen acorns, arranging them in spirals that whispered of cyclical endings. With a badger's digging claw borrowed from the council stores, she carved tiny doors in the stubborn trees, inviting wood beetles to begin the recycling dance. Lastly, she blew the first frost breath she'd ever learned across the highest branches. As reluctant apples thudded to the ground, the squirrel tossed her the essence of release, a maple key that spun ceaselessly in midair. Winter's challenge almost broke her. In the north's endless twilight, the season keeper was a carved ice wolf whose howl shaped snowflakes. Find warmth without fire, it growled, icicle teeth clinking. Around them, creatures shivered in a blizzard that stole breath and hope. Sorrel thought of dormice sharing nests, of owls sheltering lost fawns under their wings. Gathering the trembling animals, she taught them the huddle dance, a weaving of bodies and breath that kindled communal warmth. When the ice wolf itself began to shiver, she brushed her frost-flecked tail against its paw in shared vulnerability. The essence of rest came as a snowflake that never melted, its crystalline patterns holding the quiet promise of spring's return. Back at Stone Hollow, the council blended the essences into a chalice of woven vines. As sorrel poured the mixture over the heartstone, the forest held its breath. For a terrible moment, nothing happened. Then, a sound like the first rainfall after drought. The stone's cracks glowed gold, its geode interior spinning to life like a miniature galaxy. Through the bond all forest creatures shared, sorrel felt the changes ripple outward. Salamanders flipping right side up with indignant splashes, petrified branches sprouting new leaves, silence pockets filling with the symphony of a woodpecker's repentant rhythm. When the last tendril of green sickness vanished, Thistlewood lifted the restored heartstone high. Remember this day, he boomed as the essences swirled into the stone, creating a new vein of iridescent light. Harmony isn't a spell but a practice, 1,000 small choices to listen, adapt, and care. Years later, when Sorrel had cubs of her own with coats like dappled sunlight, she'd bring them to the stone hollow during the turning days. Together, they'd watch the season keepers perform their dance, the deer's blossoms melting into the frog's summer rains, the squirrel's falling leaves giving way to the wolf's gentle snows. And when curious noses twitched at the heartstone's glow, she'd tell them of cracked veils and communal warmth, her words weaving through the firefly-lit air like a promise. Nothing is ever truly broken when many paws work to mend it. The forest breathed its agreement in the scent of rain-soaked loam and applewood smoke, in the crunch of leaves under careful paws, in the silent understanding that flowed root to branch to star-dusted wing. Somewhere an elder fox smiled as her granddaughter's laughter tangled with the wind, another thread in the endless, beautiful tapestry of the whispering woods. In a hidden glen of the ancient forest, where towering trees stood like sentinels and gentle streams whispered their timeless songs, the creatures of the woodland lived in a delicate balance. Among the tall oaks and whispering willows, a tapestry of life thrived, woven together by the seasons and the gentle hands of time. Here the air was crisp with the scent of pine and earth, and the sun filtered softly through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. In this magical place, where the line between reality and enchantment blurred like the morning mist, lived a wise old tortoise named Bertram. Bertram was known throughout the forest for his gentle nature and profound wisdom, passed down from generation to generation. His shell, a mosaic of greens and browns, was like a living map of the forest, etched with the stories of ages past. One golden morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the dew-laden leaves, Bertram awoke to a soft rustling nearby. Peeking out from beneath a cluster of ferns was a young squirrel named Pippa, her fur a vibrant russet that matched the autumn leaves. Pippa was curious and spirited, always eager to learn from the world around her. "Good morning, Bertram," Pippa chirped, her eyes bright with wonder. "I heard the wind singing a different tune last night. Do you know what it means?" Bertram smiled, his eyes twinkling with the reflections of the forest. "Ah, Pippa, the wind carries the wisdom of the seasons," he replied in his soothing, gravelly voice. "When it whispers, it tells of changes to come, of balance and harmony that must be maintained." Intrigued, Pippa settled beside Bertram, her fluffy tail curling around her paws. "Tell me more," she urged, eager to soak in the knowledge like sunlight. "The forest is a living tapestry," Bertram began, "and each creature, each leaf, and each breeze plays its part. The wind you heard is the herald of winter, reminding us of the time to prepare, to gather, and to reflect. As Bertram spoke, the forest around them seemed to come alive with the essence of his words. The leaves rustled softly, adding their own gentle chorus to his tale. Pippa listened intently, her heart beating in rhythm with the world around her. Long ago, Bertram continued, there was a time when the balance of the forest was threatened. The river ran dry, and the trees wilted under an unrelenting sun. It was through the wisdom of the elders and the unity of the creatures that harmony was restored. Pippa's eyes widened in awe. How did they do it? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. They listened to the forest, Bertram replied, his voice like a warm embrace. They learned to understand its needs and to care for it as it cared for them. The secret lies in the harmony of give and take, in nurturing the land that nurtures us. As the morning sun climbed higher, casting a gentle warmth over the glen, Pippa felt a deep sense of peace settling within her. She looked around, seeing the forest with new eyes, each tree and creature a vital part of the whole. Bertram watched her with a gentle smile, knowing that the seeds of wisdom had taken root. Remember, little one, he said, the forest is our home, and we are its guardians. With wisdom and kindness, we can preserve its magic for generations to come. With that, Pippa scampered up a nearby tree, her heart full of the promise of a new day. She would share Bertram's wisdom with her friends, ensuring the harmony of the forest would continue to thrive. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, the forest settled into a tranquil hush. The creatures nestled into their homes, wrapped in the comfort of Bertram's timeless tales. And so, in the quiet heart of the ancient forest, a gentle balance was maintained, woven together by the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. The trees stood tall, the streams sang softly, and the wind carried with it the enduring harmony of a world at peace. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young doe named Willow. She was a gentle creature with a soft brown coat and eyes that shone like amber in the sunlight. Willow loved the comfort of her daily routines, nibbling on sweet clover in the meadow, resting in the dappled shade of the ancient oak, and listening to the soothing melodies of the woodland birds. Yet lately, Willow couldn't shake a restless feeling stirring within her. She watched as her friends shed their winter coats, their new fur glistening with renewed vibrancy. But Willow's coat remained dull and threadbare, clinging to her like an itchy reminder that change was afoot, whether she was ready or not. One crisp morning, Willow wandered to the forest's edge where she often found solace among the ferns and wildflowers. There she met an old friend, a wizened tortoise named Sage, who moved with great care and contemplation. "You seem troubled, little one," Sage said, her voice as gentle as the rustling leaves. Willow confided her fears about the impending change. "I feel stuck, like this tattered coat is weighing me down. I'm afraid if I let it go, I'll lose a part of myself forever." Sage smiled knowingly. The cycle of rebirth can be daunting, but it's nature's way of helping us grow. Think of the butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. A wondrous transformation takes immense courage. As if on cue, a shimmering light danced through the trees, catching Willow's eye. It was a radiant sprite named Glow, one of the forest's fabled guardians. "Don't fret, dear Willow," Glow chimed, her ethereal voice like a tinkling brook. "Every ending is a new beginning in disguise." With a wave of her tiny hand, Glow conjured a glittering pool of water before them. Images began to swirl across its surface, a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors representing the stages of growth and renewal. Willow was transfixed, seeing reflections of her own journey mirrored in nature's eternal rhythm. Glow gestured toward the water. "You'll know when you're ready to embrace the change within you. Trust in the magic that guides all living things." Heartened by her friend's wisdom, Willow realized her fears were rooted in resistance to the unknown. As the days passed, she moved through the transition with newfound grace, allowing her tattered coat to shed naturally. Beneath the weathered exterior, a lustrous new coat emerged, its rich chestnut hues shimmering like sunlight on autumn leaves. Willow felt lighter, revitalized, as if she were seeing the world through fresh, wondering eyes. From that day on, she greeted each season as a wondrous teacher, honoring the continual cycle of transformation as the greatest magic of all. For in surrendering to change, Willow discovered her truest self, resilient, radiant, and beautifully renewed. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight filtered through ancient, towering trees and cast dappled patterns on the soft forest floor, there nestled a quaint little village. The village was known as Willowbrook, famous for its lush gardens and the gentle, melodic hum of the river that wound its way through the land. In Willowbrook, the residents lived harmoniously with the magical creatures that dwelled in the forest. Among these creatures were the Fae, tiny beings with wings like gossamer, who tended to the flowers and whispered secrets to the wind. There were also the wise owls, who perched high above in their leafy abodes, watching over the village with kind, knowing eyes. One peaceful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, an unusual event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that each morning the flowers in their gardens were blooming in peculiar patterns, spirals and stars, unlike anything they had seen before. The villagers were puzzled, for these flowers seemed to change their formations overnight, as if by some unseen hand. Among the villagers was a gentle-hearted girl named Leora. Her curiosity was as boundless as the forest itself, and she had a knack for noticing the smallest details. Leora loved the mysteries of the woods and often spent her days exploring its hidden paths and listening to the stories told by the forest creatures. Determined to uncover the mystery of the changing flowers, Leora set out one misty morning, her heart full of excitement. She wandered through the village, her senses alive with the scent of fresh earth and the sound of leaves whispering in the breeze. As she approached the edge of the village, she was greeted by the soft, musical laughter of the Fae, who flitted around her like a shower of glittering rain. "Good morning, Leora," sang a Fae with wings that shimmered like pearls. "What brings you to the woods today?" "Good morning, dear friends," Leora replied with a smile. "I'm hoping to solve the mystery of the enchanted flowers. Have you seen anything unusual in the forest?" The Fae exchanged knowing glances, their eyes twinkling with mischief and delight. "Perhaps you should speak with Elderwise," suggested another Fae, her voice as gentle as a lullaby. "He knows many things and might have the answers you seek." Eager to visit Elderwise, the wise old owl, Leora thanked the Fae and made her way deeper into the forest. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and as she walked, the ground beneath her feet felt like a soft, comforting carpet of moss. Elderwise's home was a grand, ancient oak tree, its bark gnarled and wise, and its branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. Leora approached the tree with reverence and called up into the leafy heights. "Elderwise, wise owl of the forest, may I speak with you?" From high above, a gentle hoot echoed through the branches, followed by the soft rustling of feathers. Elderwise descended gracefully, his eyes as deep and mysterious as the night sky fixed kindly upon her. "Ah, young Leora," he said, his voice a warm, resonant melody. "What brings you to my tree this fine day?" Leora explained the strange occurrences in the village gardens, her voice filled with wonder and a touch of concern. Elderwise listened intently, nodding his head with understanding. "Ah, the flowers," he mused, his gaze turning thoughtful. "I have heard whispers of a playful spirit who roams the woods at night. This spirit, known as the petal weaver, delights in creating beauty in the most unexpected ways." Leora's eyes widened with intrigue. "The petal weaver? How fascinating! But why would this spirit visit our village?" Elderwise chuckled softly, a sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. "The petal weaver is drawn to places where love and harmony dwell. Your village, with its kind hearts and gentle ways, is a beacon to such a spirit. Perhaps it seeks to share its joy with you all." Leora nodded, her heart swelling with warmth at the thought. "Thank you, Elderwise. I shall share this with the villagers. Perhaps we can find a way to welcome the petal weaver." With a grateful heart, Leora made her way back to the village, her mind alive with ideas. As evening fell and the stars began to twinkle in the clear night sky, the villagers gathered in the square, eager to hear what she had discovered. Leora shared Elderwise's wisdom, her voice soft and soothing as she spoke. "The petal weaver means us no harm. It seeks to share its joy and art with us. I believe if we welcome it with open hearts, we might come to understand its ways." The villagers nodded, their faces alight with understanding and acceptance. That night they decided to leave small gifts of appreciation in their gardens, tiny lanterns, delicate ribbons, and fragrant herbs, hoping to show the petal weaver their gratitude. As the moon cast its gentle glow over Willowbrook, the petal weaver appeared, unseen by human eyes, but sensed in the gentle rustling of petals and the soft shimmer of moonlight on the flowers. It saw the villagers' gifts and felt their warmth and gratitude. The next morning, the village awoke to a wondrous sight. Each garden was a tapestry of breathtaking beauty, with flowers arranged in patterns that spoke of joy and friendship. The air was filled with a sense of magic and peace, and the villagers knew their hearts had made a new friend. From that day on, the petal weaver became a cherished part of Willowbrook's lore, its visits bringing delight and wonder to the village. And Leora, with her gentle spirit and love for the mysteries of the world, continued to explore the forest, knowing that the greatest magic of all was the love and kindness shared among friends. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, the tale of Willowbrook and the petal weaver lulled the village into a restful slumber, their dreams filled with the colors and fragrances of a world where magic and friendship intertwined like the petals of a never-ending blossom. Rowan had always loved the steadfast rhythm of Oakhaven. Each morning, dew-kissed cobblestones glistened under the rising sun, the bakery's cinnamon scent wove through the lanes, and the ancient clock tower chimed with comforting precision. But this autumn, change rustled through the village like persistent wind. Rowan's hands trembled as they packed away their father's old apothecary scales. He'd passed quietly with the last summer bloom, leaving Rowan the cottage and its wild, walled garden. Now the garden, once bursting with medicinal herbs, lay choked by thorny brambles and sorrow. Each vine seemed to mirror Rowan's heart, tangled, resistant, afraid to grow anew. One twilight, as Rowan sighed over withered moon petals, a soft knock came at the gate. There stood Mr. Thistle, the village's oldest gardener, his skin like creased parchment, eyes twinkling like stars in twilight. "Mind if an old man shares your bench?" he rasped, tapping his walking stick, a gnarled branch crowned with a single living bud. Rowan nodded mutely. "Gardens grieve too," Thistle murmured, gazing at the brambles. "See how they guard the soil, fearful of what new seeds might ask of them." He patted Rowan's shoulder. "But earth remembers how to heal, so do hearts." That night Rowan dreamed of silver roots pulsing beneath the garden, whispering in time with their own heartbeat. Come dawn, a discovery. Near the bench, one moon petal had unfurled anew, its petals shimmering with dewdrops that glowed like liquid starlight. When touched, warmth spread up Rowan's arm, and the brambles nearby shivered, retreating an inch. "It's responding to you," chirped a voice. Nutkin, a russet squirrel with eyes like polished acorns, scampered down the oak tree. "Old Thistle's right, this garden's magic mirrors its keeper. What grows inside you grows out here too." Thus began Rowan's hesitant dance with change. Each day they'd sit with a memory, father's laughter, his stories of resilient yarrow, and tend one small patch. When frustration flared, thorns pricking, weeds stubborn, Nutkin would nudge hazelnuts into Rowan's palm or chatter about forest creatures adapting their nests for winter. "Even the river changes its song when stones shift," he'd squeak. Magical echoes bloomed with each effort. Where Rowan nurtured patience, violets sprouted in fractal patterns. Where they whispered forgiveness, brambles softened into flowering jasmine. Yet doubt lingered. One frosty evening, Rowan slumped before a frost-bitten rosemary bush, a symbol of remembrance now dying. "Why try?" they whispered. "Some roots won't take." A shadow glided overhead, Hoot, the great horned owl, alighting silently on the garden wall. Her feathers held the colors of twilight, deep indigo and burnt gold. "Child," she hooted, her voice a low, resonant hum, "growth is not a straight path. Even stars fade before they shine brightest." She gestured with a wing toward the moon petal. "You've nurtured light where darkness ruled. Trust the unseen roots." Inspired, Rowan gathered villagers, not to fix the garden but to share stories. Millie the baker brought saffron buns, her scarred hands kneading dough as she spoke of rebuilding her oven after a fire. Finn the blacksmith hummed while planting ironweed, its metallic blooms clinking softly as he recalled learning to forge anew when his sight dimmed. Together, they wove memories into the soil. Rowan's hands no longer shook as they placed father's scales beneath the old oak, whispering, "Thank you." That solstice night, magic surged. Rowan stood barefoot on the earth, breathing in petrichor and possibility. Moonlight drenched the garden, and where they stepped, luminescent moss spread like emerald constellations. Withered rosemary erupted into silver-blue flames that warmed without burning. Moon petals floated upward, becoming gentle lanterns. The brambles transformed into arches of golden honeysuckle, humming with contented bees. Rowan laughed, a sound like wind chimes, as their own skin glimmered faintly, inner peace made visible. Come spring, Oakhaven marveled. Rowan's garden was now a sanctuary where herbs healed with doubled potency, where anxious hearts found calm under the whispering oak. Rowan still kept the cottage rhythms, but with newfound grace, teaching village children how whispering kindness to seeds made them sprout faster, or how tea brewed from moon petals eased bad dreams. Change, they realized, wasn't an ending, but the soil where deeper roots could grow. And on quiet evenings, Rowan would sit with Thistle, Nutkin dozing in their lap, Hoot watching from the oak, all soothed by the garden's song, a lullaby of resilience, sung by the wind through blossoming vines. Here, in the tender balance between loss and hope, Rowan had discovered the gentlest magic of all, the one that blooms when we dare to grow. The world beyond Thistle's familiar burrow was usually painted in the comforting greens and browns of the sun-dappled meadow. But tonight, drawn by the unusually large silver moon hanging low in the velvet sky, the little rabbit felt a peculiar tug in his chest. A whisper on the cool night breeze seemed to call him towards the edge of the ancient whispering woods, a place his elders spoke of in hushed tones, filled with unseen wonders and moonlit secrets. Taking a deep breath, his soft white fur ruffled by the night air, Thistle hopped forward, his heart a tiny drum against his ribs. The moment he crossed the mossy threshold beneath the first towering, ancient oak, the air changed. It grew cooler, sweeter, carrying the scent of damp earth, crushed pine needles, and something else entirely, like starlight made into perfume. The familiar chirping of crickets faded, replaced by a gentle, chiming sound, as if thousands of tiny crystal bells were swaying in an unfelt breeze. Looking up, Thistle gasped. High in the branches, glowing softly like captured moonlight, were clusters of luminous, bell-shaped flowers. They chimed softly as they moved, casting shifting patterns of silver light on the forest floor below. This was the Glimmerwood. The path ahead was carpeted not with leaves, but with soft, bioluminescent moss that pulsed with a gentle green light beneath his paws, guiding him deeper. Strange mushrooms like tiny lanterns dotted the undergrowth, casting warm amber and violet glows. Curiosity, warm and bright, began to outpace Thistle's initial nervous flutters. He hadn't gone far when a soft, blue light flickered near a cluster of giant, glowing toadstools. It zipped closer, resolving into a creature no bigger than Thistle's paw. It had delicate, translucent wings like spun glass, and a body that glowed with an internal, shifting blue luminescence. Its large, kind eyes blinked at him with gentle curiosity. "Lost your way, little traveler," it chimed in a voice like tiny bells, surprisingly clear despite its size. I'm just exploring," Thistle replied, his voice a little shaky. "It's so beautiful here. What are you?" "I am a glimmerfly," it hummed, doing a little loop in the air. "We tend the moon petals and light the paths for those who wander kindly. You seem kind. Would you like to see the heart of the Glimmerwood? Few venture so far." The invitation sent a fresh thrill through Thistle, mixed with a prickle of apprehension. The heart of the Glimmerwood. It sounded vast and unknown. But the Glimmerfly's gentle light and kind eyes felt reassuring. "Yes, please," he said, his courage finding its voice. Their journey led them deeper. They crossed a bridge woven from living, glowing vines that hummed softly beneath their feet. They passed a clearing where tall, slender reeds swayed, playing hauntingly beautiful melodies as the night wind passed through their hollow stalks the singing reeds. Thistle paused, mesmerized, feeling the music vibrate gently in his own chest. The path eventually opened into a breathtaking vista. Before them lay a vast, perfectly circular pool, its surface mirror-still and reflecting the star-strewn sky above with impossible clarity. But the stars weren't just reflected, they seemed to dance within the water itself, swirling slowly. Around the pool grew the largest, most radiant moonpetals Thistle had ever seen, their chime song a deep, resonant harmony that filled the air. This was the Starlight Pool, the heart of the Glimmerwood. As Thistle approached the water's edge, awestruck, the surface rippled. Not from wind, but from beneath. Smooth, obsidian-black stones rose silently, arranging themselves in a perfect stepping-stone path across the shimmering expanse. They led to a small, moss-covered island in the very center, where a single ancient tree stood, its bark shimmering with embedded flecks of starlight. "The Starlight Keeper awaits," the glimmerfly chimed softly. "But only those who walk with quiet courage and a gentle heart can cross the path of reflection." Thistle looked at the smooth, dark stones floating on the star-filled water. They looked slippery. The distance seemed suddenly vast. What if he fell? What if the stars swallowed him? His earlier apprehensions swelled. He glanced back towards the familiar path, the pull of his safe, warm burrow strong. But then he looked at the glimmerfly hovering patiently, its light steady and calm. He remembered the wonder of the chiming flowers, the beauty of the singing reeds, the kindness in the little creature's eyes. This place wasn't scary, it was magical. It asked only for respect and a brave heart. Taking a deep, steadying breath, Thistle placed one cautious paw onto the first stone. It felt warm and solid beneath his pad. Step by careful step, focusing only on the next stone and the gentle glow of his tiny guide, he made his way across the path of reflection. He didn't rush, he moved with quiet confidence, his small frame steady. The stars swirled beneath him, beautiful and vast, but no longer frightening. Reaching the island, Thistle found himself before the ancient starlight tree. Its gnarled roots cradled a being formed of shifting constellations, points of light, connected by threads of pure starlight, vaguely rabbit-shaped but vast and ancient. Its eyes were swirling nebulae, kind and infinitely deep. "Welcome, small one," the keeper's voice resonated, not in the air, but within Thistle's own mind, warm and comforting like sunlight on fur. "You walk the path with courage born not of fierceness, but of wonder and trust. That is a rare and precious strength." The keeper didn't offer grand treasures or powerful secrets. Instead, it gently nudged a smooth, ordinary-looking pebble resting among its roots with a tendril of starlight. The pebble rolled towards Thistle. As he picked it up, it felt warm and hummed faintly. Instantly, a wave of profound peace washed over him, a deep sense of belonging not just to his meadow burrow, but to the vast, starlit night itself. He understood without words that courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the choice to step forward with kindness and curiosity anyway. And that true exploration often leads you back to yourself, carrying a little piece of the wonder you found. "Carry this warmth," the keeper's voice echoed softly. "It is the memory of the Glimmerwood's heart, and the knowledge that you carry your own light within." The journey back felt different. The glimmerfly guided him, but Thistle felt he knew the luminous path. The chiming flowers seemed to chime a little sweeter for him, the singing reeds played a softer melody. He felt lighter, braver, filled with the quiet warmth of the pebble in his paw and the keeper's words in his heart. As he stepped out of the whispering woods, the first pale hints of dawn were lightening the eastern sky. The giant silver moon was setting, casting long, soft shadows. He looked back once at the Glimmerwood, now seeming like an ordinary, though deeply peaceful, forest in the pre-dawn light. Had it all been a dream? But the warm, humming pebble nestled safely in his paw was real. Thistle hopped back towards his burrow, the familiar sense of clover and warm earth welcoming him. He didn't feel smaller for returning, he felt larger inside. He had seen the stars dance in water, walked on light, and spoken with constellations. He had faced the unknown with a quiet heart and discovered that courage was simply the willingness to follow wonder, one careful step at a time. Curling up in his soft nest of dried grass, the humming pebble tucked close, Thistle closed his eyes. The gentle chime of the moon petals echoed softly in his memory, a lullaby of starlight and courage, promising that even the smallest creature, filled with kindness and curiosity, could find magic in the velvet dark and carry its comforting warmth home. Sleep wrapped around him as gently as the Glimmerwood's light, deep, peaceful, and filled with the quiet joy of a journey beautifully made. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, there lay a quaint village called Willowbrook. Nestled amidst blooming wildflowers and the gentle laughter of babbling brooks, Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to slow, and the world's worries melted away like morning mist. Every evening, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the villagers would gather around the great old oak in the village square. It was here that stories were shared, laughter echoed, and the bonds of community grew ever stronger. One such evening, as the villagers settled beneath the oak's sprawling branches, a peculiar thing happened. A series of soft, shimmering lights began to dance above them, weaving intricate patterns in the air. At first, they thought it might be fireflies, but these lights were different, more vibrant, more alive. Among the villagers was a gentle soul named Mira. With her chestnut curls and warm hazel eyes, Mira was known for her kindness and her curiosity. She watched the lights with fascination, noticing how they flickered and swirled as if they were trying to communicate something. Intrigued by the mysterious display, Mira decided to investigate. The next morning, she set out into the woods, where the lights seemed to have originated. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. Birds sang cheerful tunes as she walked along the winding paths, their melodies mingling with the rustling leaves. As Mira wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood a small, shimmering pond, its surface glistening like 1,000 diamonds in the sunlight. Surrounding the pond were delicate lilac flowers that swayed gently, as if dancing to a silent song. "Hello, young seeker," came a soft voice, as warm and inviting as a summer breeze. Startled, Mira turned to see a creature unlike any she had encountered. It was a luminal, a rare and magical being with wings that sparkled like the night sky. Its eyes were deep pools of wisdom, and its presence exuded a comforting aura. "I am Selwyn," the luminal introduced itself, its voice a gentle melody. "I see you are curious about the lights." Mira nodded, her curiosity piqued. "Yes, they were beautiful and unlike anything I've seen. Do you know what they are?" Selwyn nodded, its expression serene. "The lights are the whispers of the forest, messages from the heart of nature. They are meant to guide and protect, but lately they have been restless." "Why are they restless?" Mira asked, her brow furrowed with concern. "There is a disturbance in the balance of the woods," Selwyn explained, "a hidden sadness that needs healing. The lights seek someone with a pure heart to help restore harmony." Mira's eyes widened with determination. "I want to help. How can I do that?" Selwyn fluttered its wings gently, the air shimmering with stardust. "You must listen to the forest, feel its rhythm, and uncover the source of its sorrow. Trust in your heart, and you will find the way." Buoyed by Selwyn's words, Mira closed her eyes and allowed herself to attune to the forest around her. She listened to the rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the distant call of a lone owl. Slowly, a pattern emerged, a gentle thrum beneath the surface, a melody of life interwoven with a single discordant note. Following this faint trail of unease, Mira journeyed deeper into the woods, her footsteps guided by the forest's subtle cues. Along the way, she encountered various creatures. A family of rabbits who shared their burrow's warmth, an old tortoise who nodded sagely as she passed, and a mischievous squirrel who offered her an acorn as a token of friendship. Each encounter reinforced the sense of community and mutual care that thrived within the Whispering Woods. It was a reminder that even the smallest gesture of kindness could ripple outwards, touching lives in ways unseen. At last, Mira arrived at a thicket where the air felt heavy with a quiet sadness. Peering through the intertwined branches, she discovered a small grove where the trees stood tall and proud, yet their leaves drooped as if burdened by unseen weight. In the center of the grove lay a young fawn, its eyes wide with fear and confusion. The source of the forest's sorrow was clear, a creature lost and alone, seeking the warmth of companionship. Approaching slowly so as not to startle the fawn, Mira spoke softly, her voice a soothing balm. "Hello, little one. You're not alone anymore. I'm here to help." The fawn blinked, its ears twitching as it listened to Mira's kind words. Gradually it relaxed, sensing the genuine care in her tone. With gentle hands, Mira guided the fawn out of the thicket and back towards the heart of the forest. As they walked, the trees seemed to sigh with relief, their leaves lifting as the weight of sadness began to dissipate. Selwyn appeared once more, its eyes alight with gratitude. "You have done well, Mira. The forest thanks you for your kindness and courage." Mira smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. "I only did what felt right. The forest is a magical place, full of life and wonder. I'm grateful to be part of it." Under the luminal's watchful gaze, the shimmering lights returned, dancing joyfully through the trees. They twirled around Mira and the fawn, a celebration of restored harmony and newfound friendship. As the sun began to set, casting golden rays across the forest floor, Mira made her way back to Willowbrook, the fawn trotting happily by her side. The villagers welcomed them with open arms, their hearts touched by the tale of the gentle mystery that had unfolded in their beloved woods. That night, as the stars twinkled above and the village settled into peaceful slumber, Mira lay beneath the great old oak, the fawn nestled beside her. She closed her eyes, her dreams filled with shimmering lights and the whisper of a forest at peace. And so, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, its people bound by tales of wonder and the gentle magic that surrounded them. Here, under the watchful gaze of the luminal and the twinkling stars, harmony reigned, and the world felt just a little bit brighter. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where the stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across the velvet sky, lay a small, verdant planet named Luminara. It was a world of gentle hills cloaked in emerald grasses, and rivers that sang softly as they wove through forests of towering, silver-barked trees. The air was perpetually tinged with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers that carpeted the land in vibrant hues of pink and gold. On this peaceful planet lived a creature named Nara, a luminarian, with skin that glowed faintly like moonlight and eyes the color of the sky at dawn. Nara was a gentle soul, content with the simple pleasures of life, harvesting the sweet fruits that grew abundant on her family's orchard and listening to the wind whisper stories through the leaves. Meanwhile, across the vastness of space, on a planet named Aegis, a very different life existed. Aegis was a world of towering crystalline spires and bustling energy fields. Its skies were perpetually aglow with the vibrant hues of its many moons, and the constant hum of technological marvels filled the air. Here lived a being called Zeke, an Aegisan, with a body of shimmering metallic hues and eyes that flickered with the iridescent light of distant galaxies. Zeke was a curious inventor, always tinkering with gadgets and dreaming of the vastness beyond his own planet. His heart yearned for adventure, for the stories hidden among the stars. One day, while testing a new starship engine, an unexpected surge of energy hurled Zeke across the galaxy, landing him, rather unceremoniously, on the tranquil plains of Luminara. The crash was gentle, as far as landings go, cushioned by the soft grasses and the forgiving earth of Luminara. Nara, tending to her orchard, heard the distant thud and decided to investigate. As she approached the strange, gleaming vessel, she saw Zeke emerging, looking bewildered and a little charred around the edges. Nara's heart was filled with curiosity and a touch of fear. She had never seen anyone like Zeke before. but her natural kindness prevailed as she offered a hand in greeting, her soft glow a beacon of warmth and welcome. Zeke, grateful and a little embarrassed, accepted the gesture, his metallic skin cooling in the gentle breeze. Communication was their first challenge. The languages of their respective planets were as different as the worlds themselves. At first, they resorted to gestures and expressions. Nara pointed to the sky, then to Zeke's ship, raising her eyebrows in question. Zeke nodded, illustrating with his hands the trajectory of his unplanned journey. Despite the initial misunderstandings, a friendship began to blossom. Nara took Zeke to her home, where her family received him with open arms, offering food and a place to rest. Zeke, touched by their hospitality, marveled at the simplicity and beauty of their life. He began to share stories of his world, using holographic images from a pocket device, painting pictures of crystalline cities and technological wonders. As days turned into weeks, Zeke worked on repairing his ship, often with Nara by his side, her gentle presence a balm to the frustration that sometimes accompanied his efforts. Nara, in turn, showed Zeke the beauty of Luminara, from the hidden groves where crystal butterflies danced, to the serene lakes that reflected the skies like mirrors. One evening, as they sat by the fire, the stars twinkling overhead, Zeke shared a hologram of his family, the soft light casting a glow over their faces. Nara, with her empathetic heart, saw the longing in Zeke's eyes. She placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, understanding without words the ache of distance and the pull of home. Their friendship deepened through shared challenges. A sudden storm, fierce and unexpected, threatened to damage the ship further. Together, they worked tirelessly, Nara using her knowledge of the land to gather materials that Zeke fashioned into makeshift repairs. In those moments of urgency, their differences melted away, leaving only the shared goal and the bond of friendship. Through these trials, they discovered the true meaning of companionship, a connection that transcended words and worlds. They learned to appreciate each other's unique qualities. Nara admired Zeke's ingenuity and his courage to explore the unknown, while Zeke cherished Nara's wisdom and her ability to find beauty in simplicity. Finally, the day came when Zeke's ship was ready to return to Aegis. As he prepared to leave, a bittersweet feeling settled over them both. Zeke promised to return, to share more stories, and to learn more about the gentle world of Luminara. Nara gifted him a small vial of Luminara's fragrant blossoms, a reminder of the peace and friendship he had found. As Zeke's ship ascended, cutting a bright path across the sky, Nara watched, her heart full. She knew that their friendship, forged through understanding and shared trials, would remain a shining star in her heart, guiding her always. And so, across the vast expanse of the galaxy, two unlikely companions discovered not only the stars, but the true meaning of friendship, a bond that, like the stars themselves, would endure across time and distance, lighting the way for their hearts. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, there lay a hidden glen cloaked in perpetual twilight. Here, the canopy of lush emerald leaves allowed only the gentlest dapples of golden sunlight to kiss the forest floor, illuminating the soft carpet of moss and the delicate ferns that danced with the slightest breeze. The air was filled with the earthy aroma of damp wood and the sweet perfume of wildflowers, creating a symphony of scents that wrapped around the senses like a comforting embrace. In this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest lived lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature, each playing its part in the delicate balance of their world. Among them was a wise old turtle named Bramble, whose shell was etched with the patterns of 100 seasons. Bramble was revered among the forest dwellers for his deep understanding of the natural world and his gentle, patient counsel. Bramble's closest companions were a sprightly squirrel named Pippin and a graceful deer called Lyra. Pippin, with her fur the color of autumn leaves, was full of boundless energy and curiosity, always eager to explore every nook and cranny of their woodland home. Lyra, on the other hand, moved with the serene grace of a river flowing through a quiet valley, her eyes as deep and calm as a forest pool. One crisp morning, as the first hints of autumn painted the leaves in shades of amber and crimson, Bramble gathered his friends beneath an ancient oak. Its branches stretched wide and strong, offering shelter and wisdom from the ages past. "The time has come," Bramble began, his voice as steady and soothing as the rustle of leaves in the wind, for us to prepare for the changing of the seasons. We must ensure that the balance of our forest is maintained. Pippin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "What must we do, Bramble?" she chirped, her tail flicking with excitement. Bramble smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Each season brings its own magic and challenges. Autumn is a time of harvest and preparation. We must gather the bounty of the forest and ensure that all creatures have what they need to sustain them through the winter." Lyra nodded thoughtfully, her ears twitching as she listened to the gentle hum of the forest around them. "And how do we maintain the balance, Bramble?" The wise turtle looked out across the glen, where sunlight danced through the leaves, casting intricate patterns on the ground. "We must work together, each of us using our strengths to support one another. Pippin, your nimble paws can gather the acorns and berries that will feed many. Lyra, your keen senses will guide us to the hidden caches of food and safe havens for the colder months." With their roles clear, the friends set about their tasks, moving through the forest with a sense of purpose and unity. Pippin scampered up and down the trees, her cheeks full of acorns as she chattered happily to herself. Lyra glided silently through the underbrush, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth as she searched for hidden treasures among the leaves. As they worked, the forest seemed to come alive around them. Birds sang sweet melodies that echoed through the trees, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a peaceful harmony with the bubbling of a nearby brook. It was as if the forest itself was lending its magic to their endeavors, guiding them with unseen hands. Days passed in a blur of golden light and rustling leaves, each one bringing them closer to the heart of autumn. The forest glen transformed into a vibrant tapestry of color and life, a testament to the creature's dedication and the power of harmony. Yet as they toiled, a gentle reminder of the forest's wisdom came to them through the subtle signs of nature. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and lavender, Bramble called his friends to him once more. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke and fallen leaves. "There is something more we must consider," he said, his voice soft but firm. "The changing seasons are not just a time for gathering and preparing, but also for reflection and understanding." Pippin tilted her head, her eyes wide with curiosity. "What do you mean, Bramble?" The wise turtle gestured with a gentle nod toward the horizon, where the first stars began to twinkle in the fading light. "Nature teaches us in whispers and signs. We must learn to listen, to understand the lessons she offers. Balance is not just about physical preparation, but also about harmony within ourselves and with each other." Lyra pondered this, her gaze thoughtful. "How do we learn to listen, Bramble?" With a knowing smile, Bramble replied, "By being present, by observing the world around us with our hearts as well as our eyes. The forest speaks to those who are willing to hear its song." And so, as the seasons continued their dance, the companions embraced this new wisdom. They spent their days not only gathering and preparing, but also pausing to appreciate the beauty and magic of their forest home. They watched as the leaves fell in a gentle cascade of color, listened to the songs of the wind through the trees, and felt the cool touch of the earth beneath their feet. In time, they came to understand that true balance was found in the harmony of all things. Each creature, each leaf, each breath of wind was part of a greater whole, a tapestry woven by the hands of time and nature. Through their efforts and understanding, they ensured that the forest thrived, not just for themselves, but for generations to come. As winter's chill began to creep into the air, the glen lay blanketed in a soft quilt of fallen leaves, the forest at peace in its slumber. Bramble, Pippin, and Lyra gathered once more beneath the ancient oak, their hearts filled with the warmth of friendship and the wisdom they had gained. "Thank you, Bramble," Pippin said, her voice a soft whisper in the twilight, "for teaching us to see the magic in our world." Lyra nodded, her eyes reflecting the soft glow of the setting sun, and for showing us that we are part of something much greater than ourselves. The old turtle smiled, his gaze tender as he looked upon his dear friends. "It is you who have taught me," he replied gently. "For in your companionship and kindness, I have found the truest form of harmony." And so, as the stars filled the night sky with their silvery light, the forest glen lay wrapped in a peaceful silence, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom, friendship, and the gentle balance of nature. The creatures of the forest slept soundly, their dreams filled with the promise of spring and the eternal cycle of life, knowing that within their hearts lay the magic of the seasons and the whispers of the ancient trees. Once upon a starry night, in a cozy woodland village, there lived a young hedgehog named Willow. Though small in stature, Willow's heart was vast, filled with dreams of adventure and self-discovery. However, like the tightly furled leaves that protected her, Willow found herself resistant to change, preferring the comfort of her familiar burrow. One crisp autumn morning, Willow awoke to find her world transformed. The once vibrant forest now slumbered under a blanket of golden leaves, and a chill wind whispered of winter's approach. Willow shivered, her quills prickling with apprehension. How could she embrace this new season when every fiber of her being longed for the warmth of summer? As Willow ventured forth in search of sustenance, she encountered her dear friend, Oakley, a wise old oak tree whose branches had weathered countless seasons. "Greetings, little one," Oakley rumbled, his deep voice like the creaking of ancient wood. "I sense your unease with the changing tides." Willow nodded, her eyes downcast. "Everything feels so different, so unfamiliar. I fear I am ill-equipped to handle such upheaval." Oakley chuckled, a sound like rustling leaves. "My dear Willow, change is the natural order of life. Just as the forest sheds its vibrant cloak each autumn, only to be reborn in spring's verdant embrace, so too must we embrace the cycles of growth and renewal." Sensing Willow's skepticism, Oakley gestured towards a nearby clearing with a gnarled branch. "Behold the beauty of transformation," he whispered. In the heart of the clearing stood a magnificent weeping willow tree, its slender branches adorned with delicate, crystal-like leaves that shimmered in the morning light. As Willow drew nearer, she gasped in wonder, for the leaves seemed to emanate a soft, ethereal glow, casting prismatic patterns upon the forest floor. "This is no ordinary tree," Oakley explained. "It is a manifestation of the magic that courses through our woodland realm, a living embodiment of the cycle of renewal. Each autumn, as the leaves turn to crystal, they capture the essence of the changing season, only to melt away come spring, replenishing the earth with their life-giving energy." Willow's eyes widened with childlike wonder as she beheld the crystalline splendor. In that moment, she felt a profound connection to the weeping willow, as if its roots had entwined with her very soul. Over the following weeks, Willow found herself drawn to the willow's enchanting presence, marveling at the ever-changing patterns cast by its luminous leaves. As winter's icy grip tightened upon the forest, Willow's once prickly nature softened, and she began to embrace the beauty of each season's unique gifts. One frosty night, as Willow huddled beneath the willow's crystalline canopy, she was joined by her friends, Oakley, the wise old oak, Flutter, a kind-hearted butterfly, and Burrow, a loyal rabbit with a penchant for cozy nooks. Together they shared stories and laughter, their bonds strengthened by the willow's nurturing embrace. As the first blush of spring crept over the horizon, Willow witnessed a miraculous transformation. The once crystalline leaves began to melt, their radiant droplets seeping into the earth, nourishing the slumbering seeds that would soon burst forth in a riot of new life. In that moment, Willow understood the profound truth Oakley had imparted, that change, though often daunting, was an essential part of growth and renewal. Just as the willow shed its crystalline cloak to nurture new beginnings, so too must Willow embrace the cycles of her own life, shedding her fears and insecurities to make way for the boundless potential within. From that day forth, Willow greeted each season with open arms, her heart filled with gratitude for the enduring magic of the woodland realm. And though the weeping willow's crystalline leaves would return with the autumn chill, Willow knew that within her burned an eternal flame, the inextinguishable light of hope, resilience, and the courage to embrace life's ever-changing tapestry. The Whispering Lantern. In a village hugged by ancient pines, where chimney smoke curled into stars, lived a girl named Leela with hands stained from berry picking and a heart full of questions. Each evening she'd sit by her window, listening to the forest sigh beyond her doorstep. The elders spoke of a glimmering realm hidden within the trees, where fireflies carried wishes and rivers sang lullabies. Nonsense, her practical-minded mother would say, stirring soup over the hearth. But Leila's bones hummed with the certainty of secrets waiting to be found. One twilight, as amber leaves pirouetted to the ground, she noticed a peculiar sight. A fox with fur like melted copper sitting at the forest's edge, gazing at her with eyes that held galaxies. When it vanished into the shadows, something glinted in its wake, a small lantern, its glass etched with runes, emitting a light that pulsed like a heartbeat. Leila's fingers tingled as she lifted it, and the world shifted. The trees stretched taller, their bark swirling with silver veins, and the air buzzed with the scent of rain-kissed moss and something sweet she couldn't name. The lantern's glow intensified, casting a path of liquid gold into the woods. Leila followed, her breath forming clouds in the crisp air, until she stumbled into a clearing bathed in moonlight. There stood a circle of mushrooms, their caps glowing faintly, and at their center, a door no taller than her knee, carved from acorn wood. The lantern's light spilled onto the door, which creaked open to reveal a staircase winding downward. A world unfurled. The steps led to a cavern aglow with bioluminescent vines, where will-o'-the-wisps bobbed like curious sprites. A river of liquid starlight wound through the chamber, and on its banks sat a hedgehog in a waistcoat, knitting a scarf from dandelion fluff. "Ah," he said, adjusting his spectacles. "You've brought the whispering lantern. We've been expecting you." Leila blinked. "Expecting me." "Indeed," came a melodic voice. A woman emerged from the shadows, her hair a cascade of ivy, her gown woven from twilight. "I am Thalia, keeper of the gloaming grove. The lantern chooses those who listen not just with their ears, but with their hearts." She gestured to the trembling light in Leila's hand. "It's dimmed these past moons, for the grove's heart, the emberstone, has been stolen. Without it our world fades, and yours will follow." Leila's chest tightened. "Who took it?" "A sorrowful creature called the Shade, who dwells in the obsidian peaks. It feeds on loneliness, twisting hearts until they forget kindness." Thalia's voice softened. "The lantern will guide you, but only compassion can reclaim the emberstone. The journey begins." Leila agreed to help, joined by Bramble the hedgehog, whose needles could knit bridges from spider silk, and Sorrel, the fox from the forest's edge, whose paws left trails of blooming clover. They followed the lantern's beam through meadows where flowers chimed in the wind and into a valley choked with thorny vines. The first test came at the Bridge of Echoes, a fragile span over a bottomless gorge. As Leila stepped onto it, the planks whispered her deepest fears. "You're too small, too ordinary," the lantern flickered, but Sorrel nuzzled her hand. "Listen deeper," he murmured. Leila closed her eyes, hearing beyond the taunts to a faint, warm hum, the same sound her grandmother's hands made while kneading dough. Love, she realized. The kind that stays even when voices doubt. The bridge solidified beneath her feet. The forest of whispers. Deeper into the peaks, they entered a forest where trees mirrored memories. Leila glimpsed her mother laughing as she hung laundry, and Bramble as a young hedgehog, trembling under a hawk's shadow. "These are the forgotten hours," Thalia had warned. "Do not linger, or you'll be trapped in yesterday." But when Leila saw Sorrel staring at a tree, showing a human girl abandoning him as a kit, she hesitated. The fox's shoulders slumped. "I thought I'd forgotten," he whispered. Leila knelt beside him. "Some hurts don't vanish, but they don't have to be carried alone." She placed a hand on his paw, and the memory dissolved into leaves. Together they walked on. The Cave of Shadows. At the peak's summit loomed a cave, dripping with black icicles. Inside, the shade coiled around the emberstone, a crystal radiating warmth like a newborn sun. Its voice slithered through the dark. Why persist? The world is cold. Stay here and I'll spare you its ache. The lantern guttered, but Leela stepped forward. You're right, the world can be cold, but that's why we need this. She opened her palm, revealing a spool of Bramble's spider silk thread, a clover from Sorrel's trail, and a leaf from Thalia's gown. Kindness isn't a weakness, it's a fire we tend together. The shade recoiled, its form fraying. No one ever stayed, no one cared. I care, Leela said gently. Let me help you carry the loneliness. A tear slipped down the shade's inkai cheek, sizzling where it struck the ember stone. Light exploded, filling the cave, and where the shade had been stood a trembling sparrow, its wings shimmering with newfound gold. Returning home. The journey back was lit by a rejuvenated grove, a symphony of color and song. Thalia gifted Leela a seed from the ember stone. Plant it where your world needs warmth, she urged. In her village, Leela buried the seed by the oldest pine. By morning a tree stood there, its branches heavy with lantern-like fruits that glowed softly. Villagers gathered, their faces awash in golden light, sharing stories they'd long kept buried. Layla's mother smiled, stirring a pot of soup now fragrant with herbs from the groves. Epilogue, the light that remains. Years later, travelers would come to marvel at the lantern tree, its roots knitting earth and magic into one. Layla, grown but still berry-stained, would smile, remembering Thalia's words, the truest light isn't taken, it's kindled, then given away. And in the quiet hours, if you listened closely, you might hear a sparrow's song mingling with the rustle of leaves, a gentle reminder that even the loneliest shadows can learn to glow. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight fell in dappled coins through ancient oaks, there existed a village unseen by human eyes. Mossy cottages with roofs of woven ferns clustered around a clearing, where moonflowers bloomed by day and fireflies scribbled stories in the dusk. Here lived Milo, a hedgehog with quills like frosted cinnamon sticks, who tended the library of roots, a labyrinth of tunnels where stories grew as living vines, their blossoms releasing tales when touched. One crisp autumn morning, Marlowe noticed the amber leaves falling too fast, piling knee-high before their time. The forest's breath, a breeze that usually carried the scent of pine and petrichor, now tasted metallic like a storm with no rain. High in the cedar spire, an old badger named Thistle stirred from her slumber, her silvered muzzle twitching. The season threads are fraying, she murmured, recalling legends whispered by her grandmother. Long ago, elemental sprites had woven the fabric of the seasons on looms of starlight, but now their magic waned, neglected by creatures who'd forgotten the old songs. Marlowe approached Thistle, acorn cap clutched in his paws. The maple saplings are shivering, he said, and the river's song has gone flat. Thistle nodded, her claws tracing a map in the soil, a path to the sylvan glade where the last weavers of seasons dwelled. We must mend the threads before the solstice, she declared, but the way is perilous. The bramble wastes guard the glade, and shadows have teeth there. Their journey began at the hour of dewfall, when spiderwebs glimmered like constellations. Fireflies lit their path through valleys, where mushrooms glowed with bioluminescent sighs. Marlowe marveled at ice-blue lichen that chimed when brushed, while Thistle taught him to read the stories written in bark grooves and birdsong cadences. Every creature holds a verse in the forest's poem, she said, her voice blending with the creak of ancient trees. In the hollow of echoes they met Juniper, a fox whose fur held the russet hues of sunset. She'd been stranded when the autumn winds stalled, leaving her without the zephyrs that usually guided her home. The air's gone still as a held breath, Juniper fretted, her tail stirring eddies of crimson leaves. Together they devised a plan. Juniper would use her knowledge of hidden trails, Thistle would navigate by star moss patterns, and Marlowe would coax directions from the library's story vines, now twined through his satchel. The bramble wastes rose before them, a snarled sea of thorns that hissed like angry serpents. Milo spied pale blossoms among the spikes, moonclery flowers whose nectar could soften even the cruelest bramble. But the blooms shriveled at touch, their healing essence lost unless harvested with perfect care. Like stories, Marlowe realized, they need gentle hands. Holding his breath, he plucked a petal, singing the lullaby his mother had hummed when he was a kid, a tune older than the oldest oak. The thorns stilled. As twilight painted the sky in lavender washes, they reached the sylvan glade. There, beneath a cathedral of interlocked branches, 3 sprites hovered over a crumbling loom. Spring's sprite flickered weakly, her hair a wilted cascade of cherry blossoms. Summer's flames dimmed to ember glow, autumn's crown of wheat had unraveled into straw. "We've forgotten the rhythm," sighed the autumn sprite, her voice like rustling parchment. "The dance requires 4. Thistle's eyes widened with understanding. From her pouch she produced a vial of hoarfrost collected from the first winter morning, a memory preserved for generations. Marlowe added a story vine blooming with tales of snowfall, while Juniper offered a tuft of her fur, imprinted with the scent of crisp air. The sprites wove these into the loom alongside fallen leaves, sunbeam fragments, and raindrop pearls. Suddenly, the glade shimmered. Winter's sprite emerged from the frost vial, a being of crystalline breath and snowflake lace. The loom hummed as seasons flowed anew. Spring buds pushed through thawing soil, summer rains danced in prismatic arcs, autumn's harvest swelled golden, and winter's quiet wrapped the world in reflective peace. The sprite's laughter tinkled like icicles in sunlight, weaving harmony into every thread. Returning home, the forest greeted them with restored balance. Maple leaves drifted lazily, each descent a waltz. The river's song bubbled with renewed vigor, carrying echoes of the sprite's loom. Juniper found her zephyrs waiting, playful gusts that tousled her fur like old friends. Thistle retired to her cedar spire, content that the old wisdom had taken root in Marlowe's heart. That winter, when the first snow blanketed the whispering woods, creatures gathered in the moonflower clearing. Marlowe unspooled a new story vine, this one glittering with frost patterns, and shared the tale of how fragile threads hold the world together. Fireflies traced the words in the air as he spoke, their light reflecting in countless dewdrop lenses. And high above, unseen but deeply felt, the seasons turned in their eternal dance, not as rulers but as partners, each giving way to the next with grace. The lesson of the loom became hearthside lore, that balance is not stillness but the art of harmonious surrender, and that even the smallest creature, with gentle paws and a listening heart, could mend the frayed edges of the world. As the final words settled like snowflakes, the forest sighed contentedly. Somewhere a sprig of moonclery bloomed through the frost, its petals holding the soft glow of stories yet to be told. In a lush, whispering forest where sunbeams threaded through the canopy like golden threads, the air was perfumed with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the earthy aroma of damp moss. Here, amid the rustling leaves and gentle babbling of a brook, lay a world both ancient and alive, where every creature understood its role in the grand tapestry of nature. In a cozy nook beneath the roots of a towering oak tree lived a wise old tortoise named Tullius. His shell was a mosaic of green and brown, polished smooth by the passage of time. Tullius was known far and wide for his deep understanding of the forest's mysteries, and many sought his counsel when the balance of nature seemed to waver. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was adorned in a brilliant cloak of amber and crimson, a young squirrel named Pippin scampered up to Tullius's doorstep. Pippin's eyes were wide with worry, reflecting the dappled sunlight like polished hazelnuts. "Tullius," he chattered, his voice a blend of youthful eagerness and concern, "the acorns are not falling as they should. The trees are whispering of a change, and the wind carries a chill that speaks of something amiss." Tullius nodded, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "Ah, young Pippin," he said, his voice as warm as a sunlit glade, "the forest speaks to those who listen. Let us venture to the heart of the woods, where the oldest tree, the grandfather oak, may offer guidance. Together they embarked on their journey, their path cushioned by a carpet of fallen leaves that crunched softly underfoot. The air was alive with the chatter of birds and the distant call of a doe, creating a symphony that sang of the forest's rich life. As they traveled, the gentle rustle of the wind seemed to echo the harmony of nature, a reminder of the delicate balance that sustained the forest. Tullius and Pippin soon reached the grandfather oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like ancient arms embracing the heavens. The tree's bark was etched with the stories of countless seasons, and its leaves whispered secrets only the wise could hear. With a deep, resonant voice that seemed to rise from the very earth, the grandfather oak spoke. Tullius, keeper of wisdom, and Pippin, seeker of truth, the forest is indeed in need of balance. The seasons have shifted, and the rhythm of nature's dance has faltered. Tullius listened intently, his heart attuned to the subtle language of the forest. "What must we do to restore harmony, Grandfather Oak?" he inquired, his voice carrying the weight of generations. The Grandfather Oak sighed, a sound like the softest breeze through a meadow. "Seek the guardian of the seasons, the elusive spirit of the zephyr. Only through her guidance can the balance be restored, and the acorns fall once more." With this knowledge, Tullius and Pippin set off once again, their journey bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, the air became cooler, carrying the crisp scent of pine and the faintest hint of snow. They soon arrived at a hidden glade, where the spirit of the zephyr danced among the swirling leaves. She was a vision of grace, her form ever-changing like the seasons themselves, with eyes that mirrored the sky. "Welcome, travelers," she greeted them, her voice as soft as a breeze through willow branches. "I sense the forest's plea for balance. To restore it, we must rekindle the harmony between all creatures and the land." Tullius bowed his head in respect. "We seek your wisdom, spirit of the zephyr. How can we aid in this renewal?" The spirit smiled, her presence calming as a lullaby. "Gather the creatures of the forest and remind them of their place in this wondrous world. Each must remember their role, and together they shall sing the song of harmony." With purpose renewed, Tullius and Pippin returned to the forest, their hearts filled with hope. They called upon the animals, each bird, each fox, each tiny beetle, sharing the spirit of the zephyr's message. Under the soft glow of the moon, they all gathered in a circle, united in their shared purpose. As the creatures of the forest joined paws, wings, and fins, a gentle melody rose among them. It was a song of connection, of life and love, of the intricate dance they all performed as part of nature's grand design. The air shimmered with magic as the harmony wove itself into the fabric of the world, restoring balance to the land. Slowly, like a gentle rain after a long drought, the acorns began to fall, dotting the forest floor with the promise of new life. The trees sighed in relief, their branches swaying in gratitude as the forest breathed as one. As dawn painted the sky in hues of soft lavender and gold, Tullius and Pippin stood together, watching the first light of a new day. The forest was alive with the sound of renewal, and a sense of peace settled over the land. "Thank you, Tullius," Pippin chirped, his eyes bright with newfound understanding. "The forest is truly a wondrous place when we listen and work together." Tullius nodded, his heart full. "Indeed, young Pippin, wisdom and friendship are the keys to overcoming any challenge, and together we have ensured the forest's harmony for generations to come." And with that, the forest awoke to the gentle embrace of a new season, where every creature, great and small, played their part in the timeless symphony of nature, a song that would linger in their hearts forever. In a cozy cottage tucked away in a woodland glade, there lived a young rabbit named Hazel. She had always been content hopping amongst the ferns and wildflowers, her soft brown fur blending seamlessly with the earthy surroundings. Yet, deep within her heart, a flicker of curiosity burned, a yearning for something more. One dewy morning, as Hazel nibbled on a crisp dandelion leaf, a glimmering light caught her eye. She followed the ethereal glow to a clearing where a magnificent butterfly floated before her. Its wings were a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. "Greetings, young Hazel," the butterfly spoke in a melodious voice. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of transformation." Hazel's eyes widened in wonder. A talking butterfly? This must be a dream. Zephyr fluttered closer, trailing stardust in her wake. Dreams are the seeds of change, my dear. You have a great journey ahead, one that will test your courage and reshape your very being. Uncertainty flickered across Hazel's features. Change was a daunting concept, and she had always found solace in the familiar. But I'm just a simple rabbit, she protested. What journey could possibly await me? With a warm chuckle, Zephyr replied, the most wondrous transformations often begin with the smallest of seeds. Look within, and you will find a spark waiting to be fanned into a brilliant flame. Before Hazel could respond, a rustling came from the undergrowth, and two of her dearest friends emerged, Oakley, the wise old oak tree, and Flutter, the hummingbird. Do not fear, little one, Oakley rumbled, his bark rough yet comforting. We will be with you every step of the way. Flutter zipped excitedly around Hazel's head. Oh, this is going to be such an adventure. You'll see. It will be simply dazzling. Reassured by her friend's presence, Hazel turned to Zephyr. What must I do? The butterfly's wings shimmered with magic. Seek the enchanted grove, where the veil between worlds grows thin. There, you will undergo a transformation that will reveal your true self. With a deep breath, Hazel nodded. Though apprehensive, she knew this was a journey she must embark upon. And so, with Oakley and Flutter by her side, Hazel set off into the unknown, her paws treading paths she had never dared explore before. The forest seemed to come alive with each step, whispering secrets in the gentle whispers of the wind. After many twists and turns, they arrived at the enchanted grove, a vibrant meadow where moonbeams danced across a shimmering stream. Hazel gazed in awe at the ethereal beauty surrounding her. Suddenly, a warm glow emanated from within her, and she felt her body beginning to shift and change. Her fur transformed into downy feathers of the richest brown, and her paws melded into delicate wings. Oakley and Flutter watched in wonderment as their friend emerged from her cocoon, reborn as a magnificent owl. Hazel stretched her wings, reveling in her newfound form, and took to the skies with a joyous hoot. As she soared above the treetops, bathed in the soft moonlight, Hazel realized that the spark Zephyr had spoken of was her own inner strength and resilience. The journey had been one of self-discovery, revealing the beauty and grace that had been within her all along. With a grateful heart, Hazel descended to her friends, her eyes shining with wisdom. "Thank you," she said, her voice now a gentle coo. "Without your guidance and unwavering support, I may never have found the courage to spread my wings." Oakley and Flutter beamed with pride, for they knew that their friend had blossomed into her truest, most radiant self. From that day forth, Hazel took to the night skies, her keen eyes ever watchful for those in need of guidance. And whenever a fellow creature felt lost or uncertain, she would share the lessons she had learned. That change, though daunting, can be an opportunity for growth and transformation, and that true beauty lies not in physical form, but in the courage to embrace one's authentic self.